On a spring morning in 1358, inside the Alcázar of Seville, a 24-year-old knight walked into a courtyard believing his half-brother had finally forgiven him. His name was Fadrique. He was the master of the Order of Santiago, one of the most powerful military positions in Castile, and he had just finished paying his respects to the king. He was on his way out when the gates closed behind him. A voice from a window above ordered the guards to seize him. Fadrique ran. He got tangled in his own sword belt trying to draw his weapon, and while he fumbled with it, a man came up behind him with a mace and brought it down on his skull. He went down onto the tiles, still moving, still breathing. And the king, his own half-brother, watched all of it happen, then noticed the body was still twitching, handed a dagger to a young page, and told the boy to finish the job. When it was done, Pedro of Castile sat down to eat his dinner in the same room where Fadrique lay dead on the floor. The chronicler who recorded that scene knew Pedro personally. He had served him, and he wanted every person who ever heard the story to understand exactly what that meal meant. Today, we're going through 7 rulers from the medieval world, whose names became shorthand for cruelty. Pedro of Castile, who murdered his way through his own family. Andronikos Komnenos, the Byzantine emperor, whose death was so horrific that the man who wrote it down could barely get through describing it. King John of England, who starved a mother and her son to death in a dungeon. Galeazzo Maria Sforza of Milan, whose punishments were so grotesque that people struggled to believe them even at the time. Sviatopolk of Kiev, called the accursed for 1,000 years. Vlad the Impaler, who turned an entire plain outside his capital into something that made a sultan turn his army around. And Charles of Navarre, called Charles the Bad, whose death might be the single most horrifying accident in royal history. 7 men spanning 4 centuries and the whole width of the medieval world, from the Atlantic coast of Castile to the rivers of Kiev. Different languages, different churches, different centuries, and yet, as you're going to notice, the same handful of moves recurring like a family curse. The reconciliation feast that ends in blood, the invited guest who never leaves, the child in custody, the brother in the way. Before we get into all of that, a quick hello, welcome back to the channel, and if you're new here, welcome for the first time. Drop a comment and tell me where in the world you're listening from. I genuinely enjoy scrolling through those, and the answers keep surprising me. A massive thank you to everyone supporting the channel on Patreon and through YouTube memberships. You are the reason these long videos keep getting made, plain and simple. If you'd like to join them, all the links to support the channel are down in the description and in the pinned comment. No pressure at all. Alright, get comfortable because this one is long and it is dark. One small thing before the first body drops, because it applies to everything you're about to hear. Every man in this video comes down to us through hostile pens. Pedro's chronicle was written by a man who deserted him. Andronikos's historian watched the mob tear him apart and went home to write about it. John's biographers were monks he had taxed and locked out of their own churches. Vlad's stories were printed by the merchants he impaled and sold across Europe as some of the first true bestsellers of the printing press. So, as we go, I'll keep telling you who's holding the pen, and you can keep your own scales. And here's what makes these 7 worth 5 hours of your evening anyway. Even after you shave away every exaggeration a grudge can buy, What remains, documented, dated, and witnessed, is worse than most fiction would dare. We start in Castile. Pedro was born on the 30th of August, 1334, in the city of Burgos, the only surviving legitimate son of King Alfonso XI and his queen, Maria of Portugal. And I want to sit with that word, legitimate, for a moment, because Pedro's entire life was shaped by the fact that his father barely acknowledged his mother's existence. Alfonso had a mistress. Her name was Leonor de Guzman. She was widely considered one of the most beautiful women in Castile, and the king loved her openly, publicly, without shame. He gave her lands, titles, influence, and 10 children. 10. While Queen Maria and young Pedro lived in something close to internal exile in Seville, pushed to the edge of court life, Leonor's sons grew up rich, favored, and confident. The eldest surviving one was named Enrique. Hold on to that name, because Enrique is going to be standing over Pedro's body at the end of this story with a bloody dagger in his hand. So Pedro grows up watching his mother humiliated daily by a woman who has everything his mother should have had. The court treats the mistress's children like princes, and the actual prince like an afterthought. Whatever Pedro became later, that was the soil it grew in. We even know what he looked like, because Ayala, the chronicler, and we'll get to him properly in a minute, left a physical portrait, and it's oddly vivid across 6.5 centuries. Pedro was big, tall, strongly built, pale-skinned and fair-haired with light eyes, and he spoke with a slight lisp. A small human detail the chronicler didn't need to include and did anyway. He barely slept. He hunted obsessively, loved his birds of prey, ate and drank moderately by royal standards, dressed without much ceremony, and pursued women his whole life with an appetite the chronicle records in a tone somewhere between disapproval and exhaustion. A restless, physically formidable, slightly lisping insomniac who was happiest on horseback with a hawk on his fist. Hold that image against everything that follows. And hold this one too, because I think it matters. Pedro built the most beautiful palace in Spain. The core of the Alcázar of Seville as it stands today, the palace tourists queue for, the one that stands in for exotic royal splendor in about half the television produced this century, is substantially Pedro's work, raised in the 1360s by Muslim craftsmen, many sent by his ally the Emir of Granada in the full glory of the Mudéjar style. Walk through it and you move under ceilings of carved and gilded wood, past walls of plaster lace, and if you can decode the Arabic inscriptions running along those walls, some of them offer glory to the Sultan Don Pedro, a Christian king of Castile, styled Sultan in Arabic on his own walls. His enemies made hay of exactly this. The king who kept Moorish guards and Jewish bankers and built like an emir. He murdered Fadrique in that building. The dinner beside the corpse happened inside that jewel box. Beauty and butchery shared a floor plan, and Pedro apparently felt no tension between them whatsoever. In 1350, Alfonso XI died of plague while besieging Gibraltar, and suddenly 15-year-old Pedro was king of Castile. And within about a year, the settling of scores began. Leonor de Guzman, the mistress who had overshadowed his mother for 2 decades, was arrested. She was moved from castle to castle, and in 1351, At Talavera, on the orders of Queen Maria, with her son the king's knowledge, Leonor was put to death. Some accounts describe her being killed by a crossbowman in her cell. Her sons, Enrique and his brothers, were young men by then, old enough to understand exactly what had been done to their mother and exactly who had done it. From that moment forward, the war inside this family only ever moved in one direction. Now, before we go further, I have to tell you something about how we know any of this, because with Pedro it matters more than with almost any other medieval king. Nearly everything we know about his reign comes through one man. Pero López de Ayala. Ayala was a Castilian nobleman who served in Pedro's own court, watched him rule up close for years, and then, in 1366, switched sides and joined Enrique's rebellion. After Enrique won, Ayala wrote the official chronicle of Pedro's reign for the new dynasty. So the main record of this king's life was written by a man who abandoned him, working for the family that killed him. Ayala doesn't invent things out of thin air, as far as anyone can tell. The events he describes are anchored to real dates, real places, real named people, but every scene is framed to justify what Enrique did at the end. Castilians at the time actually split on what to call this king. His enemies called him Pedro el Cruel. His supporters, and he had many among the towns and the merchant classes, called him El Justiciero, the enforcer of justice, the man who made the roads safe and hanged the nobles who robbed people. Both nicknames survived. The Trastamara family, the winners, made sure only one of them stuck. I'll give you the events as the sources describe them, and you can decide for yourself where justice ended and something darker began. The first years of the reign were chaos, a teenage king, a scheming court, and a favorite named Juan Alfonso de Albuquerque pulling the strings, and into this mess came a marriage. In 1353, the French sent Pedro a bride, Blanche of Bourbon, a princess of the royal blood of France, about 14 years old. By all accounts gentle and completely unprepared for what was waiting for her in Castile. Because Pedro was already in love with someone else. Her name was Maria de Padilla, a Castilian noblewoman he had met the year before, and by every description he was devoted to her in a way he never managed with anyone else in his life. He married Blanche in Valladolid on the 3rd of June, 1353, stood through the ceremony, stayed with his new bride for somewhere between 2 days and, in some tellings, a single night, and then simply got on a horse and rode back to Maria de Padilla. He never lived with Blanche again. What happened to Blanche after that is one of the quiet horrors of this whole story, and I mean quiet in the worst possible way. She was 14, alone in a foreign country, unable to go home because her marriage was a diplomatic treaty, and her husband treated her as a political inconvenience to be warehoused. Pedro had her confined, first in Arevalo, then in the Alcazar of Toledo, then, as the years passed and his war with his half-brothers escalated, in the fortress of Medina Sidonia in the far south, about as distant from France as Castile could put her. She spent roughly 8 years as a prisoner. The people of Toledo actually rose up at one point, partly in her defense. The sight of a blameless young queen locked away offended even a public used to royal ugliness. It changed nothing. and in August of 1361 at Medina Sidonia, Blanche of Bourbon died at the age of 25. Ayala's Chronicles states what he believed happened plainly. The king wanted her dead. According to the account, a physician named Alfonso de Perosa was ordered to poison her and refused, saying he would not destroy his soul that way. So the task passed to a man named Juan Perez de Reboledo, a crossbowman of the king, and he killed her. A young woman who had done absolutely nothing in her entire life except be married to the wrong man, dying in a fortress at the edge of the world, on the order of a husband who had spent perhaps one night under the same roof as her. The French court never forgave it. Neither, as it turned out, did the Pope. The paper trail on Blanche, by the way, runs right through the Vatican, and it makes the ending harder to explain away. For years before her death, Pope Innocent VI wrote to Pedro, letter after letter, some surviving to this day, pleading, then demanding, that the king restore his lawful wife to her position, warning him of the scandals spreading through Christendom, threatening censure. The King of France pressed the same case through every diplomatic channel he had. So this was never a private domestic sadness quietly unfolding in the south of Castile. Half of Europe spent 8 years formally asking Pedro to stop imprisoning his wife, in writing, and he ignored all of it. And then she died in his custody at 25 with his crossbowmen in the building. You can construct innocent explanations for a young woman dying in a 14th century fortress. Fever carried people off constantly. Ayala didn't believe the innocent explanation. The French didn't, the papal court didn't, and the timing, with Pedro's war going badly and Blanche a live rallying point for his enemies, didn't ask anyone to. Maria de Padilla, for what this detail is worth, had died a few months before Blanche, of natural causes, and Pedro was reportedly shattered by it. She is the one person in this entire story Pedro seems never to have turned on. Small, dark, and by the chronicler's account both beautiful and notably kind. Even Ayala, who has no reason to flatter anything Pedro loved, allows that she was good-natured and often tried to soften the king's rages, sometimes talking men out of the grave that had already been dug for them. She gave him 4 children, kept clear of politics as much as the position allowed, and died in her late 20s, and Pedro buried her, in the end, in the royal chapel at Seville among the kings. After his death, when his daughter's legitimacy became a matter of international politics, Pedro's supporters swore he had secretly married Maria before Blanche ever arrived, making Maria the true queen and Blanche the bigamous mistake. The Cortes of Castile was even assembled in 1362 to hear witnesses solemnly attest the secret wedding. Ayala treats the claim with visible skepticism. The English, who needed those daughters legitimate for their own dynastic reasons, embraced it warmly. Medieval marriage law had a wonderful way of bending toward whoever had the largest army. But the murders people remembered, the ones that built the name Pedro the Cruel brick by brick, were the family killings and the court killings, and they have a rhythm to them that becomes genuinely unsettling once you notice it. Pedro's preferred method was the invitation, the reconciliation, the safe conduct. He would summon a man he had quarreled with, offer warmth, offer forgiveness, sometimes offer a meal, and the man would relax, and then the guards would come. Fadrique in the Alcazar in 1358 is the famous one, the scene we opened with, the mace and the dagger and the dinner beside the corpse. Ayala adds a detail to that day which somehow makes it worse. After Fadrique was struck down, Pedro moved through the palace hunting members of his half-brother's entourage. And one knight of Fadrique's household fled through the chambers until he ran into the apartments where Maria de Padilla was sitting with the king's small daughters. The man grabbed one of the little girls, Pedro's own daughter, and held her in front of himself as a shield. Pedro reached them, pulled the child aside, and killed the man where he stood, in front of his daughters, and then, the chronicle says, went back and ate. That same year, and in the years around it, the list grows. His cousin Juan of Aragon, summoned and killed. Another half-brother, also named Juan, imprisoned and later put to death. And their mother, Leonor of Aragon, Pedro's own aunt, killed in her confinement as well. The Queen Mother of Aragon, his aunt. Ayala records these deaths in an almost bookkeeping tone, one after another, and the accumulation is the point. Individually, a medieval king executing a treasonous relative was Tuesday. Pedro's pattern, the lured guest, the broken guarantee, the corpse at the banquet, was something the nobility of Castile started to recognize as a personal signature, and it terrified them because the entire aristocratic world ran on safe conducts and sworn oaths, and Pedro had demonstrated repeatedly that his oath meant nothing the moment you were inside his walls. Even the dead campaigned against Pedro, and I mean that literally. Juan Alfonso de Albuquerque, the Portuguese magnate who had dominated the king's first years and arranged the French marriage, broke with Pedro over the Padilla affair and fled to the rebel league. And in the autumn of 1354 he died, suddenly, conveniently, and the accounts passed down the belief that a physician in Pedro's pay had poisoned him. What his partisans did next belongs in opera. Albuquerque had reportedly sworn, or his followers swore for him, that his body would not be buried until his death was avenged and his cause won. So the League had him embalmed and carried the corpse with them, on campaign, to meetings. The chronicle describes the dead man's council seat maintained, his banner over the coffin, decisions taken in the presence of the body, as though the great lord were merely quiet that day. For months, part of the opposition to the King of Castile was, administratively speaking, a corpse. You can call that macabre political theatre, and it was, and notice what it tells you about the atmosphere Pedro generated. His enemies found a dead man a perfectly credible standard to rally around, because the dead were the one constituency Pedro could not summon to a reconciliation dinner. One scene from 1356 deserves telling in full, because it involves his own mother, and because Ayala clearly meant it to be unbearable. In the early years of the reign, Queen Maria, the humiliated wife of Alfonso, the woman who had waited 2 decades for her revenge on Leonor de Guzman, had aligned herself with a league of nobles trying to control her son. And the League's strongholds included the city of Toro, where the Queen Mother herself was living, surrounded by knights of her party. Pedro besieged the city, his mother inside it. When Toro fell, in January 1356, The queen came out to meet her son with her ladies and the noblemen of her household around her, presumably believing that her presence, her body, her motherhood was itself a shield for the men beside her. Pedro's soldiers cut those men down on the spot, in front of her, within reach of her, the blood, Ayala says, actually splashing across the queen's garments. Her chief officers were butchered around her while she screamed, and the chronicle records that Maria fainted and was carried away senseless from among the bodies of her own household. She left Castile not long afterward, back to her native Portugal, where she died within the year. Of grief, the sympathetic accounts say. Pedro had, at that point, avenged her against Leonor, seized her enemies, and then slaughtered her friends in her lap, all before his 22nd birthday. Family, for this man, was simply the nearest battlefield. Even loyal service brought no safety, and one execution from 1360 makes the point better than any speech. Gutiérrez Fernández de Toledo was one of Pedro's oldest servants, a man who had fought for him, negotiated for him, stood by him through every crisis since the king was a boy. Suspicion touched him, as suspicion at this court eventually touched everyone, and Pedro ordered him killed. And Gutiérrez, facing the executioner, asked for time to dictate a letter to the king, and the letter survives in Ayala's chronicle, and whether or not Ayala polished it, it stands as one of the most extraordinary documents of the Spanish Middle Ages. In it, the condemned man tells his master, in effect, "I die guiltless, and I thank you for the honors you gave my house, and I owe you a last piece of counsel in payment. My lord, soften your hand, for I fear that all this killing will one day cost you the kingdom you are trying to secure with it." A dying man's political forecast, dictated on the block, addressed to the friend who was killing him. Pedro had him beheaded anyway, and exiled the man's brother, the Archbishop of Toledo, for good measure. 9 years later, in a tent at Montiel, the forecast came due to the last syllable. Seville, Pedro's favorite city, kept its own grim tradition about him, and I'll pass one piece of it along with the warning that it lives closer to legend than to record. The story concerns a noblewoman, Urraca de Osorio, of the great Guzman clan, whose family stood with Enrique, and it says that Pedro had her burned alive in Seville. Some tellings add that the offence was personal, a refusal of the king's advances, and that as the flames rose around her, her waiting woman, Leonor Davalos, broke free, ran to the pyre, and threw herself into the fire onto her mistress's body, so that the wind-whipped flames could not strip and expose the dying woman before the crowd. A servant burning to death voluntarily to guard her lady's modesty for the last 30 seconds of both their lives. Civilian tradition planted the tale deep. A monument in the city's gardens remembers the two women to this day. And whatever a documents and charters historian can or can't certify about it, the story tells you exactly what the people of Andalusia believed their king was capable of, and they had watched him at closer range than anyone. Running underneath all the family killing and feeding it was a war. The war of the two Pedros against Pedro IV of Aragon, and even the war started with an insult taken personally. In the summer of 1356, Pedro of Castile was at Sanlúcar, at the mouth of the Guadalquivir, watching the tuna fishing. Kings did this. It was an event, when a squadron of Aragonese war galleys sailed in, and in full view of the king on the shore, attacked and seized two Italian merchant ships, anchored in what Pedro considered his own waters. He sent out demands for restitution. The Aragonese admiral sailed off with his prizes, and Pedro, treating the incident roughly the way he treated dinner guest etiquette violations, declared war on Aragon. The war ran on and off for 9 years, chewed up the frontier provinces of both kingdoms, and gave Pedro a stage for the other great passion of his life, besides Maria de Padilla, ships. He built and assembled war fleets with real obsession, and in 1359 he took the sea personally, commanding from his own galley, and brought the fleet up the coast to bombard Barcelona itself. The King of Castile lobbing stones at Aragon's capital from the deck of his flagship, close enough for the citizens on the beach to see him. As naval strategy, it achieved almost nothing. As theatre, coming from a king whose enemies called him half Moor and all tyrant, it was unforgettable, and that was usually the point with Pedro. The war also handed him the excuse for one of his coldest killings, and this one involves children of his own blood. Among Leonor de Guzman's many sons, Enrique's younger brothers, Pedro's half-brothers, two of the youngest, Juan and another Pedro, had been in the king's power since they were small boys, held for years as guarantees, growing up in comfortable custody at Carmona, while their older brothers fought the king from exile. In 1359, with the Aragonese war on, and Enrique raiding into Castile under Aragon's flag, the king decided the two hostages had appreciated into liabilities. On his order, they were put to death at Carmona. Juan was around 19. The younger Pedro was around 14. They had spent most of their lives as prisoners. Their offense was their surname and their brother's politics. And Ayala records the killing of the two young men in his usual ledger-keeping voice and lets the ages do the work. Add them to Fadrique, to the cousin, to the aunt, to the other half-brother Juan, and the family accounting by 1359 stood at this. Of the household of Leonor de Guzman and its allies, Pedro had now killed the mother and at least 3 of the sons, plus assorted cousins, a methodical, decade-long harvesting of his father's other family, conducted between state banquets in the loveliest palace in Spain. Seville, meanwhile, went on manufacturing legends about its resident king, and the best of them has a street named after it that you can stand in tonight. The Calle Cabeza del Rey Don Pedro, the street of the head of King Pedro. The story goes that the king liked to prowl the city at night, alone or nearly, incognito, and that on one of these prowls he fought a street duel and killed a man, and the only witness was an old woman who glimpsed the killer's face by lamplight, or, in the better version, couldn't see the face at all, and identified the killer by the sound, a distinctive crack, because Pedro's knees clicked when he walked, and all Seville knew the king's knees clicked. The city demanded justice for the murder. The king, as chief magistrate, was obliged to display the killer's head in a box at the scene of the crime, and Pedro complied. He had a sculpted head of himself placed in the box, sealed and mounted on the wall, satisfying the letter of his own law with a stone confession nobody could open. Pure legend, almost certainly embroidered over centuries. And notice the assumption doing the load-bearing work inside the joke, that of course the king was out killing men in alleys at night, personally. That was simply what Seville found plausible about its Pedro, the way other cities' legends have their kings healing the sick. Even the killings with solid political logic came wrapped in this same theatrical betrayal. Ayala, at intervals, stops narrating and simply counts, and the counting passages are the coldest things in the chronicle, stretches where the prose becomes a necrology, name after name after name, this master of a military order, killed on the king's command, this nobleman, killed, this royal official, killed, these citizens of this town, killed, the ladies of such and such families imprisoned or dead. Recite a run of them aloud and it takes minutes. Castile's governing class was not large. A few hundred families who all knew each other, intermarried, godparented each other's children. And Pedro moved through that intimate world for 19 years, like a slow fire through a village, so that by the end there was scarcely a great house in the kingdom that hadn't buried someone on his account, or fled abroad to avoid it. That, more than any single atrocity, is what El Cruel finally meant. Not a monster of exceptional imagination, like some men in this video, but a king who made dying at court so routine that the chronicler had to invent a bookkeeping style to hold it all. In 1358 or 59, a claimant to the throne of Granada, known as Mohammed the Red, or the Red King, came to Seville to negotiate, trusting in the protection owed to a royal guest. Pedro received him, entertained him, and then had him and his emirs seized at court. The Red King was taken out to a field, dressed in scarlet, mounted on a donkey, and executed, and the accounts say Pedro struck the first blow himself with a lance, reportedly saying something to the effect of, "Take that, for making me sign a bad treaty." The Granadans' companions, dozens of them, were killed alongside him. Even in an age that expected kings to be ruthless with rivals, killing an invited royal guest under safe conduct made courts across the peninsula flinch. It was the sort of act men remembered when they later had to decide whether Pedro deserved rescuing. His own officials weren't safe either, and one case in particular says a great deal about how fear worked at this court. Samuel Halevi was Pedro's treasurer, a Jewish financier of enormous ability who had served the crown loyally for years and built with his fortune the synagogue in Toledo that still stands today. You can walk into it right now, the Sinagoga del Tránsito, and see the plasterwork his money paid for, with inscriptions praising Pedro carved into the walls. In 1360 or 61, Pedro had him arrested on suspicion of enriching himself, and Samuel was taken to Seville and tortured to make him reveal where his wealth was hidden. He died under that torture. The accounts describe his body simply giving out on the rack. The man whose walls praised the king in carved Hebrew letters died screaming in the king's dungeon so the king could locate his money faster. Pedro seized everything, and the fortune turned out to be vast. And I suppose from the crown's perspective, the operation was a complete success. The church got its turn as well. In 1366, as his throne was collapsing, Pedro passed through Galicia in flight, and while he was in Santiago de Compostela, the archbishop of that city, Suero, and his dean, a man named Peralvarez, were cut down, murdered in circumstances that pointed straight back at the king near the holiest shrine in Spain. Killing an archbishop at Compostela was roughly the Castilian equivalent of what had happened to Thomas Becket at Canterbury 2 centuries earlier, and the papacy reacted accordingly. Pope Urban V excommunicated Pedro, and the propaganda war was effectively over. His enemies could now say, with the Church's blessing, that the King of Castile was a tyrant, a murderer of queens and archbishops, a friend of Jews and Muslims. That last accusation, revolting as it is, did real work in the 14th century, and that removing him was not treason at all. It was practically a crusade. The man doing the removing was, of course, Enrique, Leonor de Guzman's son, the boy whose mother Pedro's family had executed at Talavera 15 years earlier. Enrique had spent years in exile in France, and in 1366 he came back over the mountains at the head of the so-called free companies. Thousands of professional mercenaries left unemployed by a truce in the war between England and France. Hard men who fought for pay and plunder, commanded by the most famous soldier in Europe, a squat, famously ugly, brilliant Breton named Bertrand du Guesclin. Castile's nobility, having spent a decade watching Pedro murder his dinner guests, went over to Enrique in waves. Pedro fled his own kingdom almost without a battle, which tells you how thoroughly the aristocracy had abandoned him, and went looking for help from the one power that had reasons to want him back on his throne, England. Specifically, he went to Edward the Black Prince, son of the King of England, then ruling English Gascony from Bordeaux. And the Black Prince, for a staggering price in promised gold and territory, agreed to put Pedro back. In April 1367, at Nayera, the English longbows did to Enrique's army what they had done to the French at Crécy and Poitiers, and Enrique's cause collapsed in an afternoon, and Du Guesclin himself was captured. So incidentally was our chronicler. Pero López de Ayala fought at Nayera on Enrique's side. He carried, by his own telling, the banner of the Order of the Sash in the front of the fight, and was taken prisoner in the rout, and spent time in captivity contemplating, we may assume, both ransom arrangements and the strange career of his former master, now victorious. So when Ayala describes the terror of these years, understand the fullness of his position. This is a man who served Pedro at court, deserted him, faced him across a battlefield, was captured under his brother's banner, and then outlived everybody and wrote the minutes. Historians have been arguing about how to discount that testimony for 6 centuries, and the honest answer is that we can't do without it, and can't fully trust it, and every telling of Pedro, this one included, is a negotiation with Ayala's ghost. Pedro rode back into his kingdom victorious, and then, almost immediately, he showed the Black Prince exactly who he was, because Pedro's first instinct after the battle was to execute the captured Castilian nobles who had sided with his brother, and the Black Prince, a man who had ordered his own share of massacres, no gentle soul himself, was reportedly appalled at the scale of vengeance Pedro had in mind and had to physically restrain his ally from butchering the prisoners. The alliance rotted fast after that. Pedro couldn't pay what he'd promised, wouldn't hand over the territories, and the English army, riddled with dysentery, went home disgusted. The chronicler Chandos Herald, who travelled with the Black Prince, left a picture of Pedro as a man the English came to distrust to his face. When Enrique came back over the Pyrenees the following year with a fresh French-backed army, no English rescue was coming. The end arrived at a castle called Montiel on the plains of La Mancha in March of 1369. Enrique and du Guesclin caught Pedro's army there on the 14th and broke it, and Pedro shut himself inside the castle of Montiel, and the situation degenerated into something close to a siege of one man. The castle had almost no water. Pedro was trapped on a rock in the middle of a plain, surrounded by his brother's army, with days left before thirst did the job on its own. So he tried the only weapon he had left, the one he'd used his whole life, a secret deal. Through an intermediary, Pedro contacted du Guesclin and offered him a fortune. The figure that survives is 200,000 gold doblas and a string of Castilian towns. If the Breton would let him slip through the lines. Du Guesclin listened, said he'd think about it, and went straight to Enrique. And Enrique, understanding exactly what was on the table, made du Guesclin a counteroffer for even more, on the condition that instead of letting Pedro escape, du Guesclin would bring Pedro to him. On the night of the 23rd of March, 1369, Pedro came down from the castle of Montiel in the dark, believing he was being smuggled out, and was brought into du Guesclin's tent. And into that tent, a few moments later, walked Enrique, armed. Here's the detail that stays with everyone who encounters this story. The two half-brothers had not seen each other in so many years that Enrique did not recognize Pedro. He stood in the tent looking at the man he had crossed a continent to kill, and wasn't sure which one he was. One of du Guesclin's men had to gesture and say words to the effect of, "That is your enemy." And Pedro, and whatever else you want to say about this man, grant him this, did not hide, did not beg, did not try to talk. He said, twice, "I am he, I am he." Enrique drew a dagger and stabbed him in the face, and the two of them grappled, crashed to the ground, rolled. Half-brothers, sons of the same father, wrestling in the dirt of a tent floor in the dark. And a persistent tradition repeated for centuries holds that Pedro actually ended up on top, and that someone in the tent, possibly du Guesclin himself, grabbed a leg and flipped the fight over, allegedly with a line that became a proverb in Spanish. "I neither put nor remove a king, but I help my lord." However that turn actually happened, it ended with Enrique on top, driving the dagger down into his brother's body again and again until Pedro stopped moving. He was 34 years old. What happened next tells you everything about how much hatred had built up over those 19 years. Pedro's body was left on the ground, unburied, for 3 days, and the accounts describe it being abused and mocked. Some versions say his head was cut off and sent away, and the corpse was placed between two boards on the walls of Montiel for public display. The anointed King of Castile, grandson of kings, rotting in the open air while his brother's mercenaries walked past. Enrique took the crown as Enrique II, first king of the House of Trastamara, and every royal chronicle written in Castile for the next century was written under his family's patronage, and that, more than anything else, is why the world remembers Pedro the Cruel and not Pedro the Just. The winning had to be paid for, mind you, and how Enrique paid for it earned him a nickname of his own, El de las Mercedes, Enrique of the Favors, because he had bought his throne with promises to every mercenary, magnate and turncoat in the peninsula. And after Montiel the invoices arrived, lands, lordships and revenues shoveled out of the royal domain in heaps to keep the coalition sweet. Pedro had hoarded royal power and murdered anyone who touched it. His brother survived by giving it away in armfuls, and Castilian kings spent generations trying to claw back what the favors had scattered. Even Pedro's corpse took centuries to come to rest. From the improvised display at Montiel, the remains passed through a series of graves, at one point interred in a place so obscure it bordered on insult, until, hundreds of years later, they were brought at last to the royal chapel of Seville Cathedral, where Pedro lies today beside Maria de Padilla, the one person he never betrayed in the city that told the best stories about him. It took roughly 5 centuries, and it's more reconciliation than the 14th century ever offered anyone. 2 footnotes to this story, and both of them travel to England. Pedro's daughters by Maria de Padilla, Constance and Isabella, ended up marrying 2 sons of the King of England. Constance married John of Gaunt, who spent years afterwards styling himself King of Castile in her right, and even invaded Spain trying to make it real. Through that line, Pedro's blood flowed back into the Castilian royal family within 2 generations, so the dynasty that rules Spain today descends from him after all. The mechanics of that return are almost too neat. John of Gaunt's invasion failed, as invasions of Castile generally did, and the settlement that ended it married his daughter by Constance, Catherine of Lancaster, Pedro's granddaughter, to the heir of the Trastamara line, the grandson of Enrique. The grandchildren of the 2 half-brothers who had knifed each other in the dirt at Montiel stood at an altar and merged the feud into a single bloodline, and their son ruled a Castile in which the war of Pedro and Enrique had been, in the most literal dynastic sense, married out of existence. Kingdoms occasionally solve with a wedding what they could never solve with a chronicle, and Geoffrey Chaucer, yes, that Chaucer, whose wife's sister was John of Gaunt's mistress and later wife, the medieval world was very small at the top, wrote Pedro into the Canterbury Tales. In the Monk's Tale, among his catalogue of great men brought low by fortune, Chaucer mourns, "O noble, O worthy Petro, glory of Spain, betrayed and slain in his brother's tent." One of the founding poets of the English language, writing Pedro the Cruel an elegy. The English, who had bled for him at Nayera and never gotten paid, still liked him better than his own chroniclers did. Make of that whatever you like. From a tent on a Spanish plain, we travel east now about 2 centuries back and 3,000 miles away to the largest, richest, most sophisticated city in the Christian world, Constantinople, and to a man who might be the most fascinating monster in this entire video, because Pedro, whatever he was fairly simple to describe. Andronikos Komnenos is not. Andronikos was brilliant, hilarious, absurdly handsome, physically fearless, beloved by crowds, a genuine reformer who protected the poor from corrupt officials, and a murderer of children who died one of the most horrifying deaths ever recorded of any human being, let alone an emperor. Our source for nearly all of it is a historian named Nikitas Choniates, a Byzantine official who lived through these years, watched some of these events with his own eyes, and wrote about Andronikos with an emotion you almost never find in medieval chronicles. He couldn't decide whether he was writing about a demon or a tragedy, and the confusion is right there on the page. Andronikos was born around 1118, a prince of the Komnenos dynasty, first cousin to the Emperor Manuel I. And for the first 60 years of his life, his career was essentially a very long, very expensive soap opera. He was, by every account, magnetic. Choniates describes him as tall, extraordinarily strong, strikingly good-looking even into old age, and possessed of a wit that made people forgive him things that should have gotten him killed several times over. He seduced his way through the imperial family, and I mean that literally. His affairs included his own cousin Eudokia, and later Philippa of Antioch, the sister of the emperor's own sister-in-law, and then, most scandalously of all, Theodora, the widowed queen of Jerusalem, another cousin. Family gatherings must have been unbearable. He conspired against Manuel more or less constantly, got caught, and spent about 9 years imprisoned in a tower in the palace, and even the prison stories are cinematic. He found a bricked-up passage in his cell, hid inside it, let everyone believe he'd escaped, and when his wife was locked in the same cell as punishment, he crept out of the wall at night. She became pregnant during his imprisonment in his own prison cell, while the empire hunted him. Eventually, he escaped for real, fled across the borders, and spent years wandering the courts of the Eastern world. Kiev, Damascus, Georgia, the Crusader states, charming everyone, seducing prominent women, and staying one step ahead of imperial agents. A few of those years deserve more than a list, because the man's talent for escape and scandal was genuinely operatic. The prison break itself. After years in the tower, he obtained wax, took impressions of the keys, and had copies smuggled in by way of his household. He got out, got caught crossing the border, and was hauled back, and escaped again. And this second flight includes my favorite trick in the whole career. Riding north under guard toward captivity, he complained constantly of a bad stomach, dismounting again and again to relieve himself in the bushes until his escorts stopped paying attention. And then one evening he dismounted, propped up his cloak and hat on a stick in the twilight, so the silhouette against the trees looked like a man crouching, and rode off into the dark while his guards politely averted their eyes from a scarecrow. He made it to the Rus Principality of Halych, and turned up at court there as an honored celebrity fugitive. Later, forgiven and given a military command in Cilicia, he abandoned the campaign to pursue Philippa of Antioch, who was, and savor the audacity of this, the younger sister of the Emperor Manuel's own wife, parading beneath her windows with a retinue of tall bodyguards and dressing to devastate, until the princess of a Crusader state was thoroughly compromised and half the diplomacy of the Eastern Mediterranean was on fire. Then he dropped Philippa moved on to Jerusalem and met Theodora, the widow of the king of Jerusalem, 21 years old, another of his own cousins. And this one was different. They ran away together, properly, absconding to the court of Nur ad-Din in Damascus and onward through the Muslim East, a Byzantine prince and a dowager queen of Jerusalem living openly as lovers among the empire's enemies, while 2 children were born to them. Manuel's agents eventually solved the problem by kidnapping Theodora and the children, and Andronikos, to get his family back, finally came home and staged the greatest performance of a career built on them. He appeared before Manuel in full court, with a heavy chain wrapped around his own neck, hidden under his cloak, and at the foot of the throne he tore the cloak away, threw himself face down on the floor, and demanded to be dragged to the emperor's feet by the chain like a runaway dog. The court wept. Manuel wept, forgave him, and parked him in comfortable exile on the Black Sea coast, well away from the capital. 60 years old, and every room he had ever entered he had owned. If the story ended around 1180, Andronikos would be remembered as the most entertaining rogue in Byzantine history. The story does not end around 1180. In September of that year, the Emperor Manuel died, and everything Andronikos had been underneath the charm came out. Manuel left behind an 11-year-old son, Alexios II, and a regency run by the boy's mother, the Empress Maria of Antioch. And Maria had a problem she could do nothing about. She was a Latin, a Westerner, a Frank from the Crusader Principality of Antioch. Constantinople in 1180 was a city seething with hatred of the Latins. Italian merchants from Venice, Genoa, and Pisa dominated the city's commerce, held special privileges, grew rich off trade the locals felt belonged to them, and behaved, in the eyes of the Greek population, with unbearable arrogance. A Latin empress ruling for a child, surrounded by Latin favorites, was political dynamite. And Andronikos, watching from his semi-exile on the Black Sea coast in his mid-60s, understood exactly what that dynamite could do. He began presenting himself as the protector of young Alexios, the one true Roman who would rescue the boy from the foreigners and the corrupt courtiers. Crowds believed him. Soldiers believed him. In 1182 he marched on Constantinople, and the city's garrison went over to him, and the gates opened. His first public act inside the walls was a masterpiece of theatre, and Choniates preserves it with the sourness of a man who watched the reviews come in. Andronikos went to the monastery church where his cousin Manuel lay buried, the emperor he had plotted against for 30 years. And at the tomb he made a great show of grief, weeping over the marble, and then lingered, murmuring to the grave, lips moving in what the pious crowd took for prayer. And Choniates passes along what the cynics in the city said afterward, that anyone who knew the man could guess the prayer, something closer to a settling of accounts with the corpse, a promise to the dead rival about what was coming for his widow and his son. A joke, perhaps, when the wits of Constantinople first told it. Within 2 years it stopped being funny, because the widow and the son got exactly what the joke predicted. What happened when his supporters poured into the city is one of the great atrocities of the 12th century, and it barely gets talked about outside academic circles. The mob, whipped up by years of resentment and now given permission, turned on the Latin Quarter of Constantinople, the neighborhoods along the Golden Horn where thousands of Western merchants lived with their families. The massacre killed men, women, and children indiscriminately. Clergy were a particular target. Latin priests and monks were butchered in their churches, and a papal legate, a cardinal named John, was decapitated and his head tied to the tail of a dog and dragged through the streets. The sick were murdered in their hospital beds. Contemporary Western accounts describe wounded and dying Latins being dragged out and killed, houses burned, and something like 4,000 survivors sold into slavery to the Turks. The city's Latin population, tens of thousands of people, effectively ceased to exist in a matter of days. Andronikos did not order every knife stroke of this personally. He also did absolutely nothing to stop it, because the mob doing his enemy's dirty work suited him perfectly, and everyone understood that. File this massacre away, by the way, because 22 years later, in 1204, when a Latin Crusader army stood outside the walls of Constantinople during the Fourth Crusade, the memory of 1182 was very much alive in Western minds, and the ruin that fell on the city then had roots in these streets. With the city in his hand, Andronikos began clearing the board, and Chonietes walks us through it piece by piece with mounting horror. The young emperor's older half-sister Maria, a different Maria, the Emperor Manuel's daughter, and her husband, who had led opposition to him, dead within months. And the word Chonietes uses points to poison, administered, he says, through a eunuch of the household. The Empress Maria of Antioch, the boy's mother, was next. She was accused of treason, of writing to her brother-in-law, the King of Hungary, begging him to invade. Andronikos staged a trial, secured the conviction, and then produced the single cruelest signature of his entire career. The death warrant for the Empress had to be signed, and Andronikos compelled the signature from her son. The 12-year-old Emperor Alexios was made to put his own hand to the order condemning his mother to death. She was strangled in her cell. The man in charge of the killing was Andronikos's own son Manuel, who to his credit protested and was overruled, and her body was buried in secret in an obscure grave near the shore, denied every honor an empress was owed. Chonietes writes that the bloodthirsty soul of Andronikos exulted at this. He also records something almost stranger. Andronikos had a portrait of the Empress repainted to make her look like a wrinkled old crone, so that the public would stop pitying the beautiful young widow. He murdered her, and then he vandalized her memory, and the second act apparently mattered to him as much as the first. In September 1183, Andronikos allowed himself to be proclaimed co-emperor alongside the boy, with theatrical reluctance, weeping and protesting as the crowd insisted. Chonietes describes the performance with pure contempt, because everyone in the city knew what came next. Within weeks, probably in October, men acting on Andronikos's orders came for Alexios II at night. The boy was 14. He was strangled with a bowstring, and the accounts add two details that turn the stomach in different ways. First, when the body was brought to Andronikos, the old man is said to have kicked it and mocked the corpse's parents, and ordered the head cut off, and the body sealed in a weighted coffin and sunk in the sea. The child he had sworn on holy relics to protect, whose protector he had claimed to be in front of the whole empire, dumped into the Bosphorus like refuse. Second, Alexios had been betrothed, for diplomatic reasons, to a French princess, Agnes, daughter of King Louis VII of France, renamed Anna in Constantinople. She was 11, perhaps 12 years old. Andronikos, at roughly 65, married her. Choniates, who has by this point in his history stopped even pretending to be measured, dwells on the obscenity of it. The withered emperor and the child bride, a girl whose betrothed husband he had strangled and sunk in the sea. Even in a world with very different rules about royal marriage ages, contemporaries found this union grotesque, and said so. Spare a thought while we're here for the girl herself, because her life is one of the strangest in the 12th century, and nobody tells it. Agnes of France had been shipped east at 8 or 9 to marry a boy emperor, renamed, reveiled, reschooled in Greek ceremony, widowed by strangulation at 11, married to her husband's 65-year-old murderer at 12. She then outlived Andronikos. We'll get to how thoroughly one could outlive Andronikos, remained in Constantinople, refused, apparently, ever to go home or even to speak French to visiting crusaders when given the chance, took up years later with a Byzantine general named Theodore Brannus, and eventually married him, and survived long enough to watch the men of her native France sack the city in 1204. A princess of Paris who spent her whole life as a Byzantine widow of 2 murdered adjacent marriages, standing at a window watching Frenchmen burn her adopted world. History never asked her for a memoir. History rarely asks the 12-year-olds. And around the throne where that child sat as empress, the machinery of terror professionalized. Informing became the growth industry of the reign. Choniates describes a capital where accusation was currency, where a servant with a grudge or a rival with an eye on your house could whisper a name into the network of the emperor's men and watch the arrests follow, where the great families began quietly moving relatives and money out to the provinces, the way people in later centuries would move them across borders ahead of secret police. Men stopped meeting in groups. Men stopped writing letters. The emperor's spies were assumed into every dinner party, and the assumption was cheap at the price. 2 years of this, and the aristocracy of the wealthiest city on earth had been converted into a population of hostages who happened to still be holding their own house keys. Now here's where Andronikos becomes genuinely difficult, historically, because the same man, in the same 2 years, was also one of the best administrators the empire had seen in generations, and the same historian who loathes him says so. Andronikos went after corruption with a savagery that finally pointed in a useful direction. Provincial governorships had been sold for centuries to men who then squeezed the peasantry to recoup the price. Andronikos paid officials proper salaries and hanged the ones who extorted anyway. He reformed the treatment of shipwrecks. Coastal lords had enjoyed an ancient right to plunder wrecked ships, and Andronikos ended it, reportedly saying that men who robbed the drowning would be hanged on the masts of the very ships they looted. tax collection became honest enough that, in Choniates's own words, the people of the provinces began to breathe again. He built, too, when he wasn't killing. The historian credits him with practical works in the capital, the restoration of a great underground water conduit to improve the city's supply, repairs and constructions undertaken with real energy, unglamorous municipal competence of the sort emperors got statues for in better centuries. A ruler who fixed the water and hanged the men who robbed the drowning, the provinces, who saw only that half of him, sang about him. The capital saw the other half. Peasants who had lived under the boot for generations, briefly, had an emperor who would execute an aristocrat for stealing from them. If Andronikos had been capable of stopping there, the history of Byzantium might have run differently. He was not capable of stopping there. The same instinct that hanged corrupt governors kept finding new categories of enemy, and by 1184 the reform program and the terror program had merged into a single machine. The aristocracy, the class he had always hated and who had always hated him, bore the worst of it. Suspected conspirators were blinded, the traditional Byzantine mutilation done with hot irons, imprisoned, exiled or killed, and their families with them. Choniates describes Andronikos presiding over torture sessions personally, and the chronicle builds this picture of a court where no one could be sure a dinner invitation from the emperor would end with dessert or with an executioner. The city of Nicaea resisted him and was besieged, and the siege produced an image that even this reign struggles to top. Among the rebels inside the walls were the brothers Isaac and Theodore Angelos, remember that surname, and Andronikos held in his power their elderly mother, Euphrosyne. So he had the old woman brought up to the siege lines and fastened onto the top of a battering ram and sent the machine forward against the walls so that her sons and their garrison would have to drop their stones and their fire onto their own mother if they wanted to stop the ram. Choniates records the defenders' answer. They aimed carefully, shot around her, and drove the machine back with the woman miraculously unhurt, and one senses even the historian exhaling as he writes it. When Nicaea finally fell, its commander Theodore Cantacuzénos killed in a sortie, his head paraded on a spear. The reprisals included impalements along the walls, hands lopped, men hanged in rows for the surrounding countryside to study. At Prusa, more of the same. Men blinded, men hanged, bodies left on display, and Choniates describes victims strung up in the trees around the city like some appalling orchard. In 1185, as a Norman army from Sicily invaded the empire and sacked Thessalonica, the second city of the empire, a horror in its own right, and we know it in appalling detail, because the city's own Archbishop Eustathios lived through the sack and wrote it down, something like 7,000 of his people dead. Citizens cut down in the streets and in the churches where they'd fled, homes stripped, the invaders desecrating everything from altars to graves while the survivors starved amid the wreckage. Word of all this travelled up the Via Egnatia toward the capital with the refugees, and the capital waited to see what its emperor would do about the second city of the Romans bleeding out on the Aegean. Andronikos responded to the crisis by intensifying the purges at home, drawing up lists of prisoners and exiles to be executed wholesale, apparently including their families. The invasion, to his mind, being chiefly evidence that traitors surrounded him. Choniates says the emperor had decided, in effect, to empty the prisons by killing everyone in them, and the historian describes the capital in the late summer of 1185 as a city living in a shared, silent, animal fear. He knew too. That's the strangest part of the final phase. Andronikos understood exactly what he had become and advertised it. At the Church of the 40 Martyrs in Constantinople, he set up a portrait of himself for public view, and in it he chose to appear stripped of every imperial emblem, no purple, no diadem, but the costume of a laborer, a poor farmer, and in his hand, instead of the orb and cross of the Roman emperors, a great scythe. Choniates dwells on the image and its interpretation, and the interpretation going around the city was not subtle. The reaper, harvesting the aristocracy of the empire like a field, and displaying the fact on a church wall as though daring anyone to object. Emperors commissioned mosaics of themselves crowned by Christ. This one commissioned himself as death with a farm tool. As a piece of self-knowledge, it's almost admirable. As a thing to hang in a church while you're drawing up execution lists, it tells you the machine had no brake left anywhere inside it. The end began on a September morning with a fortune teller and a man named Isaac Angelos. Andronikos, deep in the paranoia of his final months, consulted seers about who would succeed him. You would think a man who had climbed over the bodies of his own family would know better than to ask that question, but apparently not. A divination ritual involving water supposedly produced letters, and the interpretation pointed toward a man whose name began with those letters, Isaac. The dates involved were close, days away. Andronikos, taking no chances, sent his enforcer Stephen Hagiochristophoreites, a man so hated in the city his nickname was Anti-Christophorites, a pun-swapping Christ-bearer into Antichrist-bearer, to arrest Isaac Angelos, a middle-aged aristocrat of no particular distinction who had, until that moment, survived precisely by being too unimpressive to kill. Choniates is explicit about this, and it's one of history's better jokes at a tyrant's expense. Andronikos had personally assessed Isaac and dismissed him, a soft man, effeminate in the emperor's estimation, incapable of anything bold, and spared him more or less as one spares furniture. Every genuinely formidable man in the aristocracy had been blinded, exiled, or executed on suspicion of exactly the daring that Isaac was certified not to possess. So when the prophecy pointed at the one non-entity left standing, the emperor's own filing system had already guaranteed the outcome, and Isaac, cornered in his house with nothing to lose, did the one thing nobody in Constantinople had done in 3 years. He fought. He grabbed a sword, split Hagiochristophoreites' skull, slashed his way through the arrest party, and galloped through the streets to the great church of Hagia Sophia, blood on his sword, shouting to everyone what he had done. And the city, all of that compressed terror, detonated. Crowds flooded to Hagia Sophia overnight. By morning it was a general uprising. The mob proclaimed the astonished Isaac emperor. He seems to have been nearly as surprised as anyone, broke open the prisons and surged toward the palace. Andronikos tried to fight. The accounts have him on the palace towers, firing arrows into the crowd himself at the age of about 67, and when that failed, he threw off his imperial regalia, disguised himself, put his child wife Agnes and a favourite mistress in a boat, and fled up the Bosphorus hoping to reach Russia. A storm turned the boat back. He was captured. The accounts say he begged, wept, sang laments in the boat, and the sailors were unmoved, and dragged back to the city in chains, and handed over first to the new emperor Isaac, and the staging of that handover carried an irony so exact it aches. Andronikos was brought before the throne fettered, with a chain about his neck. The chain again. 15 years earlier, he had wrapped a chain around his own neck as theatre, flinging himself before Manuel, demanding to be dragged to the throne like a dog, and the court had wept and forgiven everything. Now the chain was real. The throne held a man he had catalogued as furniture, and nobody in the room was crying. When Isaac was done with him, he was given to the mob. What follows is the passage that made this section hard to write, and I'm going to give it to you the way Choniates gives it, because he was there, in the city, when it happened. And he wrote it down so that nobody could pretend later that it hadn't been done. Andronikos was brought before Isaac and the court, and the degradation began immediately. He was slapped, kicked, beaten, his beard torn, his teeth pulled out, his hair ripped from his scalp, and Choniates specifically notes that the women of the court, wives and daughters of the men Andronikos had executed, were given their turn to beat the old man with their fists. Then his right hand was cut off with an axe, the hand that had signed the death warrants. The mob understood symbolism perfectly well. He was thrown into a cell called animas, without food, without water, without any treatment of the stump, and left there for days. Then they came back for more. One of his eyes was gouged out, and then, one-handed, one-eyed, starving, this man who had been the most powerful ruler in the Christian world days earlier was seated backwards on a mangy, sick camel and paraded through the streets of Constantinople through the entire length of the marketplace. Choniates describes the procession in detail that he clearly found difficult to set down. The crowds of the city, the same crowds, he notes bitterly, that had cheered Andronikos into the city 3 years before, hailed him as a saviour, kissed the ground he walked on, lined the route to destroy him. They beat him with clubs, they stabbed at him with skewers and spits, they pelted him with stones and with dung, they squeezed sponges of filth into his face. A prostitute poured a pot of boiling water over his head. His remaining eye was attacked. People with no grievance at all, Choniates says, joined in simply because everyone else was, and the historian pauses in the middle of his own account to condemn the citizens as mindless, worse than the tyrant, debasing the imperial office itself by tearing a crowned emperor apart with their hands in the street. Through all of it, and this detail is the one that has haunted people for 800 years, Andronikos did not curse them. He kept saying over and over, Kyrie eleison, Lord, have mercy, and a phrase drawn from the prophets, why do you further bruise a broken reed? The camel brought him at last to the Hippodrome, the great chariot stadium of Constantinople, where emperors had presided over the games for 8 centuries, where Andronikos himself had sat in the imperial box. The mob strung him up by his feet, upside down between 2 columns, and still alive, hanging there, he was tormented further. His genitals were attacked. A sword was driven down his throat, and then, Choniate's records, 2 Latin soldiers, Westerners, men of the same people Andronikos's mob had massacred in 1182, and you can decide for yourself how much that fact was in their minds, stood on either side of the hanging body and competed with their swords to see whose blade could cut deeper, hacking into him from both sides until, at some point in that process, after what the sources describe as an ordeal lasting across several days from first capture to final death, Andronikos Komnenos died. Choniates says that at the very end, the emperor brought his mutilated arm to his mouth, and some in the crowd said he was sucking the blood from the stump. He was about 67 years old. It was the 12th of September, 1185. They did not bury him. The body was taken down and dumped. And for years afterward, what remained of Andronikos lay unburied in a corner near the Ephoros monastery, and Choniates notes that it was still visible there years later, and that no one dared enter it. His dynasty died with him in the ugliest ways available. His son and co-emperor John was murdered by his own soldiers when the news arrived, and his other son Manuel, the one who had objected to strangling the empress, was blinded by the new regime so brutally that he died of it. The House of Komnenos, the family that had ruled the empire for a century and given it its last golden age, ended in a gutter by the Hippodrome. And the dynasty that replaced it, the Angeloi, proved so catastrophically incompetent over the next 19 years that they steered the empire directly into the Fourth Crusade, the sack of Constantinople, and a blow from which Byzantium never truly recovered. More than one historian has traced the beginning of the end of the Roman Empire, the real final end, the one that arrived in 1453. To these 3 years of blood, and to the broken old man hanging by his feet in the Hippodrome, whispering for mercy to a crowd that had none left to give. Choniates, writing years later, gave Andronikos an epitaph of sorts, and it's a strange one, full of that divided feeling I mentioned at the start. He calls him polluted, blood-stained, a hater of the light. He also compares his sufferings, cautiously, to the sufferings of Job, and can't quite hide his disgust at the mob, and can't quite bury his awe at how the man endured the unendurable without breaking. Historians have argued about Andronikos ever since. The last great Komnenos, the reformer who might have saved the empire if the cruelty hadn't consumed the reform, or a psychopath with good publicity, 60 years of charm concealing what was always underneath. Both cases can be argued from the same pages of the same book. That's Byzantium for you. From the Hippodrome we go west and north, away from marble and incense, out to the rain and mud of the North Atlantic, where the castles are squat and grey and the horrors happen in cellars rather than stadiums. Byzantium destroyed its tyrant in public, in an afternoon of communal frenzy the whole city shared. England's entry in this catalogue worked the opposite way, quietly, behind walls, one locked door at a time, over years, and the kingdom only discovered the full tally afterward, the way you discover damp in a house. We come to a king you already think you know. King John. The villain of every Robin Hood story ever filmed, the sneering younger brother of Richard the Lionheart, the man forced at sword point to seal Magna Carta. And the cartoon version honestly does him a strange favor, because the cartoon is merely greedy and cowardly. The documented John, the one in the chronicles and more damningly in his own government's records, did things that the Robin Hood movies would never dare show, because a mother and her son starving to death in a castle dungeon doesn't fit anywhere in a children's film. A quick word on sources first, same as with Pedro, because it shapes everything. The most vivid portraits of John come from monastic chroniclers, above all Roger of Wendover, and after him Matthew Paris, both monks of Saint Albans Abbey, writing in the decades after John's death. These were churchmen, and John had spent years locked in a ferocious war with the church. The Pope put all of England under interdict for 6 years because of him, closed the churches, silenced the bells. So the monks despised him for professional reasons before they even got to the personal ones. Matthew Paris gave the world the famous line that hell itself was defiled by the fouler presence of John, and that is not the sentence of a neutral observer. Modern historians have peeled back a lot of the monastic embroidery and found a king who was, in administrative terms, capable, hard-working, even innovative. And then, sitting underneath all that revisionism, immovable, are a handful of deaths that no amount of scholarly generosity has ever managed to soften, because the evidence for them comes from too many directions at once. John was born around 1166, the youngest son of Henry II and Eleanor of Aquitaine, the youngest of that famously vicious brood the historian's cliché calls the Devil's Brood, and the family embraced the branding themselves, cultivating a legend that their line descended from the demon Countess Melusine, a she-spirit who had married an early ancestor and flown shrieking out a chapel window when compelled to watch the Mass. "From the devil we came," one of the brothers is supposed to have said, "and to the devil we shall go." Aristocratic gallows humour mostly. In John's case, posterity decided the genealogy was simply accurate. His father nicknamed him Lackland because by the time John arrived, all the family territory was already promised to his older brothers. He grew up as the family afterthought and spent his youth betraying people. He betrayed his father in the old king's final days. The discovery that John, the favourite, the one child he had fought his other sons for, had also joined the rebellion, is supposed to have broken Henry's will to live. He then spent his brother Richard's captivity in Germany, actively conspiring to steal his kingdom, and paid the German emperor's price to keep Richard imprisoned longer. Richard, released, forgave him with the withering remark that John was a child who had been led astray by bad advisers. John was 27 at the time. Then, in 1199, Richard died of a crossbow wound in Aquitaine, and the child came to the throne of England. His first major act as king set the tone for everything, and it started, of all places, at someone else's engagement. In the year 1200, touring his French lands, John encountered Isabella of Angoulême, the heiress of a strategically vital county, and a girl of about 12 years old, possibly younger, who was already formally betrothed to a powerful local baron, Hugh de Lusignan. John took one look and took her. He had his own first marriage annulled on a conveniently discovered technicality, married the child heiress within weeks, and simply defrauded the Lusignans of the bride, the county, and the future they had contracted for, offering nothing, because he was the king and they weren't. The chroniclers, who could sneer with the best of them, added that the middle-aged king then became a scandal with his young wife, lying in bed with her until midday while his enemies moved, and the jibe stuck to him for the rest of the reign. The marriage itself curdled into something the monks wrote about with relish. Matthew Paris, never one to leave a wound undressed, passed along the Queen's reputation in a single vicious phrase, more Jezebel than Isabel, along with the darkest story told of the royal bedchamber, that John, suspecting his wife of lovers, had the suspected men strangled and their bodies hung over her bed for her to find. A chronicle story from a hostile pen, unverifiable, and entirely of a piece with everything else the man's own barons believed about how he treated the women within his reach. So make of it what the barons made of it. The Lusignans, robbed and mocked, did the one thing feudal law allowed them. They appealed over John's head to his own overlord for his French lands, King Philip of France. Philip summoned John to answer the complaint. John refused to come, and Philip's court solemnly declared every French fief John held forfeit. That legal judgment, triggered at bottom by the theft of a 12-year-old bride, was the formal beginning of the war that would cost John Normandy, Anjou, and the whole continental empire his family had spent a century building. Rarely in history has one wedding been so expensive, and the boy with the rival claim, Arthur, was the sword Philip picked up to prosecute the sentence, and one enormous problem was waiting for him. His name was Arthur. Arthur of Brittany was John's nephew, the posthumous son of John's older brother Geoffrey, and by strict primogeniture, the son of an elder brother outranking a younger brother. Arthur had a claim to everything: England, Normandy, Anjou, the whole Angevin Empire. He was 12 years old when Richard died, a duke in Brittany, a pawn of the French king Philip Augustus, and the single greatest threat to John's crown that existed anywhere on earth. For 3 years the threat stayed theoretical. Then, in the summer of 1202, the 16-year-old Arthur made his move, laying siege, of all targets, to the castle of Mirbeau, where his own grandmother, the nearly 80-year-old Eleanor of Aquitaine, was staying. Whatever else you say about John, his response was the finest military stroke of his life. He force-marched his army 80 miles in about 48 hours, fell on the besiegers at dawn on the 1st of August, and captured the entire rebel command in a single morning, including Arthur. His rival, his nephew, the boy with the better claim, delivered into his hands. Then the record starts to darken, and then it goes out entirely. The prisoners of Mirbeau were treated with a cruelty that shocked John's own allies. Knights, men of rank who normally expected honorable captivity and a civilized ransom, were instead carted off in chains like felons, paraded in fetters, and distributed to castles in Normandy and England, and a number of them were starved to death in prison. The figure that comes down is 22 men of the noble blood of Poitou and Anjou, allowed to waste away at Corfe Castle in Dorset, an atrocity against John's own class that his supporters found harder to excuse than any brutality toward peasants. Remember Corfe Castle, it will come back. Arthur himself was held first at Falaise in Normandy, under the keeping of John's servant Hubert de Burgh, and one chronicle preserves a story about that captivity that even Shakespeare later couldn't resist. John, wanting his nephew neutralized as a claimant but perhaps not yet ready to be a kinslayer, sent men to Falaise with orders to blind and castrate the boy. A mutilated prince could never be crowned. The same logic Byzantium ran on. According to the chronicler Ralph of Coggeshall, Hubert de Burgh refused to allow it, judging the order came from a king in a temper who would regret it. And soon after, in early 1203, Arthur was transferred to the castle of Rouen, into the custody of men with fewer scruples. And after April of 1203, no living person ever saw Arthur of Brittany again. No body was displayed, no death announced, no explanation ever offered. John's government behaved for years as if the questions simply didn't exist, and the silence itself became the loudest evidence. But one account, from the annals of Margam Abbey in Wales, a monastery with close ties to a man who was in John's inner circle in exactly these years, and hold on to that connection, states flatly what it claims happened. On the 3rd of April, 1203, the Thursday before Easter, after dinner, King John, drunk and possessed by the devil, killed Arthur with his own hand, tied a heavy stone to the body, and threw it into the Seine. The account goes on. The corpse was later dragged up in a fisherman's net, recognized, and buried secretly, out of fear of the tyrant at the priory of Bec. A 16-year-old boy murdered by his uncle's own hand at a drunken Easter dinner and sunk in a river like a sack of kittens. Is the Margam account true in every detail? No one can prove it word for word. Other versions circulated too, including one where Arthur died struggling as he was murdered by an agent, and King Philip of France made the accusation of murder against John a matter of international law, summoning him to answer for it and stripping him of his French fiefs when he refused to appear. What's beyond argument is this. Arthur entered John's custody healthy, vanished, and John never even attempted an explanation. Contemporaries drew the conclusion you would draw. Brittany rose in fury. Normandy's barons started going over to Philip, and within 18 months John had lost Normandy itself, the heart of his family's empire. Gone, in significant part because nobody wanted to fight for a man they believed had murdered his own nephew. The fall of Normandy contains one episode of mass civilian death that belongs in this video, and John's share in it is the share of the man who watched. The key to the duchy was Chateau Gaillard, Richard the Lionheart's colossal fortress above the Seine, his beloved saucy castle, built in 2 years at ruinous cost, considered impregnable. Philip besieged it in the autumn of 1203, and the Castellan, Roger de Lacy, preparing for a long defence, expelled the useless mouths. The medieval term, and it means exactly what it sounds like. The civilians, the townsfolk who had fled inside the walls, everyone who ate food and couldn't fight. The first groups the French allowed through their lines. Then Philip's commanders decided that letting refugees out only lengthened the siege and closed the cordon. And the last expulsion, hundreds of people, old men, women, children, came out of the castle gates and found the French lines shut against them and the castle gates barred behind them. They were trapped in the rocky ravine below the walls, in winter, between two armies, belonging to no one. They stayed there for months. The chronicler William the Breton, who was present in the French camp, describes them scraping the hillside for anything. Grass, roots, the dogs thrown down from the castle, and records horrors from that ravine I'll hand over exactly as he sets them down. A chicken that strayed within reach being fought over like treasure, and a newborn, delivered by one of the starving women in the open ravine, that the famished around her did not allow to live as a child ought. An account so dreadful the chronicler himself flinches at it. When Philip finally visited the siege and saw what was in the ravine, he ordered the survivors fed and released, after which, the record says, some of the rescued died anyway from eating too suddenly. And John was in England throughout, and the chronicles pass down his response to the news that Normandy's great fortress was starving under siege, no relief army, no urgency, and a line attributed to him that his barons never forgave. Let be, let be. Whatever the French take now, I will retake in a day. Chateau Gaillard fell in March 1204. He never retook anything. His grandmother's duchy, his father's empire, and the several hundred people in the ravine all went into the ledger of things King John let be. Now, about that Margam Abbey connection, because this is where the story finds its next victims. The abbey's patron was a great marcher baron named William de Breos, lord of vast lands along the Welsh border, and in 1202 and 03 he was one of John's closest companions. He was there at Mirabeau. He was Arthur's captor at one point. And if any man outside the room knew exactly what had happened at Rouen that Easter, it was William de Breos. For years afterward, John showered the Breos family with lands and favour, and you can view that generosity however you like, reward for loyalty, or the maintenance payments on a terrible secret. Then, around 1208, the relationship curdled. Historians point to enormous unpaid debts the family owed the crown, and to John's growing paranoia about everyone from those years. And the king moved against the Breoses, demanding their sons as hostages for good behaviour. Hostage-taking was standard practice, ugly but normal. And when the royal officers arrived at the Breos household to collect the children, the lady of the house, Maud de Breos, said something in front of witnesses that sealed the fate of her whole family. She would not, she said, hand her sons to a king who had murdered his own nephew. Out loud, to the king's men, the one thing in the entire kingdom that could never be said. John's pursuit of the family after that was total. William de Breos was stripped of everything and hunted. He fled, disguised, one account says dressed as a beggar, and died in exile in France in 1211. Maud and her eldest son, another William, ran for Ireland, were hunted across it, tried to escape by sea to Scotland, and were captured. And then John did the thing that, more than any battle he lost or tax he raised, defined him for his own barons forever. Maud de Braoz and her adult son were imprisoned. The strongest tradition says at Corfe Castle, the same fortress where the Mirbeau prisoners had already been starved, though some accounts say Windsor, and the door was shut, and no food came, deliberately, not as neglect, as method. The chroniclers who record what was found when the cell was finally opened after 11 days pass on a detail so appalling I'll simply give it to you as they gave it. Maud was found dead, slumped against her son's body, and her son's cheeks bore the marks of her teeth. She had, in the extremity of starvation, tried to survive on the flesh of her own dead child. That is the account medieval England told itself about how the mother died. A noblewoman, a baron's wife, guilty of one sentence spoken aloud, starved to death by royal command in the dark with her son. England's baronage never forgot it, starving a noblewoman to death without charge, without trial, without judgment of any court, purely by the king's will, told every magnate in the kingdom that the same could be done to any of them, to their wives, to their sons, whenever John pleased. And when, 7 years later, the barons cornered John at Runnymede and forced Magna Carta on him, they wrote a clause that historians have connected to Maud de Braoz ever since. Clause 39. No free man shall be seized or imprisoned or stripped of his rights or outlawed or exiled or destroyed in any way, except by the lawful judgment of his equals or by the law of the land. 8 centuries of due process, habeas corpus. The presumption that the state cannot simply disappear you into a cell. One of the taproots of all of it is a starved woman at Corfe. Her death purchased something enormous, and she was never asked whether she wanted to make the purchase. While we're at Corfe, one more prisoner, and this one holds a record nobody wants. The longest political imprisonment in English history. Arthur of Brittany had an older sister, Eleanor, called the Fair Maid of Brittany, the Pearl of Brittany, and she was captured at Mirabeau on the same morning as her brother, in 1202. She was about 18, beautiful by every account, and after Arthur vanished at Rouen, she became, by strict blood right, the single most dangerous person alive to John and afterward to John's son, the true heir of the senior line, whose claim to the English crown outranked theirs. So she never came out. No charge, no trial, no sentence, just custody, at Corfe and Bristol and a rotation of other castles for the rest of her natural life. 39 years. John kept her, and when John died, his son Henry III, the king of Magna Carta reissues, the pious builder of Westminster Abbey, kept her too, decade after decade, because the arithmetic of her blood never changed. The records show she was maintained honorably, even generously. Robes of good cloth, wine, an allowance, servants, occasional supervised outings. A velvet oubliette. She was never married, obviously. Her sons would have been rival kings. Never free, never accused of anything, and she died in custody in 1241, in her mid-50s, having spent 2/3 of her life as the prisoner of two kings whose crown she technically outranked. Her brother got a murder. Eleanor got the slow version, administered with excellent table linen, and of the two fates I'm honestly not certain which one I'd choose. And since the Brao's ruin began, remember, as a debt collection matter, one scrap from the government's own files deserves its moment, because you can still make out the smirk on it. The royal financial records of the reign, the pipe rolls, the exchequer's accounts, dry as dust and therefore incorruptible, track William de Braos's colossal debts to the crown year after year, and alongside the formal entries, the administrative record of this reign preserves flashes of the king's own voice. Jokes scribbled into the machinery of state, little archly worded notes about who owed what and what might befall them. One famous entry from these years records a payment offered to the king of 200 chickens so that a certain baron's wife might lie with her own husband again. The fine and the transaction entered in the royal accounts like grain receipts. A government that invoiced its cruelty kept the receipts and giggled in the margins. When people tell you the monastic chroniclers invented John's character, the pipe rolls are always available for a second opinion, and John wasn't finished with hostages. In 1212, Wales rose against him under Llywelyn ap Iorwerth, Llywelyn the Great, and John held from earlier submissions a collection of hostages from the noble families of Wales. Boys, sons of Welsh chieftains, some as young as 12, held at Nottingham Castle as guarantees of their father's good behaviour. When word of the revolt reached John at Nottingham, he ordered every one of them hanged. 28 boys, by the most commonly repeated count. The accounts describe them being taken up onto the walls of Nottingham Castle, one after another, and hanged in a row, children's bodies strung along the ramparts, and one version preserves the sound of it. The crying of the boys ringing around the castle as one by one they were taken up. Sons of noblemen, 12, 13, 14 years old, executed in a batch for their father's rebellion, while the king sat at dinner below. Even by the standards of a brutal age, killing child hostages en masse was a line most rulers would not cross. Precisely because everyone gave hostages and the whole system depended on them usually surviving. John crossed it in an afternoon and, as far as the record shows, never lost a night's sleep. One more killing belongs in this catalogue, smaller in scale, and it tells you something about the pettiness that ran alongside the cruelty. Around 1212, a hermit in Yorkshire named Peter of Wakefield, a simple, locally famous holy man, began prophesying that by the next Ascension Day, John would no longer be king. The prophecy spread everywhere, as prophecies about hated kings do. John had Peter arrested and held and waited for Ascension Day of 1213, and when the day came and went and he was still king, John took his revenge on the old man for the crime of a prophecy that hadn't come true. Peter of Wakefield was tied to a horse's tail and dragged from Corfe. Corfe again. The whole reign keeps circling back to that castle, to the town of Wareham, and there he was hanged. And his son was hanged beside him, a man whose sole recorded offence was being the son of a hermit who had guessed wrong about a date. The chroniclers add a sour little coda. Many people muttered that the prophecy had actually come true, because in that very season John, to escape the Pope's wrath, had surrendered his kingdom to the papacy and received it back as a vassal. So in a legal sense he had indeed ceased to be a sovereign king by Ascension Day. Peter, on this accounting, was dragged to death behind a horse for being right. Some texture on those interdict years, because the backdrop matters for everything else in this reign. From 1208 to 1214, 6 years. England lived under a papal interdict, imposed because John refused to accept the Pope's candidate as Archbishop of Canterbury. In practice, the church is locked. No Mass, anywhere, for anyone. The bells, which structured every hour of medieval life, silent for 6 years. No church weddings, no burials in consecrated ground. So the dead of 6 years, plague dead, accident dead, children, went into ditches, fields and roadside pits, unblessed, while their families were told the suspension of God's machinery was their king's doing. Into that atmosphere of cosmic dread, John introduced a revenue policy. Since the clergy wouldn't work, he confiscated church property wholesale and made the priesthood buy its own goods back, and one of his sharper jokes from these years survives. His men seized the mistresses and housekeepers of priests all over England, and the priests, celibate in theory only, had to ransom their women back from the crown at a price. He made a fortune. He reportedly found it hilarious, 6 years of a kingdom's dead lying in ditches, monetized, with jokes. The monks who wrote his reputation afterward had watched all of that from inside locked churches, and when I tell you their pens dripped venom, remember what the venom had been steeping in. The dungeon deaths keep coming once you start counting them, and a couple more deserve their moment, because they show the same imagination at work on different classes of victim. During the interdict years, a royal official named Geoffrey, an archdeacon of Norwich in the usual telling, a man in the king's financial service, remarked aloud, after the Pope excommunicated John, that clergymen perhaps ought not to keep serving an excommunicate king, and left his post at the exchequer. Word travelled. Geoffrey was arrested, thrown into prison in chains, and then, in the version Roger of Wendover made famous, John's men dressed him for his final days in a garment suited to his station, a great ecclesiastical cope, the ceremonial cloak of a churchman. Except this one was cast from solid metal, an immense crushing weight of it locked over his body. Wrapped in that, starved, pinned under the mass of his own mocking vestment, Geoffrey died slowly in his cell. A priest's cloak, rendered in metal, used as an instrument of execution, whoever designed that punishment, and the chroniclers had no doubt who, was making a theological joke, and the punchline took days to arrive. Historians quibble over which Geoffrey this actually was, and how embroidered the cope has become in the telling. Nobody doubts that a Geoffrey in royal service went into John's prison over those words, and never came out. Money extracted through pain was practically a department of state under this king, and the most famous single example concerns a wealthy Jewish moneylender of Bristol. In 1210, John levied an enormous tallage, a compulsory levy, on the Jews of England, backed by mass arrests, and this one man refused to pay the staggering sum demanded of him, 10,000 marks. So John, the story in the Chronicles runs, ordered a simple procedure. One of the man's molars was to be pulled out every day until he paid. Day 1, a tooth. Day 2, another. No rack, no fire, just a royal dentist and a calendar. The man held out. You have to wonder at what that week was like. For 7 days, 7 teeth, and on the 8th day, gums ruined and face swollen, he paid. The chronicler who tells it practically shrugs. The king got his money. English Jews had no protector except the crown, and under John the protector had become the extortionist, squeezing a small, legally defenseless community, with a violence that would echo forward through the century. His son's reign would see worse, and before the century ended, England would expel its Jews entirely. The Bristol tooth story is one small, precisely dated window into how casually this king monetized agony. And one more count in the indictment, harder to document case by case, mattered enormously to the men who eventually cornered him at Runnymede, their wives and daughters. The chroniclers accuse John of forcing himself on the women of his own baronage. The wives and daughters of the magnates, women whose husbands and fathers were expected to smile at court while it happened. 2 of the fiercest rebel commanders of 1215 carried exactly this grievance in the tradition. Eustace de Vesci, who claimed the king had attempted his wife. One tale, too good to omit, says de Vesci smuggled a common woman into the royal bed in his wife's place, and John boasted to his face the next day about the night he'd had with the baron's lady, and Robert Fitzwalter, who proclaimed that John had tried to force his daughter. Modern historians treat some individual stories cautiously, since accusing a tyrant of lechery was standard medieval polemic. And the pattern of the accusation, from the mouths of the very men who took up arms, tells you what his own nobility believed about him. That no oath bound him, no dungeon needed a trial, and no woman in the kingdom was out of his reach. The last 3 years of the reign compress a lot of ruin into a short space. Magna Carta, sealed in June 1215, lasted about 10 weeks before John got the Pope to annul it and went to war with his own barons. The war was fought with a viciousness the chronicles dwell on. John's mercenary captains, hired routiers from the continent, harried rebel lands with burning and torture. Roger of Wendover catalogues men hung up by their thumbs and by their genitals, salt and vinegar in wounds, prisoners roasted, ransoms extracted by pain. And while Wendover inflates, the pattern of mercenary terror is well attested. The winter campaign of 1215 into 16 took this machine north, through the rebel heartlands of Yorkshire and up to the Scottish border, and the chronicles track it by the smoke. Town after town burned, the countryside stripped, the king's foreign soldiers wintering on plunder, and at Berwick, taken in January, the accounts describe the sack descending into torture of the townsfolk for their hidden money. And one detail from that stop has followed John ever since, that when the army moved on, the king personally set fire to the house in which he had lodged, torching his own night's shelter with his own hand as a parting gesture. His hosts presumably learned the great lesson of the reign a little late. Proximity to this king was itself the hazard. The barons, desperate, invited Prince Louis of France to come and take the crown, and by 1216 a French army was in London, and John was reduced to marching in circles around his own dissolving kingdom. The end, when it came, arrived with a strange, almost folkloric shape that generations of English storytellers have relished. In October 1216, John was moving through eastern England, and his route crossed the Wash, the great tidal estuary between Norfolk and Lincolnshire, miles of sands and channels that drown under the incoming sea twice a day. His baggage train, taking a short route across the sands, misjudged the tide, or the guides did, and the sea came in, and the wagons went down into the quicksand and the water. The chronicles say John lost his treasure in the Wash, his portable wealth, plate, coin, jewels, and by long tradition, the crown jewels themselves, the regalia of England, swallowed by the mud. The inventories of what he had been carting around give the loss its glitter. The coronation regalia, and among the listed treasures of the royal collection in these years, the regalia his grandmother, the Empress Matilda, had brought back from Germany, the ornaments of an empire, and even the records note with a completely straight face, a sword said to be the sword of Tristram, the Arthurian hero. Somewhere under the silt of a Lincolnshire estuary, if the tradition holds, lies the sword of a knight of the Round Table, sunk with the baggage of the worst king England ever had. Treasure hunters still poke around those fields today. Nothing has ever been found. John himself, watching from safe ground, was already sick. Dysentery, contracted days earlier at King's Lynn, and the popular account adds that he made himself catastrophically worse that same week with a gluttonous supper, the famous surfeit of peaches and new cider at Swineshead Abbey. Fresh fruit and fermenting cider poured into a gut already tearing itself apart with dysentery. He rode on in agony, carried the last stretch on a litter, and reached Newark Castle, where, during the night of the 18th to 19th of October 1216, as a gale howled, the chroniclers make sure we know about the storm, King John died, aged about 49, having lost his empire, his treasure, his barons, half his kingdom to a French prince, and finally his life to his own bowels. He had time, in those last days at Newark, to dictate a short will. It survives, barely a page, the oldest surviving will of an English king, naming executors and commending his body to the Church of Worcester and the protection of St. Wulfstan. And there's something almost poignant in the brevity. A man who had spent a lifetime clutching everything, reduced at the end to a paragraph and a saint's mercy. Matthew Paris and his brother monks wrote the death up as the unmistakable judgment of God, and given how the monks felt about him, you can practically hear the pen dancing. He left a 9-year-old son, Henry, crowned in haste with a simple circlet of gold. The real crown, remember, was somewhere under the Wash. And by one of history's straight-faced jokes, the boy's regents immediately reissued Magna Carta, the document John had died fighting, as the rallying cry to save his son's throne. It worked. The charter John had signed under duress, repudiated within weeks, and gone to war to destroy, became immortal specifically because he died at exactly the right moment of dysentery and peaches. Arthur got no grave anyone can visit. Maud de Brio's got no trial. The 28 boys of Nottingham got no names in most of the records, just a number and the sound of crying from the walls. John got a tomb in Worcester Cathedral, where he lies to this day dressed in monk's robes, placed on him, the story goes, in the hope of sneaking him past the devil, beneath a carved effigy that happens to be the oldest royal effigy in all of England. The first English king whose face you can still stand beside and study, and it had to be this one. History does enjoy its casting choices. 2.5 centuries after John died at Newark, in a very different world, the world of the Italian Renaissance, of Leonardo and Botticelli, of silk and perspective painting and beautiful, poisonous little courts. A duke ruled Milan, who managed to horrify even that world, and that world took a great deal of horrifying. Renaissance Italy assassinated its princes as a matter of civic routine, poisoned its cardinals, drowned its inconvenient relatives in the Tiber, and still found this particular duke worth whispering about from Venice to Naples. And when the professionals of an industry single you out, the distinction means something. His name was Galeazzo Maria Sforza, and his story runs on a contradiction so extreme it almost feels designed. The man kept one of the most magnificent musical chapels in all of Europe, imported the finest Flemish composers alive, dressed his court in cloth of gold, and, according to the chronicles of his own city, once punished a poacher by forcing the man to swallow an entire hare, the whole animal, fur, ears, everything, until he choked to death on it. Some background on the family, quickly, because the Sforzas were new money in the most literal sense. Galeazzo's grandfather had been a peasant farmer who ran off to become a soldier. His father, Francesco Sforza, was a condottiero, a mercenary general, one of the best in Italy, who fought for the Duke of Milan, married the Duke's only daughter, Bianca Maria Visconti. And then, when the old Duke died without a male heir, and Milan briefly tried being a republic, besieged the city, starved it into surrender, and made himself Duke in 1450. So Galeazzo, born on the 24th of January 1444 in Fermo, grew up as the heir of a self-made warlord, with the ancient, glamorous and famously cruel blood of the Visconti on his mother's side, a family whose earlier dukes had, among other entertainments, allegedly fed prisoners to their dogs. People at the time genuinely discussed heredity when they discussed Galeazzo. Contemporaries noticed that the Visconti streak had come through and skipped the discipline of his father entirely, because his father Francesco was, by mercenary standards, a restrained and even admired ruler, and his mother Bianca Maria was one of the most respected women in Italy, capable, charitable, adored by the Milanese. Galeazzo was their firstborn, raised with a humanist education, taught music and letters, shown off to visiting dignitaries as a prodigy. And the reports about him started going wrong early. Even as a young man on campaign in France, observers noted an arrogance and a taste for self-display that embarrassed his handlers. In March 1466, his father died, and Galeazzo, aged 22, raced back from France through hostile territory in disguise to claim the duchy. His mother served as co-regent at first. Within 2 years, he had shoved her out of power entirely, and Bianca Maria died in October 1468, and rumors circulated in Italy, recorded by the chroniclers and never resolved in either direction, that her own son had poisoned her, his own mother, the most beloved woman in Milan. Whether or not the whisper was fair, the fact that all of Italy found the accusation instantly believable about this particular 24-year-old tells you the reputation he had already built. Now, our sources. The essential chronicler here is Bernardino Corio, a Milanese who actually served at Galeazzo's court as a young man, appointed to it in fact by the Duke himself, and later wrote the great history of Milan. So this account comes from inside the palace. Alongside Corio, we have humanist writers, diplomatic dispatches from the ambassadors of Venice, Florence, and Mantua, who reported Milanese gossip home in cipher, and later historians like Machiavelli, who discusses Galeazzo's murder at length. A necessary caution, and then I'll get out of the way of the stories. Corio wrote after the Duke was safely dead. Some of the worst tales lack independent confirmation, and Renaissance Italy loved atrocity gossip about princes, the way tabloids love celebrity scandal. Modern biographers, notably Gregory Lubkin, who wrote the major study of this court, tend to see a real and well-documented core of cruelty, wrapped in a layer of embellishment nobody can now peel apart precisely. With that said, the stories themselves, as Milan told them. The poacher and the hare you've already heard. A man caught hunting on the Duke's lands, and Galeazzo's sentence was that he should have the hare he'd taken, all of it, forced down his throat, skin and fur included, and the man died choking on the animal. A priest, in another account, made the mistake of predicting that the Duke's reign would be short. Galeazzo had him imprisoned and gave orders that he was to receive no food, and the priest starved to death in his cell, a punishment with a certain hideous wit to it, if you're the sort of person who finds wit in starving priests, since the man had prophesied a short reign and was granted a short everything. Another man, in the tellings that circulated, was nailed into his coffin while still alive and buried that way. A court official named Pietro Drago, accused over some involvement with a woman the Duke considered his, reportedly had his hands cut off before being killed. And running through all the individual horrors, the chronicles describe a general practice that disturbed contemporaries even more than the set-piece executions. Galeazzo liked to watch. Accounts speak of him devising torments personally, attending them, taking evident pleasure in the mechanics of pain, pulling apart men's bodies with his own hands, in the most extreme version of the charge. The Victorian historian Mandel Creighton, surveying all of it centuries later, wrote that Galeazzo showed a superfluity of naughtiness. A deliberately mild Victorian phrase wrapped around the observation that this Duke broke every restraint in gratifying his appetites and punishing anyone he suspected, and the appetites were the other half of the indictment. Corio and the diplomatic correspondence describe a Duke who treated the women of Milan as inventory, noble women, wives and daughters of his own courtiers, and, in the versions that scandalized even Renaissance readers, nuns, consecrated women taken from their convents. When he tired of a conquest, the accounts say. He would pass the woman along to a courtier or boast of her publicly, and the husbands and fathers, being his subjects and valuing their necks, swallowed it. One of the 3 men who eventually killed him, remember this, believed the Duke had dishonored his sister. In a city of perhaps 100,000 people, ruled from a fortress by a man with absolute power and no self-control whatsoever, everyone of rank lived within reach of that appetite, and the fear it generated was itself a form of government. None of this, and here's what makes Galeazzo so disorienting, made him a failure as a duke in the conventional sense. Milan under Galeazzo was rich. He continued his father's public works, promoted agriculture. He's credited with helping introduce rice cultivation to the region, and rice is still the signature crop of the Lombard plain, so every plate of risotto owes a strange little debt here. And above everything else, the music. Galeazzo built, deliberately and at staggering expense, the finest musical establishment in Europe, poaching the greatest Franco-Flemish singers and composers of the age, Loisette Compère, Gaspard van Veerbeker, Alexander Agricola, Johannes Martini, until his chapel held around 40 of the best musicians alive, and historians of music treat his Milan as one of the birthplaces of the high Renaissance style. The Duke, who starved priests, employed 30 singers to perform sacred polyphony of transcendent beauty at his court every day. Both things were fully, simultaneously true, and the people who sang the motets knew exactly what their patron did in his dungeons. He also cultivated magnificence itself as a policy. Cloth of gold, hunts with hundreds of retainers, a court portrait program, ceremonial visits to Florence conducted with such extravagance that even the Medici blinked. The Florence trip of 1471 became legend in its own right. The Duke arrived with a travelling city, 2,000 horses by the counts that circulated, hounds and falcons and hawks, his duchess, his singers, his jesters, mule trains under embroidered cloth, courtiers dressed to a standard that made the Republic's bankers look like their own clerks. And Florence, no modest town, talked about the visit for a generation, and not entirely kindly. Machiavelli later wrote sourly that the Milanese court's parade of luxury helped corrupt the sober manners of his city. One duke's vacation, blamed in print for softening Florence, and he understood display in death as well as life, ordering that the great hall fresco cycles show him in majesty. What he never understood, or never bothered to fear, was how much silent hatred all of it was banking up, year after year, in a city that remembered being a republic. Daily life near this duke had a particular texture that the ambassador's dispatches preserve better than any single atrocity story. Galeazzo was moody, extravagant, and unpredictable in a way that made proximity to him a form of gambling. He dragged his court out on winter hunts in brutal weather because the hunt pleased him, indifferent to the frost-bitten retainers. He demanded flattery and punished honesty. He humiliated servants and nobles in public for sport, and then showered them with gifts the following week, so that no one could ever calibrate where they stood. He had married, for reasons of state, Bona of Savoy, sister-in-law of the King of France. a capable, good-natured woman he ignored. And in his last years he became so besotted with a young mistress, Lucia Marliani, that he bought her from her husband, ennobled her, showered her with property worth a fortune, and made his passion for her a public institution of the court, while his duchess looked on. None of it was secret. Everything at this court happened in front of everyone, the cruelty and the appetite and the spending alike, because Galeazzo seems never once to have believed that being watched carried any risk for a Duke of Milan. His father had known better. His father had been shot at by crowds and had climbed to power over a starving city, and had governed afterward with care. The son inherited the fortress and none of the caution, and in a city where every prominent family had a humiliation to remember, caution was the only wall that mattered. His ambitions ran, naturally, upward. Galeazzo spent years angling for a royal title, a crown of Lombardy, negotiated for through the Holy Roman Emperor, that would convert the upstart Sforza Duchy into a kingdom and its duke into a king. And the negotiations, ruinously expensive and ultimately fruitless, tell you where his head lived, not in governing what he had, in gilding it. His own brothers he treated as threats on retainer, keeping the ambitious ones. Ludovico, called Il Moro for his dark colouring, and Sforza Maria, on short financial leashes, under watch, close enough to control and far enough from anything that mattered. And the brothers repaid the suspicion by being exactly as dangerous as he suspected, though he wouldn't live to see the proof. Even the glorious music chapel ran on his particular style of acquisition. His agents scoured Europe with instructions that survive in the archives. Letters dispatched to England, to Flanders, to the chapels of rival princes, with orders to find the best voices alive and simply outbid whoever held them. And when the King of Naples complained that Milan was poaching his singers, Galeazzo kept poaching. He assembled beauty the way he assembled everything, as a raid. 3 men decided to do something about it. And their story is one of the strangest assassination plots of the entire Renaissance, because it was, in part, a homework assignment. In Milan lived a humanist teacher named Cola Montano, who lectured young noblemen on the Roman classics, on Brutus and Cassius, on the ancient doctrine that killing a tyrant was the noblest act a citizen could perform. One of his students was Gerolamo Olgiati, in his early 20s, idealistic, marinated in Livy and Sallust, who came to believe with complete sincerity that liberating Milan from its tyrant would write his name in eternity beside the tyrannicides of Rome. Around him gathered Giovanni Andrea Lampugnani, an ambitious courtier nursing a bitter grievance over a land dispute the Duke had settled against his family, and Carlo Visconti, who carried the rage of a brother, his sister, he believed, ruined by the Duke. Idealism, property, and honour. 3 motives, 3 daggers. Through the autumn of 1476 they prepared, and here's a detail that tells you how seriously they took it. They practiced. They rehearsed the assassination with the sheathed daggers, working out the choreography of exactly who would strike where. They chose the feast of Saint Stephen, the 26th of December, 1476, because on that day the Duke would attend Mass at the church of Santo Stefano, and in a church his bodyguard would be spread thin among the crowd. Galeazzo almost didn't come. The accounts of that morning are thick with omens the chroniclers gathered afterward. The Duke felt a strange reluctance, put on and took off his armoured vest because it made him look fat, asked for his children to be brought to him and held them. Then he rode to Santo Stefano anyway, entered the packed church, and walked into the crowd wearing no armour at all. Lampugnani approached first, kneeling before the Duke as if to present a petition, sweeping off his cap in reverence. Then he rose out of the bow with the dagger already moving and drove it into Galeazzo's groin and belly. Olgiati and Visconti closed in from the sides and struck for the chest, the throat, the back. The sources count somewhere around 14 wounds delivered in seconds, in front of the altar, in front of the entire congregation, on one of the holiest feast days of the year. Galeazzo Maria Sforza got out, by the accounts, 3 words: "Sono morto," I am dead, and collapsed on the church floor, and he was correct. He was 32 years old, master of one of the richest states in Europe, and it had taken about as long as it takes to say a Hail Mary. Then the plan, such as it was, disintegrated, because the conspirators had prepared everything except what came next. They had imagined the crowd rising with cries of liberty, Milan remembering its republic, the people carrying them through the streets. The crowd, instead, screamed and stampeded. Lampugnani, trying to escape through the panicking congregation, tripped. The tradition says his feet tangled in the skirts of women kneeling in the church or in the hangings, and a Moorish groom of the Duke's household ran him through on the spot. What Milan then did to Lampugnani's corpse answers, better than any argument, the question of whether the city was waiting to rise for its liberators. The body was given to the mob, dragged through the streets of Milan for days, mutilated, hung upside down, and finally, the detail the chronicles insist on, his right hand, the hand that had struck the first blow, was cut off and nailed up on a column in public view. Schoolboys, one account says, finished the corpse's journey by tearing what remained apart, and the very last of it, by the grimmest tradition, was thrown to the pigs. A Milanese patrician, ending as pig feed in his own city for killing a duke his own city hated. Crowds are not syllogisms, and anyone planning a tyrannicide should study this one first. Cola Montano, the humanist teacher whose lectures on Brutus had lit the fuse, had prudently left Milan before the daggers came out, which spared him the pincers. For a while, he drifted through Italy, trading in exactly the merchandise that had destroyed his students, and a few years later, tangled in a fresh conspiracy against a different set of princes, he was caught by the Florentines and hanged. A man who taught tyrannicide for a living, outliving his students by 6 years and joining them anyway. The syllabus, as ever, was safer than the fieldwork. Visconti and Olgiati hid. Both were found within days. Both died atrociously. The sentence for assassinating a prince was designed to take time, and the accounts describe them being torn with red-hot pincers and cut apart while still living, their bodies quartered and the pieces displayed at the gates of the city, their severed heads hoisted onto the bell tower where they reportedly stayed for years. And Olgiati, the student of the classics, gave the scene its immortal line. Under torture he recanted nothing, insisting the deed was righteous, and on the scaffold, as the executioner stood over him, one version says the man botched or drew out the killing, and Olgiati spoke through it. He steadied himself with a sentence in Latin that has echoed ever since. Mors acerba, fama perpetua. Stabit vetus, memoria facti. Death is bitter, but fame is everlasting. The memory of the deed will endure. He was 23 or thereabouts. He had killed his tyrant, exactly as the ancient books instructed, and Milan had not risen, and the Republic had not returned. And he went to his dismemberment quoting Rome anyway. He was right about the memory, at least. The murder in Santo Stefano became one of the most discussed political killings of the age. Machiavelli analyzed it in his discourses as a case study in why conspiracies fail. And 2 years later in Florence, the Pazzi conspirators attacked Lorenzo de' Medici at Mass in a cathedral, in a plot that borrowed its staging directly from Milan. And the court Galeazzo had gilded went on gathering genius without him. Within a few years of the murder, a young Florentine wrote to Ludovico il Moro, offering his services as a military engineer who could also, he mentioned near the bottom of the letter, paint a bit. And Leonardo da Vinci spent nearly 2 decades in the Milan that Galeazzo's money and Galeazzo's musicians had made glitter, painting the Last Supper for the regime of the brother of the man knifed at Mass. Renaissance splendor never asked too many questions about the plumbing underneath. As for the duchy, it passed to Galeazzo's 7-year-old son, with the boy's mother as regent, and then into the hands of Galeazzo's brother Ludovico il Moro, who elbowed the child aside. And Ludovico's scheming to keep his stolen duchy eventually helped invite the French armies into Italy in 1494, beginning the wars that wrecked the independence of the Italian states for centuries. 1 church, 3 daggers, 14 wounds, and the dominoes fall all the way to the ruin of Renaissance Italy. The Duke himself, for all his lifelong obsession with magnificence, went into the ground with striking quietness. Buried in the Duomo of Milan, without the monument a man of his vanity must have imagined for himself, the funeral pomp curtailed by a regency government with emptier coffers and better uses for fear than for marble. He had planned his image in fresco and cloth of gold down to the last thread, and the city gave him, in the end, roughly the send-off of a mid-ranking canon. 2 postscripts from the widow's side of the story, and they're both extraordinary. Bona of Savoy, the wife Galeazzo had ignored, sat down in her grief, and grief it apparently was, whatever he'd been to her, and wrote to the Pope, because her husband had died unshriven, cut down mid-mass with every sin unconfessed, and his soul, by the theology of the day, stood in the gravest possible danger. And to obtain the Church's mercy for him, the Duchess had to tell the Church what needed forgiving. The letter survives in substance, and it may be the most damning character reference ever composed by a loving spouse. She petitions absolution for her husband's soul in consideration of his unjust wars, his plunder and extortions, his neglect of justice, his vengeances, his impositions on his subjects, and his sins of the flesh, with married women and with virgins, the widow specifies, itemizing a wife's formal inventory of her husband's damnation, notarized and sent to Rome, because loving him and knowing exactly what he was turned out to be the same task. And the regency she then took up for her small son rested on the shoulders of the old Chancellor Chico Simonetta, the meticulous, loyal secretary who had run the machinery of the duchy for 2 Sforza dukes. And Chico, watching the dead duke's brothers circle the widow and the child, gave Bona a warning that belongs in an anthology of political prophecy. If she admitted Ludovico il Moro back into Milan, he told her, the outcome was fixed. Most illustrious Duchess, I shall lose my head, and you, in time, will lose the state. She admitted Ludovico. In 1480, they beheaded Chico at Pavia, precisely as invoiced, and in time, every word of the old man's sentence coming due, Bona lost the state, and her son, when he grew up in his uncle's custody, died young and conveniently, with the rumors around his death pointing exactly where you'd expect. The house Galeazzo terrorized into obedience spent the generation after him eating itself, and the appetite, you could argue, was the one true family heirloom. Galeazzo's tomb got him remembered as a patron of music. The chronicles got him remembered for the hair. Milan, quietly, never mourned. Milan's assassins quoted ancient Rome as they died. The next story comes from a world where the books were only just beginning. Kievan Rus, at the start of the 11th century, a young state on the rivers between the Baltic and the Black Sea, Christian for barely a generation. And it centers on a prince whose name has carried a curse attached to it for 1,000 years. Sviatopolk of Kiev. In the Russian and Ukrainian tradition, he is Sviatopolk Okayanny, Sviatopolk the accursed, the damned, and he holds a distinction almost no other ruler in this video can claim. The men he is accused of murdering became saints. The very first saints, in fact, that the Rus ever canonized, his brothers. Everything begins with his birth, and even his birth is a horror story. His father, officially, was Vladimir the Great, the prince who converted Rus to Christianity in 988 and got a sainthood of his own for it. But before the conversion, before the piety, Vladimir had been a pagan warlord who took Kiev from his own brother Yaropolk by treachery. Yaropolk was lured to negotiations and cut down by 2 Varangian mercenaries as he walked through a doorway, run through with swords under his brother's roof. And Yaropolk left behind a widow, a Greek woman, a former nun, seized originally from a monastery for her beauty. And she was pregnant, or was soon made so, because Vladimir took his murdered brother's wife for himself. The child she bore was Sviatopolk, so nobody then or now has ever been entirely sure whose son he was, the murdered brothers or the murderers. The Chronicle settles the matter with theology instead of biology, declaring that his mother had been a nun, his origin was sin twice over, and, in a line the monks clearly polished, from a sinful root comes evil fruit. He was, in other words, cursed in the womb, and Vladimir, the Chronicle adds, never loved him. A Among the dozen or so sons Vladimir fathered on his many wives, Sviatopolk grew up as the one whose paternity was a question and whose place was an afterthought. You may notice this is the third ruler tonight who started life as the unloved child in a poisonous family. Draw your own conclusions about medieval parenting. A word on the source, because with Sviatopolk, the source question isn't a footnote, it's practically the whole story. Nearly everything comes from the primary chronicle, the tale of bygone years, compiled by monks in Kiev about a century after the events, and from saints' lives written about his alleged victims. And every one of those texts was produced under the descendants of Yaroslav. The brother who fought Sviatopolk beat him and took Kiev. History written by the winner's grandchildren in a monastery the winner's family endowed, about saints the winner's family promoted. Somewhere underneath sits a Norse saga, Eymund's saga, preserved in Iceland, which tells the same war from the point of view of Varangian mercenaries. And in the saga, the mercenaries work for Yaroslav, and it is Yaroslav who quietly hires them to eliminate a rival brother. Some modern historians take that saga very seriously indeed, and I'll come back to it. First, the story as the Rus told it for a millennium, because as pure dark narrative it has few equals. Vladimir the Great died on the 15th of July 1015 at his residence outside Kiev, while preparing, the chronicle notes, for war against one of his own sons. His death was concealed at first. The body was wrapped in a carpet and lowered from the palace through a gap in the floorboards at night, spirited to the church quietly, because everyone understood what the announcement would unleash. A dozen sons, spread across a dozen towns, and no succession rule worth the name. Sviatopolk was the eldest surviving one, and he was right there. He had been imprisoned by his father in Kiev, actually, over an earlier plot hatched with his father-in-law, the Polish king Bolesław the Brave. And the moment Vladimir stopped breathing, Sviatopolk moved. He seized the capital, summoned the men of Kiev, and, the chronicle says, opened the treasury and began handing out gifts, buying the city, cloak by cloak and coin by coin. But the people's hearts, the monks write, were with Boris. Boris was one of the younger and most beloved of Vladimir's sons. His mother was said to be a Byzantine princess, giving him the most prestigious blood of all the brothers. And at the moment of the old prince's death, Boris was away commanding his father's own army, thousands of warriors, on a campaign against the steppe nomads. Consider the position, the popular prince, at the head of the entire military strength of Kiev, learning that his father is dead and a half-loved usurper sits in the capital. His retinue saw it instantly and told him plainly, "March on Kiev. The army is yours, the throne is yours for the reaching." And Boris refused. The chronicle gives him a speech that became one of the founding moral documents of Russian Christianity. He would not raise his hand against his elder brother. With his father dead, the elder brother stood in a father's place. The army, hearing this, hearing in effect that their commander declined to be a prince, shrugged and melted away home. And Boris remained by the river Alta with only his personal servants, defenseless by choice, praying. He apparently understood exactly what he had chosen. The texts have him weeping through the Psalms at his evening prayers, thinking of the martyrs who accepted death rather than sin. Sviatopolk, in the chronicles telling, had made a show of brotherhood, sending Boris messages of peace, promising to increase his lands. And in the same nights he went to the town of Vyshgorod and gathered a group of boyars, whose commander was a man named Putsha, and asked whether they were loyal to him with their whole hearts. They were. Then, he said, and the chronicle preserves the instruction in all its plainness, "Go and kill my brother Boris." They came to the altar by night, late in July of 1015, and crept close to Boris's tent, and stopped, because they could hear him. He was singing. The murderers stood outside in the dark listening to the young man chant matins, the psalms, a canon, a final prayer in which, the hagiography insists, he asked God to forgive what was about to happen. Then he lay down. Then they charged the tent with spears, stabbing straight through the fabric into the man inside, thrusting again and again through the cloth into his body. Boris's favorite servant, a young Hungarian named George, threw himself across his master to shield him, and the spears drove through the boy and into the prince beneath. One body pinned over the other, and the killers, discovering that George wore a golden torque around his neck, a gift from Boris, and being unable to work the clasp quickly, cut the boy's head off to get the necklace. That detail, the severed head for the sake of jewelry, sits in the middle of the sacred texts like a shard of glass. Later tradition says George's head could never be matched to his body for burial. Boris was still alive. They wrapped him, some texts say in the tent cloth itself, threw him onto a cart, and set off toward Kiev with the dying prince jolting along inside like baggage. Word ran ahead to Sviatopolk that his brother yet breathed, and the response was 2 Varangians, professional Norse mercenaries, sent out on the road to finish it. One of them drove a sword through Boris's heart. The body was smuggled to the church of Saint Basil at Vyshgorod and quietly buried. He was somewhere around 25 years old, and he had gone to it, as the texts insist over and over, like a lamb, knowing, willing, unresisting. One brother down, and the chronicle gives Sviatopolk a line of pure villain's logic for what came next. I have killed Boris. How can I now stop? Because the murder only had value if the other dangerous brothers followed, and the most dangerous, after Boris, was Boris's full sibling, Gleb, the younger of the two, a boy still, holding the distant town of Murom on the Volga. Killing Gleb required getting him within reach, and Sviatopolk did it with a lie of magnificent cruelty. He sent messengers to Murom saying, "Come quickly, your father is very ill and calls for you," the father who was already weeks in his grave, and Gleb, a dutiful son racing to a deathbed that didn't exist, set off at speed with a tiny escort, down the Volga, where his horse stumbled in a ditch and injured his leg, an omen the texts record, and on by boat towards Smolensk. On the river Smiadin, near Smolensk, a message reached him from another brother, Yaroslav, in Novgorod, warning him, "Do not go on, our father is dead, and Boris has been murdered by Sviatopolk." The texts describe the boy weeping in his boat, lamenting his brother, praying when the ships of Sviatopolk's men came into view on the water. Gleb's escort could have fought. The boy, echoing Boris, completing the pattern the hagiographers built the whole cult on, forbade it, and the killers, commanded by a man named Goriasa, swarmed aboard. And then came the touch that made this murder, even more than Boris's, unbearable to the medieval imagination. Goriasa did not stain his own sword. He turned to Gleb's own household and ordered the prince's cook, his personal cook, a man named Torchin, to do it, and the cook took his kitchen knife and cut his young master's throat with it, the way the chronicle supplies the image itself. One slaughters a lamb, a child prince lured across half a country by a forged message from a dead father, killed in a boat by his own servant with the knife that had prepared his meals. They didn't even bury him. The body was dumped on the riverbank between two logs and left in the wilderness, and it lay there, the tradition says, for years. Hunters and passing herdsmen reported strange lights and burning candles at a spot on the empty shore, until, after the war, Yaroslav's men went searching, found the body whole and incorrupt, and brought Gleb to lie beside Boris at Vyshgorod. A third brother followed, less famously. Sviatoslav, who held the land of the Derevlians, saw what was happening and did the sensible thing the other two had refused to do. He ran, making for the Hungarian border and the safety of the mountains. Sviatopolk's men caught him in the Carpathians and killed him there, on the road, mid-flight. No hagiography, no cult, barely a sentence in the chronicle. Sensible men, it turns out, get forgotten. The brothers who knelt and waited became the twin patron saints of the whole Rus land. Boris and Gleb were canonized within decades, the first native saints of Rus, honored as Strastoterptsi, passion bearers, a category the Rus church essentially built around them. Saints who were not martyrs for the faith exactly, since their killer was a fellow Christian, but who accepted violent death without resistance in imitation of Christ. Their cult became enormous. Churches across Russia and Ukraine carry their names to this day, and princes swore oaths on their relics, and every candle lit to them for 1,000 years has also been a small renewal of the verdict on their brother. The shrine at Vyshgorod became the beating heart of it. When the brothers' bodies were gathered there, Boris from his quiet grave, Gleb retrieved after years on his riverbank, the tradition insists that both were found incorrupt, sweet-smelling, untouched by decay, and the miracle stories began accumulating at once. The blind healed at the tomb, the lame walking, a pillar of fire, and the singing of angels reported over Gleb's abandoned body in the wilderness before anyone even knew where he lay. Princes of the dynasty made pilgrimage there before campaigns. Treaties were sworn over the relics, on the logic that no one would dare perjure himself in front of two murdered innocents. And the brothers began appearing in visions at the edges of battles, armored and mounted, fighting for the Rus. The murdered pacifists conscripted, with no apparent sense of irony, as war saints. 3 of the greatest churches of early Rus rose over or for their relics. The dynasty made the tombs a family institution. Twice, in 1072 and again in 1115, the assembled princes of the ruling house, grandsons and great-grandsons of Yaroslav, men otherwise busy fighting each other, gathered at Vyshgorod for the solemn translation of the relics into new churches. carrying the coffins on their own shoulders through crowds so thick, the accounts say, that the procession could barely move, and both dates entered the calendar as feasts. Princes who would cheerfully blind a cousin on Tuesday spent Thursday shouldering the coffin of a murdered ancestor as an act of family piety, and nobody at the time found the combination strange. An entire nation's idea of holy suffering, the specifically Russian veneration of the meek victim who accepts the knife rather than raise one, traces back through the centuries to those two tombs, and every bit of that radiance needed its shadow. And the shadow had a name, and the name was Sviatopolk. Sviatopolk had Kiev, and 3 brothers were dead, and the reckoning came from the north. Yaroslav, Prince of Novgorod, later called Yaroslav the Wise, the great lawgiver of Rus, though nobody was calling him wise yet, mobilized against him with Novgorodian troops and hired Varangian axes. The war ran nearly 4 years and swung wildly. The first great clash came at Lyubech on the Dnieper around 1016, and the primary chronicle stages it like a folk tale, complete with dialogue. The armies sat on opposite banks for weeks, neither daring the crossing, until Sviatopolk's field commander, a voivode, the chronicle names Wolf's Tail, and I refuse to hurry past a general named Wolf's Tail, took to riding the riverbank and bellowing insults across the water at the Novgorodians. And the insult the chronicle preserves is wonderfully specific. Why did you come here with that cripple of yours? Yaroslav was lame, an old injury, and his enemies never let him forget it. You carpenters, we'll set you to building our houses. Novgorod was a city of woodwrights and traders, and carpenter from a southern warrior aristocrat meant something like, you're not soldiers, you're tradesmen, and when we've beaten you, we'll use you as labor. The Novgorodians heard it across the water day after day, and the chronicle says they finally went to Yaroslav and demanded the crossing themselves, adding, northern temper fully documented, that any man who refused to cross would be killed by his own comrades. They went over the river at night and pushed their boats off from the bank behind them so that no man could change his mind, and tied kerchiefs around their heads so they'd know friend from enemy in the dark. Sviatopolk had camped carelessly between 2 lakes, with his Pecheneg allies cut off from him by the water, and he was, the chronicle can't resist recording, drinking with his retinue when the attack came out of the night. Pinned against the frozen lakes, his men were forced out onto the new ice, and the ice gave way beneath the weight of armored men, and the army of Kiev's prince drowned in its armor in the dark water while the carpenters watched from the shore. Sviatopolk fled west to his father-in-law, Bolesław of Poland, and returned in 1018 with a Polish army that smashed Yaroslav on the river Bug and took Kiev right back. In between, in 1017, Kiev itself got a taste of what the family war cost the people who merely lived there. The Pechenegs, steppe horsemen whom Sviatopolk had courted as allies, came against the city while Yaroslav held it, and the fighting reached the walls and the fire reached the churches, and the chronicle records the burning in the city as the nomads pressed the assault before being thrown back. The capital of Rus torched in passing as one brother's hired steppe cavalry tried to batter it loose from the other brother. Nobody canonized the ordinary Kievans who burned. The sainthoods in this story were reserved for princes, Bolesław's entry into Kiev generated a legend that Poland, charmingly, has never let go of. As the Polish king rode through the golden gate of the conquered city, the story runs, he drew his sword and struck the gate a ringing blow, and the blade took a notch, and that notched sword, the szczerbiec, the jagged sword, became the coronation blade of the kings of Poland, and a sword bearing that name and that story sits in the royal castle at Krakow today, the only surviving piece of the Polish crown jewels. Historians will tell you correctly that the chronology creaks, the surviving sword is centuries younger, and Kiev's Golden Gate hadn't even been built yet in 1018. Nobody in Krakow has ever much cared. Every nation keeps a relic or two whose story is better than its paperwork. At which point the Polish king settled into the city and showed no inclination to leave, and the chronicle credits Świętopolk with a solution of characteristic ugliness. Quiet orders went out, and Poles quartered around Kiev began being murdered in the night, until Bolesław took the hint and went home, looting the city's treasury and taking captives on his way. The Polish interlude left one more scar on the family, and the chronicle records it with a hard little glint. Among the people of Kiev when Bolesław took the city was Predsława, a daughter of Vladimir, Yaroslav's own sister, a princess who in the tradition had been the one to smuggle the warning north to Yaroslav that Boris was murdered. Bolesław, the accounts say, had once sought her hand and been refused. Now, with the city his, the aging Polish king took her, seized the princess who had turned him down, and carried her off among his spoils as a concubine when he went home, along with the treasury and the captives. A king's daughter, the sister of princes, hauled west in a baggage train as a trophy of her brother-in-law's alliance. Every ally Świętopolk touched came away paid in someone else's flesh, and Świętopolk had now burned that ally too. When Yaroslav came south again in 1019 with fresh Novgorodian forces, Świętopolk could only raise the Pechenegs, the steppe nomads, the traditional enemy, and the final battle was fought, with a symmetry the chroniclers surely noticed and possibly arranged, on the river Alta, on the very ground where Boris had been speared through his tent 4 years earlier. The chronicle describes the Alta battle as the fiercest ever fought in Rus to that day. The armies clashing 3 times from dawn, the blood, it says, flowing in the valleys, until by evening Yaroslav held the field and Świętopolk was running. The monks frame the whole day as scripture replayed. Yaroslav, before the fighting, praying on the very ground of the murder. The blood of my brother cries out to you, Lord, as the blood of Abel, and asking that Świętopolk receive the portion of Cain. The chronicle calls Świętopolk a second Cain outright, and a second Lamech, and the comparison is doing precise theological work. Cain killed one brother and was marked and made a wanderer on the earth. This man had killed 3, so his wandering, when it began that evening, came supplied with a biblical itinerary 1,000 years old. And then the monks, with their villain finally beaten, gave him an ending that belongs more to a horror story than a history, and they clearly meant it to. Świętopolk, fleeing west, fell apart, body and mind together. A weakness, the chronicle says, came upon him so that he could not sit a horse and was carried on a stretcher. and a terror came with it, a conviction that hunters were forever just behind him, so that he kept crying out to his bearers, "They are chasing us, they are chasing us, flee!" When the road behind stood empty, his men would stop, nothing, and the wasted man on the litter would scream to keep moving. Carried like that, in mounting madness, he was hauled across Poland to a wilderness the Chronicle calls the desert place between the Poles and the Czechs, a nowhere, a border void between kingdoms, and in that nowhere he died, of nothing anyone could name beyond the rot of his own guilt made flesh. And the Chronicle closes the account with one of the most chilling sentences in medieval literature. His grave, it says, is in that wilderness to this day, and from it issues an evil stench. Not content with damning the man, the monks damned the very ground, an anti-shrine, a tomb that stinks, set against the sweet incorruption of the brothers at Vyshgorod, so the moral geography would be legible even to your nose. That's the canonical account, told for 1,000 years. And now, the saga, Aemond's saga, written down in Iceland, follows a company of Norse mercenaries who take service in Rus in exactly these years, and they serve Yaroslav. In the saga, Yaroslav is at war with a rival brother, whose name is rendered Burislav, and after several rounds of fighting, the mercenary captain Aemond puts a quiet question to his employer, something to the effect of, "Shall this go on, or shall the matter be ended?" And Yaroslav answers in words that would echo in any political backroom in any century. He will neither urge the deed nor blame it if done. The Norsemen ride out, and the saga, being a saga, lingers lovingly on the tradecraft. Aemond and his men scout the rival prince's camp, note where the great tent stands, and work through the night. By one telling, they bend down a young tree and lash it to the tent's structure, rig the ropes, and at the chosen moment cut the tension so the tree springs upright and rips the tent open to the sky, spilling the sleeping court into the open. And in the chaos they kill Burislav, cut off his head, and bring it back to Yaroslav, whose reaction the saga records with Icelandic dryness. He colours and orders a decent burial. Burislav, Borislav. A number of historians have pointed at that name for over a century and asked the obvious, terrible question. What if the brother the Varangians beheaded for Yaroslav was Boris himself? What if the wrong brother was accursed, and the actual author of the family slaughter is the one lying in a marble sarcophagus in Saint Sophia in Kiev, under the name Yaroslav the Wise, the sainted lawgiver whose monks then wrote the only surviving version of events? The Chronicle, after all, took shape under Yaroslav's dynasty. The saints' cult of Boris and Gleb was that dynasty's project, and the man every candle condemns left no text, no monastery, no grandchildren to argue for him, only a grave in the wilderness that the winners said you could smell. I won't pretend the saga settles anything. Sagas garble names and telescope events constantly, and plenty of scholars defend the traditional account. But sit for a second with the possibility, even just as a possibility, that a millennium of curses landed on the loser for the winner's crime. Somewhere between the singing in the tent on the altar and the cook's knife on the smiadin, The truth of 1015 is buried past all digging, and both brothers are dust, and only the story survived. And the story was never neutral. From a stinking grave in a Polish wilderness, we come at last to the name you've been waiting for. And if you've been listening this whole way through, folding laundry, driving somewhere dark, lying there with your eyes closed, this is the stretch to settle in for, because everything so far has been, in a sense, the warm-up act. 5 rulers in, and the worst massacre we've covered was committed by a mob, the worst betrayal in a tent, the worst death by accident. The man we're about to meet made horror a matter of state policy, applied it with the diligence of a tax office, and documented some of it himself. He signed his letters Vladislaus Dragulia. The Turks called him Kazaklu Voivoda, the Impaler Lord. The Germans printed pamphlets about him with woodcuts on the cover showing a man dining at a table set in the middle of a forest of corpses on stakes. Romanians call him Vlad Țepeș, and many of them to this day call him a hero. And in 1897, an Irish theatre manager named Bram Stoker, hunting through a library for a name with the right sound, found his patronymic in an old travel book, liked the footnote saying it meant devil in Wallachian, and gave it to a vampire. The footnote, as it happens, was half right in the most fertile possible way. Drac in Romanian carried both senses at once, dragon and devil, so the son of the dragon and the son of the devil were, in his own language, the same 2 words. A pun his enemies noticed and exploited within his own lifetime, centuries before an Irishman made it permanent. Vlad III, Dracula, voivode of Wallachia. And here's the genuinely uncomfortable thing about this section. With the previous rulers, I've had to warn you that hostile chroniclers exaggerated. With Vlad, the atrocity stories come from German sources, Ottoman sources, Byzantine sources, Hungarian sources, papal correspondence, and Vlad's own letters. And while the numbers inflate wildly depending on who's counting, the method, the stake, is confirmed from every direction at once, including by the man himself. Start with the world that made him, because Wallachia in the 1400s explains a great deal. A small Romanian principality squeezed between the Kingdom of Hungary to the north and the expanding Ottoman Empire to the south, with the Danube as its exposed southern edge. Every voivode of Wallachia ruled by balancing those 2 giants while fending off his own boyars, the great landowning nobles who made and unmade princes constantly. The average reign in this period was measured in a couple of years. The average princely death was violent. Vlad's father, Vlad II, had been inducted by the Holy Roman Emperor into a chivalric society called the Order of the Dragon. Sworn to fight the Ottomans, Dracul, the dragon, became his name, and Dracula, son of the dragon, his sons. The son was born around 1431, probably in the Transylvanian town of Sighișoara, where the house still stands and now, inevitably, contains a themed restaurant. The childhood breaks in 1442 when the Ottoman Sultan, doubting Dracul's loyalty, summoned him and took security for his good behavior in the empire's customary coin, sons. Vlad, around 11, and his little brother Radu, around 7, were handed over as hostages and held for years in Ottoman fortresses in Anatolia. The tradition around this captivity is thick and hard to verify in its details. That the boys were educated alongside the future Mehmed the Conqueror, that Vlad was defiant and beaten for it, that he had ample opportunity to observe Ottoman methods of execution, impalement featuring prominently among them. What's documented is the shape of it. Years as a child prisoner whose life depended day to day on his father's obedience, knowing that a single wrong move by Dracul meant death or blinding for the sons. Radu adapted. He grew up handsome, converted in loyalty if not formally, became a favorite of Mehmed's court and eventually his instrument. Vlad did not adapt. And while the boys sat in Anatolia, the news arrived that made adaptation permanently irrelevant. In 1447, the boyars of Wallachia, in league with the Hungarian regent John Hunyadi, rose against their father. Vlad Dracul was hunted down and killed in the marshes near Baltani, and the elder brother, Mircea, the brother left at home, fell into the hands of the boyars and the townsmen of Targovishte, who put out his eyes with hot iron stakes and buried him alive. When Vlad eventually came home and, years later, dug up the grave, one account says he did exactly that, exhumed his brother. The body's position confirmed the burial had been done while Mircea still breathed. Keep that image. Vlad clearly did. His first reign, in 1448, installed by the Ottomans while Hunyadi was busy losing a battle, lasted about 2 months before he was chased out. 8 years of exile and maneuvering later, years spent, remarkably, partly under the protection of Hunyadi, his father's destroyer, because Balkan politics made everyone's enemy everyone's ally eventually. Vlad came back in 1456, killed the incumbent voivode reportedly in single combat, and took the throne of Wallachia for the second time. He was about 25, and this time he set about making sure the fate of his father and brother could never be repeated, by a method Wallachia would never forget. The boyars went first. These were the men, some of the very same individuals, many of the same families, who had betrayed his father to his death and buried his brother alive. The account preserved in the later Wallachian chronicle, backed by the German stories, describes a feast, generally placed at Easter in Targovishte, to which Vlad invited the great boyars and their wives and their grown children, perhaps 200 souls in their festival best. Dinner was served, and at some point, the Russian version of the tale has him asking the guests pleasantly how many voivodes each of them had personally seen reign in Wallachia, and even the youngest men present could count 7, which was itself the indictment. You have outlived 7 princes, so you have betrayed 7 princes. Then the doors opened and the soldiers came in. The old boyars were taken outside and impaled around the city immediately in their feast clothes. The younger ones, with their wives and children, were spared the stake and given something slower. They were marched north, on foot, some 50 miles into the mountains, to the ruined fortress of Poenari on a crag above the Argesh River, and put to work rebuilding it, hauling stone and brick up a near vertical mountainside, day after day, without relief, until, in the words the pamphlets use, their fine Easter clothing fell off their bodies in rags, and they worked on naked, and worked until they died. The nobility of Wallachia, dressed for a party, ending as slave labor dying on a rock. The fortress they built still clings to that crag today. You can climb 1,480 steps to reach it. However many of the details grew in the telling, the underlying policy is visible in the documents. The old boyar families abruptly vanish from Vlad's charters in these years, replaced by new men, small men, men who owed everything to him, precisely what you'd see if the story were substantially true. The stake requires explanation, and I apologize in advance, but you clicked on this video and the method sits at the center of everything this man was. Impalement, as practiced in this corner of the world, existed in versions, and Vlad's reputation rests partly on the claim that he used the slowest. The quick version drove the stake through the torso, through the chest or the back, sometimes through the navel, and death came in minutes or hours. The version the sources dwell on inserted the stake, often deliberately blunted and oiled, into the lower body, longitudinally, and the victim's own weight did the work, the body sliding down the shaft over hours or days, the rounded point pushing organs aside rather than piercing them, sometimes emerging at the shoulder or the mouth while the victim still lived. The stake was then raised upright and planted, and the dying were arranged. And this arrangement is attested again and again, in patterns, rings around towns, avenues along roads, geometric arrays with the height of your stake reflecting your rank, nobles on the tall stakes so the hierarchy stayed visible even in death. The German pamphlets add mothers impaled with their infants on the same stake, and babies fastened to their mothers' chests. And I give you those details from the sources with the reminder that these particular sources were printed to sell, and horror sold in the 1480s exactly as it sells now. What no source disputes, because Ottoman chroniclers who admired military ruthlessness confirm it as readily as German printers who wanted a monster, is the field. The masses of dead, the smell that armies commented on, his victims in the accounts ranged far beyond the boyars. The Saxon merchant towns of Transylvania, Brasov, Sibiu, and their satellites, German-speaking trading cities just over the mountains, sheltered rival claimants to his throne and defied his trade regulations. And Vlad's response across 1457 to 1460 was to cross the passes and harrow them. Villages burned, captives marched back to Wallachia and impaled by the hundred, and, in the most famous of all the woodcut scenes, the merchants of Brasov impaled en masse on a hill beside the chapel of St. James, while Vlad dined at a table set among the stakes. The pamphlets add that he dipped his bread in the blood of the dying, a detail that did as much as anything to hand Bram Stoker a vampire 4 centuries later. One story from these campaigns follows a nobleman, some versions say a visiting envoy, dining with the prince amid the corpses, who made the mistake of holding his nose against the stench. Vlad, all courtesy, asked why. The man admitted the smell troubled him. So the prince had a stake prepared taller than all the others, 3 times the height, the tale insists, and had the fastidious guest impaled on it high above the field, so that, as Vlad is made to explain, the noble gentleman might dine where the odour could not reach him. The Saxons printed that story across Europe. Notice, though, what kind of story it is. Perfect, symmetrical, a moral engine with a punchline. The pamphlets are full of these. The tale of the 2 visiting monks is the connoisseur's favourite, because it survives in mirror versions. 2 wandering friars come to the prince's court, and Vlad, gesturing at the stakes visible from his windows, asks each in private what men say of him, and what they themselves think of what they see. One monk chooses flattery. A prince is appointed by God, the punished surely deserved it, may your reign be long. The other chooses truth, you are a tyrant, the world says so, and the innocent on your stakes cry out against you. And here the traditions split with perfect ideological symmetry. In the German telling, the honest monk goes onto a stake for his honesty, one more martyr to the madman. In the Russian telling, it's the flatterer who is impaled for lying to his prince's face, while the truth-teller is rewarded and sent home with gifts, because the Russian Vlad, terrible as God's weather, cannot abide a liar. Same court, same stakes, same 2 monks, and which one dies depends entirely on which empire's scribes are holding the pen. I told you at the start of this video to always check who's holding the pen. Alongside the monks stands the golden cup left at a fountain in a public square that no one in all Wallachia dared steal for years, because everyone knew exactly what theft cost under this prince. The Russian version of the stories, compiled at the Moscow court, tells many of the same episodes as the German version, with the moral polarity reversed. Where the Germans saw a bloodthirsty madman, the Russians saw a terrifying but righteous sovereign whose cruelty guaranteed perfect order. A portrait some historians think was studied with real interest in the Kremlin of Ivan the Terrible. Same corpses, opposite sermons. A few more of the tales because the range of them matters. This reputation was built out of dozens of stories, not 2 or 3, and the ones nearest to home cut deepest. The German stories tell of a mistress of Vlad's who, sensing his mood darkening toward her, tried to please him with happy news and announced that she was carrying his child. Vlad had the midwives examine her. The pregnancy was a lie, and the pamphlets say he cut her open with his own hand from the groin upward, opening her body while she lived, saying he wished to see where his child was lying. Another tale has him meeting a peasant in the fields whose shirt was ragged and too short, and asking the man whether he had a wife. The man did. And Vlad reasoned that a wife with a healthy, hard-working husband and flax in the house, who still sent him out in a shameful shirt, was a thief of her husband's labour, and had the woman impaled, and stood a new wife before the widower, and the tale finishes with a line of pitch-black comedy. The new wife worked so hard, she never dared rest, because the stake with the first wife on it was visible from the house. Rivals for the throne fared no better than wives. A claimant named Dan, of the rival princely line, invaded from Transylvania in 1460 with Saxon backing and was defeated and captured, and the accounts describe Vlad's arrangement of his end. Dan was made to dig his own grave, and then to stand beside it while priests in full vestments chanted the funeral service for the living man, the whole orthodox rite of burial performed over a breathing listener. And when the service for his own death was complete, he was beheaded into the hole he had dug. And the campaign against Brasov that same year has a date attached in the sources that no one who grew up on later European history can hear without a shiver. The raid fell on St. Bartholomew's Day, the 24th of August, when Vlad's men burned the suburbs of the city and marched the captives away, and the pamphlets show us where those captives ended. On the hill by the chapel, on the stakes, at the famous dinner. An entire town's outskirts converted into that dining room's decoration in a single feast day morning. And since we're deep in the pamphlet literature, you should hear how far its outer edge goes, clearly labelled as the outer edge. The German prints charge that children were roasted and their own mothers compelled to eat them, that men were forced to eat their comrades, that women's breasts were cut away and their husbands made to swallow what was cut. Atrocity propaganda has a grammar, and forced cannibalism of loved ones is one of its oldest verbs. You'll find the same charge levelled at a dozen figures across a dozen centuries. So historians handle these particular items with very long tongs. The pamphlets also spend a line on a wandering monk whose donkey brayed at the wrong moment near the prince, and both monk and donkey ended on stakes, side by side, and something about the donkey, the sheer administrative completeness of impaling the donkey, has made that one immortal. The story that disturbs me most personally, for whatever that's worth, involves neither boyars nor merchants. Several versions, German and Romanian both, describe Vlad summoning the poor of the land, the beggars, the crippled, the sick, the old, the vagrants, to a great hall, in some tellings at Targovishte, for a feast in their honour. They came in their hundreds. They were fed richly, given wine, and when the eating was done, the prince appeared and asked them a question that must have sounded, for one warm moment, like mercy. Would you like to be free of all care, to want for nothing in this world? Whatever they answered, the texts have them saying, "Yes, Lord." The doors were barred from the outside, and the hall was set on fire, and everyone inside burned alive. And Vlad's recorded justification in the tale runs that he did it so that no one in his land should be poor, and so that the sick and the burdensome should trouble no one, least of all themselves, poverty abolished by abolishing the poor. The episode may be a fable. It appears in the story collections rather than in any administrative record, and it has the shape of a parable someone built to illustrate a tyrant's logic. It has also never once, in 5.5 centuries, stopped being repeated, because whether or not that fire burned, everyone who hears the story recognizes the reasoning as horribly, humanly possible. Between the horrors, worth a breath. The ordinary business of ruling went on, and a few of its traces outlived everything. The oldest surviving document that mentions the city of Bucharest, today a capital of nearly 2 million people, is a charter issued by Vlad, dated the 20th of September 1459, from the fortress there. The founding paperwork of modern Romania's capital carries the impaler's name at the bottom. He endowed monasteries, Snagov, on its lake island chief among them, fortified the Danube crossings, minted coin, adjudicated land disputes. The tales themselves, hostile as they are, keep circling back to the claim that ordinary crime effectively ceased in Wallachia during these years, the golden cup at the fountain again, because the penalty structure had exactly one rung. Merchants robbed on the roads of neighboring lands travelled safely in his. The peasantry, who had watched the boyars trade away the country for generations, noticed whose bodies were on the stakes and whose for once were not. None of that is offered to balance any scales. It's offered because the Romanian half of his reputation, the hero half, didn't come from nowhere. It came from people at the bottom of a lawless world looking at a terror that, for once, pointed mostly upward and outward. All of this, so far, was domestic. What made Vlad internationally famous, what got him celebrated in Rome and Buda while the pamphlets damned him, was what he did to the Ottoman Empire. By 1461, he had stopped paying the Sultan's tribute and stopped delivering the annual levy of Wallachian boys for the Janissary Corps. Mehmed II, the conqueror, the man who had taken Constantinople itself at 21, the most feared ruler on earth, sent envoys to summon this minor prince to account. The story of what happened to Ottoman envoys at Vlad's court appears in multiple traditions. Received in audience, they declined to remove their turbans, explaining it was the custom of their country to keep them on. Vlad replied that he wished only to strengthen so admirable a custom and had their turbans nailed to their skulls. The humanist historian Antonio Bonfini, writing at the Hungarian court, records it with the detail of 3 small nails apiece. Then came the trap at Giurgiu. A senior Ottoman commander, Hamza Pasha, was sent with 1,000 horsemen to seize Vlad by treachery at a border meeting. Vlad, forewarned or simply smarter, ambushed the ambushers, took the entire force, marched them home, and impaled every man of them, with Hamza Pasha, in strict observance of protocol, on the tallest stake of all, his rank honored to the last. Some accounts add that limbs were removed first, and before leaving the border, Vlad collected a bonus that shows you the other blade he carried, the one between his ears. He had grown up in Ottoman custody, remember, and spoke fluent Turkish, and knew the forms and passwords of Ottoman military correspondence from the inside. So he rode to the fortress of Giurgiu, the Ottoman strongpoint on the Danube that the ambush had been staged from, and had the gates hailed in perfect Turkish, with the captured credentials in the dark, by men in the right dress saying the right words. The garrison opened up for what it took to be its own side. Vlad's soldiers poured through, and Giurgiu was burned with everyone in it, and the frontier fortress that had planned his kidnapping ceased to exist, because its sentries never doubted that beautiful, unaccented Turkish. Everything the Sultan's court had done to a hostage child came back over the walls that night, speaking the language they'd taught him. Then, in the winter of 1461 into 62, Vlad crossed the frozen Danube and did to the Ottoman side of the river what he had done to Transylvania, and we have his own accounting of it because he wrote it down. In a letter to the King of Hungary dated the 11th of February 1462, Vlad reports the destruction of the Danube ports and countryside from the river mouth westward, and gives a figure for the enemy dead of 23,884, Turks and Bulgarians both, and he specifies, with the precision of a man submitting an expense report, that the number excludes those burned in their homes, whose heads could not be presented to his officers for counting, heads, and by other accounts, noses, collected in sacks as receipts. A Venetian dispatch from that spring runs its own arithmetic in the same tens of thousands. Whatever the exact figure, the raid was a sensation. Church bells rang for him in Christendom, the Pope spoke his praises, and Mehmed the Conqueror assembled, in response, an army that contemporary estimates put at anywhere from 90,000 up toward 150,000 men, a force of the class that had taken Constantinople to erase Walachia's prince personally. Vlad could raise perhaps 30,000 at the outside, many of them peasants with scythes. What followed in the summer of 1462 was one of history's great asymmetric campaigns. Vlad burned his own country ahead of the invader, crops destroyed, wells poisoned, livestock driven off, whole populations moved into the mountains. So the Ottoman host advanced through a smoking vacancy in 100-degree heat, dying of thirst, harried at night. We have this campaign from inside the Ottoman column, incidentally, and from a witness with no reason to flatter anyone. Konstantin Mihailovich, a Serbian Christian conscripted into the Janissary Corps, marched into Wallachia that summer and lived to write his memoirs, and his account and the Ottoman chroniclers agree on the texture of the thing. A land emptied of everything with a pulse, wells fouled and choked, no forage, no shade, heat so ferocious that men's armor scorched their hands, and the nights worse than the days, because the nights belonged to Vlad. And to the terror of steel, the accounts add something that sounds like a page torn out of a much later century. Vlad, the reports say, sent his own sick into the enemy, men infected with plague and other contagion, dressed in Ottoman clothes, paid or promised reward, walking into the Sultan's camp to mingle and cough and die among the invaders. Weaponized disease, dispatched on foot in 1462. Whether the epidemic that duly broke out in the Ottoman camp owed more to Vlad's walking weapons, or to the ordinary filth of 100,000 men in summer, the army experienced it as one more curse from a land that seemed to be fighting them by itself. Ottoman chroniclers describe the fear in the camp, the Sultan ordering the army entrenched behind stakes every evening. And on the night of the 16th to 17th of June, 1462, Vlad attempted the single most audacious act of his life. With thousands of riders, some accounts say disguised in Ottoman dress, he broke into the Sultan's own camp in the dark, cutting toward Mehmed's personal tent to kill the conqueror in his bed. Chaos, torches, a camp of 100,000 men fighting itself in the dark. The attackers reportedly hit the wrong cluster of grand tents, butchering their way through the pavilions of 2 viziers, while the Sultan's guard rallied, and by dawn, Vlad was gone back into the forests, leaving the greatest army on earth badly shaken, but its master alive. Konstantin Mihailovich, our Serbian janissary, was in that camp that night, and his memoir preserves the view from ground level, the Wallachians bursting in the dark, the killing of men and horses and camels in the panic, and, the detail only an insider would confess, the army striking blindly at itself, janissaries cutting down their own comrades in the torchlit confusion, because in the dark every rider was Vlad. He records the camp's fear plainly, the greatest military machine on earth spending its nights afraid of one man in its own country of shadows. Ottoman sources and Christian sources disagree predictably about the casualties and about who should be more embarrassed. A persistent tradition adds that Vlad had prepared the strike personally, that in the days before he had gone into the Ottoman camp himself, disguised as a Turk, wandering the tent lanes and counting, mapping the ground his horsemen would kill across, and given what we know about his Turkish and his nerve, the tradition has never lacked believers. And while he was throwing everything at the Sultan's tent, a knife was entering his back from the one direction he hadn't guarded. Stephen of Moldavia, Stephen the Great, as history would come to call him, one of the towering figures of Romanian history, was Vlad's first cousin and owed him personally. Vlad had sheltered him in exile and helped put him on the Moldavian throne in 1457. That June, with Vlad locked in his death struggle against the Ottomans, cousin Stephen chose the moment to march on the fortress of Chilia, a Danube stronghold Vlad held, forcing Vlad to peel away part of his tiny army to hold the door against his own kinsmen. Politics explains it. Stephen wanted Chilia for Moldavia and reckoned coldly about which giant to appease. And family, in this video, has been the nearest battlefield since Castile, so perhaps by the seventh ruler, we shouldn't even blink. Days later, Mehmed reached the Wallachian capital, Târgoviște, and found it open, empty, silent, and on the approach to the city, the army walked into the thing this entire video has been building toward. The Byzantine historian Laonikos Chalkokondylos, writing within living memory, describes it as best anyone could, a field of stakes. His account gives a span of 17 stades by 7, call it roughly 3 kilometers by 1, planted with the impaled bodies of the Ottoman prisoners taken over the previous months, the men of Hamza Pasha among them, and not only men. The accounts include women and children among the staked dead. Chalkokondyles' figure is 20,000 bodies. The corpses had been there for weeks and months in the summer heat. The modern recalculations of this scene, and I'll come back to those, note what he also notes. Birds. Carrion birds had built nests inside the hollowed rib cages and skulls of the dead, generations of crows raising chicks in the chest cavities of impaled men, an ecosystem established in the atrocity. And through this forest, the forest of the impaled, as it has been called ever since, the largest army in the world advanced in total silence. The accounts add that the army met the field with its face covered. The stench of months of summer decay reached the column long before the stakes came into view, and men marched the last stretch with cloaks pressed over their mouths and noses. Tens of thousands of veterans of siege and massacre, gagging their way toward the capital through air their enemy had poisoned with his own subjects and theirs. The Sultan, the man who had mounted the walls of Constantinople through the smoke, is described as seized with amazement, saying that a man who did such things and governed so would be worthy of greater things, that one could not deprive of his country a man who did such marvelous deeds. Words hovering somewhere between horror and professional admiration. Then Mehmed the Conqueror ordered the camp ditched and staked for the night against a beaten enemy, and shortly thereafter turned the main army around and went home, leaving the war to proxies. Historians argue to this day about the retreat, supply failure, plague in the camp, the strategic pointlessness of occupying an ash heap all played their part alongside the psychological blow. What nobody argues about is that the Sultan who had ended the Roman Empire looked at what Vlad had made and declined to continue the acquaintance in person. The proxy Mehmed left behind was Radu, the beautiful brother, the hostage who had adapted, with a cause of janissaries and a simple message for the surviving boyars of Wallachia. Your prince impales you, mine won't, and the tribute is negotiable. It worked in months. The boyars flowed to Radu. Vlad, abandoned, fell back on Poenari, the fortress his enemies had died building. And the local legend, cherished in Romania, says that as the Ottomans closed in, his wife or mistress threw herself from the tower into the Argeș rather than be taken, declaring she would sooner rot in the river than be led captive, and a stretch of the water is called the Ladies' River to this day. Vlad himself escaped over the mountains to Hungary, to his ally King Matthias Corvinus, carrying the wreck of his cause, and Corvinus, who had pocketed a papal crusade subsidy he had no intention of spending on a crusade, promptly arrested him. The justification circulated to a startled Europe was a set of letters, allegedly intercepted, in which Vlad offered his services to the Sultan. A good many historians consider them forgeries commissioned to give Corvinus cover, and it can hardly be coincidence that the nastiest German stories about Vlad began circulating right around the time the Hungarian court needed him to look like a monster. He spent roughly 12 years in Hungarian custody, first as a prisoner, later as a well-kept curiosity. And from those years comes one of the strangest details in any source about any ruler. The report, passed along by a papal envoy, that Vlad in his captivity denied men, caught mice, and cut them to pieces, and fixed the pieces on tiny splinters of wood. Impaling mice. The detail is second-hand, hostile and unverifiable, and it has the ring of gossip, and it may also be the truest sentence anyone ever wrote about him. The captivity years produced one more legacy, and it travelled further than anyone in Buda could have guessed. Vlad became a sight, the famous monster of the Hungarian court, pointed out to ambassadors, discussed in dispatches, a caged legend whom visitors could observe at Visegrad, the way one observed the king's other exotic acquisitions. And among those who gathered the stories circulating about him was, some years on, a Russian envoy to the Hungarian court, Fedor Kuritzin, a serious, learned man, a diplomat of the Grand Prince of Moscow, who collected the tales and carried them home, where they were worked into the Russian tale of Dracula the Voivode. the version I mentioned earlier that retells the same horrors with the moral reversed. And the Russian tale adds its own theory of the man, a theologically flavored one, that Vlad's cruelty flowed from his abandonment of the true faith, the Orthodox prince who, to buy his freedom and his Hungarian bride, went over to the Latin Church, and in forsaking the light, the tale reasons, opened himself to the darkness. Romanian church tradition never quite forgave the conversion either. So by the 1480s, 3 separate literatures had already built 3 separate Vlads: the German monster, the Russian dark mirror of good kingship, the Romanian avenger, and the man was still alive for part of it, sitting in comfortable custody, watching Europe argue about which story he was. The vampire, when he finally arrived 4 centuries later, was merely the 4th draft. The last act was brief. Radu, the beautiful brother, had held the throne Mehmed gave him for over a decade, on and off, trading it back and forth with yet another claimant as Wallachian politics resumed its usual rhythm of revolving princes, and then died of disease, reportedly the slow rot of syphilis, at around 40, having outmaneuvered his terrifying brother by the simple strategy of being agreeable to everyone Vlad had horrified. Restored to favour, remarried into the Hungarian royal family. The price was conversion to Catholicism, a scandal to the Orthodox. Vlad was sent back in 1476 with Hungarian backing to take Wallachia a 3rd time. Vlad entered Bucharest and Târgoviște in November, was proclaimed voivoda once more, and was dead within weeks. Killed at the very end of 1476 or the first days of 1477 in a fight with Ottoman-backed forces near Bucharest. The accounts of the death scatter: cut down in battle, assassinated by a Turk who had infiltrated his camp posing as a servant, struck down in one bitter version by his own men who mistook him, some say by Wallachians who knew exactly who he was. One document gets us closer than any other, and it comes from the cousin who had betrayed him at Chilia, and then, in the final act, become his ally again. Stephen the Great wrote afterward that, knowing how little Wallachian loyalty could be trusted, he had left Vlad a bodyguard of 200 of his own Moldavians, picked men sworn to the prince's person, and that when the ambush closed on Vlad, that guard died where it stood. Of the 200, Stephen reports, barely 10 cut their way out alive. 200 foreign soldiers were judged necessary to keep this man alive among his own subjects, and 200 were not enough. What the sources agree on is the aftermath, reported by the Milanese ambassador at Buda. The Ottomans cut the body to pieces, and the head was taken, preserved, the tradition insists, in honey for the journey, and carried to Constantinople and presented to Mehmed, who had it displayed on a stake above the city. Set on a stake. Even his enemies, you'll notice, thought in his imagery by then. The body, headless, is traditionally said to lie at the island monastery of Snagov, near Bucharest. His own foundation, a walled church on a lake island reachable in his day only by boat. Exactly the sort of address a man with his enemies would choose for eternity. The tradition got its test in the 1930s when the archaeologist Dinu Rossetti excavated the tomb before the altar, the spot where 5 centuries of monks had pointed visitors, and found it empty of any prints, animal bones, ceramic scraps, no Dracula. A second grave nearby, by the church door, held a headless skeleton in the rotted remains of rich clothing, with fragments that suggested rank, and the romantic conclusion writes itself and has never been proven. So the man who filled so many graves has, as his own memorial, an officially empty one and an unclaimed candidate beside it, and the monks of Snagov, I'm told, remain diplomatically agnostic. He was about 45 years old, had ruled, across 3 reigns, a total of perhaps 7 years, and had made those 7 years echo for 550 more. 2 last things before we leave him, because they frame everything you've just heard. First, the numbers, the German pamphlets. And remember, these were among the very first bestsellers of the printing press era, running through edition after edition precisely because the horror moved product. Credit Vlad with a career total that later writers pushed to 80,000, even 100,000 dead, in a principality whose whole population was perhaps 500,000. Recent scholarship, building on the work of historians like Matej Kazaku and Peter Mario Kreuter, has gone through the claims episode by episode against the logistics, the size of the halls, the timber required, the manpower and execution detail actually has, and concludes that perhaps 8% or so of the pamphlet totals will bear weight. The forest at Targovishte closer to 16 or 1700 bodies than 20,000. The Boyar feast dozens rather than hundreds. 1,600 impaled human beings arranged as landscape architecture is, I'd suggest, entirely sufficient horror. And it says something about the pamphlet tradition that it felt the need to multiply it by 12. And second, the split reputation, because it never healed. In Romania, from the 19th century onward, Vlad was rebuilt as a national founding hero, the incorruptible defender against the Ottomans and the thieving nobles, the prince under whom a golden cup could sit untouched in a public square. Romania's national poet Eminescu summoned him in verse to come back and sort out the politicians, and that sentiment has never fully gone away. Meanwhile, the Saxon monster of the pamphlets sailed on through European print for 4 centuries until it washed up in that London library in front of Bram Stoker, who took nothing from the historical man except the name and the country and a whiff of blood, and accidentally made him the most famous Romanian who ever lived, in a costume he never wore. The tourism industry then completed the confusion with a flourish. The fortress sold to millions of visitors every year as Dracula's castle. Bran, that gorgeous fairy tale pile on its Transylvanian crag, has, historians keep pointing out to no effect whatsoever, only the thinnest connection to Vlad, who may have passed by it, may briefly have been held near it, and certainly never ruled from it. His actual castle, Poenari, the one his enemies died building, sits mostly ignored up its 1,480 steps. The wrong castle gets the crowds, the wrong story gets the fangs, and the real man's real fortress keeps its silence in the mountains, which he might, on reflection, have preferred. The real man needed no fangs. The real man had a woodpile and patience, and the crows nesting in the rib cages at Targovishte were not a metaphor for anything. One ruler remains, and I've saved him for last on purpose because his death is the one that people who hear this video will still be thinking about next week. His contemporaries called him Charles the Bad, Charles le Mauvais. And unlike most royal nicknames, this one was earned in his own lifetime and endorsed by essentially everyone who dealt with him. Charles II, King of Navarre, Count of Evreux, a man who betrayed literally every ally he ever had, arranged the assassination of the most powerful nobleman in France, poisoned by reputation and possibly by practice, and who died. I'm going to make you wait for it, because the 14th century made everyone wait for it, in a manner so appalling and so precisely fitted to his life that all of Europe treated the news as a message from God. He was born on the 10th of October, 1332, and his whole career grew out of a grievance about blood, specifically about the throne of France. His mother, Joan, was the only child of King Louis X of France. When Louis died, the French barons decided a woman could not inherit the crown, then extended the logic so her son couldn't inherit through her either, and the throne slid sideways twice until it landed in 1328 on the House of Valois, cousins of the old kings, while Joan, the last direct line of Saint Louis, was bought off with the small Pyrenean kingdom of Navarre and some scattered lands in Normandy. Her son Charles grew up on the arithmetic of that swindle. By strict descent, he stood closer to the crown of France than the Valois king sitting on it, and closer than that other claimant across the Channel, Edward III of England, whose own claim through his mother had just started the war we now call the 100 Years' War. 3 men, 1 crown, and the one with arguably the best blood claim held the smallest kingdom. Charles was clever. Genuinely, dazzlingly clever, a beautiful speaker, small and quick and charming, by every account one of the most persuasive men of his age. And he decided early that what the blood hadn't given him, treachery would. The French crown, wary of exactly that, tried the traditional solution, marry the grievance into the family. In 1352, Charles was wed to Joan of Valois, daughter of King Jean II of France, and the bride was 8 years old at the ceremony, a treaty in a small dress, promised along with a rich dowry that the perpetually broke French crown then, fatally, failed to pay on schedule. Keep the family chart in view as we go, because it turns everything that follows several shades darker. The King of France was Charles's father-in-law. The murders, the plots, the poisons aimed at the Dauphin and the crown of France across the next 30 years were aimed at his wife's father, his wife's brother, and his wife's nephew, one after another, by a man who sat at their table at every family occasion the century could impose. Joan herself, for the record, bore him a large brood of children and died in 1373, and history barely gets a sentence about her between her husband's schemes, so let this be the sentence. His entry into serious history comes in 1354, with a murder at an inn, and the murder tells you everything about his methods. The victim was Charles de la Cerda, also called Charles of Spain, a young nobleman of royal Castilian descent and the beloved favorite of the new French king, John II. And beloved is doing heavy work in that sentence. Jean showered Lacerda with offices and lands, made him Constable of France, the commander of all royal armies, and the intimacy between king and favourite was close enough that chroniclers hinted, and modern historians openly discuss, that they were lovers. Among the gifts Jean handed his favourite was the county of Angoulême, territory Charles of Navarre considered part of his family's stolen inheritance, compensation owed and never paid. At Christmas 1353, the two Charleses quarrelled publicly, and words were exchanged of the sort that 14th-century noblemen didn't forgive. Lacerda, secure in the king's love, is said to have treated the little King of Navarre with open contempt. Contempt was a serious tactical error. On the night of the 8th of January, 1354, Charles de Lacerda was sleeping at an inn called the Truy qui Fil, the Spinning Sow, wonderful name, in the small Norman town of L'Aigle, deep inside Navarre's family territory, with only a small escort. Before dawn, armed men surrounded the inn. They were commanded by Philip of Navarre, Charles's younger brother, and they included some of the leading Norman lords of the Navarrese party. This was a family operation, planned like one. The Constable of France, waking to the noise, understood instantly what had come for him. He tried to hide. The accounts have him found crouched behind or beneath the bed, the highest military officer of the French crown, dragged out from under a bed in his nightclothes. He fell to his knees. He begged. He clasped his hands and pleaded for his life, offered ransom, invoked the king. And Philip's men stabbed him to death on the floor of the inn, kneeling and begging as he died. And the detail that travelled all over Europe, the one every chronicle repeats with the same horrified precision, came from the men who examined the body afterward. 80 wounds. They counted more than 80 separate wounds. A murder needs perhaps 3. 80 is a message written on a body. This is what contempt buys, and this is what proximity to the King of Navarre's inheritance costs. Charles himself, note, wasn't in the room. He waited nearby at a grange, close enough to command, far enough to keep his own hands technically clean. And that arrangement, hands clean and will everywhere, was his signature for the rest of his life. And now the part that made him infamous, rather than merely violent. He didn't deny it. Practically before the blood dried, Charles was writing letters to the courts of Europe, to the Pope, to the King of Aragon, to the English, cheerfully acknowledging responsibility. Know that it was I, by my order, that the death of Charles of Spain was carried out. He framed it as a private matter honourably resolved. And then, while the King of France was still incandescent with grief and rage over his murdered favourite, Jean shut himself away for days, refusing food and company, and the court chroniclers describe a sovereign so deranged by the loss that state business simply stopped. Whatever the exact nature of his love for Lacerda, the mourning was the mourning of a widower. Charles opened negotiations with England, offering to hand the English his Norman lands as a doorway into France. A word about what Charles actually ruled, while his letters crossed the Channel, because the mismatch is the engine of the whole career. Navarre was tiny, a mountain kingdom in the western Pyrenees. Pamplona, its one real city, its revenues modest, its army small, a realm you could ride across in days. What Charles possessed beyond it was position. The Norman counties athwart the Seine and the roads to Paris, the Pyrenean passes between France and Spain, and the blood of St. Louis in his veins. And he spent his whole life leveraging position into menace, a small king made enormous purely by where he stood and what he was willing to do there. The threat worked exactly as designed. Jean, facing an English alliance with his own cousin, swallowed the murder of the man he loved, and in the Treaty of Mantes in 1354, he pardoned the assassins and handed Charles even more Norman territory. The King of Navarre had murdered the King of France's favourite, confessed in writing, and been paid for it. If you want a single transaction that explains the moral atmosphere of the 100 Years' War, that one will serve. The peace lasted, of course, as long as Charles's peaces ever lasted. He intrigued with England again. He was suspected of drawing the king's own heir, the young Dauphin, into a plot. And in April 1356, King Jean's patience detonated, and the scene it detonated into is one of the great set pieces of the century. On the 5th of April, the Dauphin was hosting a banquet at the castle of Rouen, a reconciliation dinner of all things, the young heir entertaining the Norman nobility with Charles of Navarre seated as guest of honour. When the doors of the hall burst open and the King of France himself came through them in armour, at the head of a company of men-at-arms, with his marshal beside him shouting that no one was to move on pain of death. Jean crossed the hall straight to the high table and seized Charles of Navarre with his own hands, grabbed him by the collar, hauled him up out of his seat, and the words the chronicles give him deserve their place. "Get up, traitor. You are not worthy to sit at my son's table." For one heartbeat the whole century balanced on a knife, literally. One of Charles's squires, a man named Colin Doublel, drew his dagger on the King of France himself, there in the hall, and was barely wrestled down before he could add regicide to the menu. Jean arrested Charles in front of the horrified company, and then dealt with 4 of his companions, including that squire, and including men implicated in the spinning sow business 2 years earlier, with a fury that skipped past every form of law. They were loaded onto carts, hauled out that same day to a field behind the castle called, with no irony available in any language, the Field of Pardon, and beheaded in front of the king. And the headsman's work matched the haste. The executioner pressed into service was, by the accounts, a condemned prisoner offered his own life for the job, an amateur with an axe and everything to lose, and he took blow after botched blow to get through his task. One account gives the Count of Harcourt's death 6 strokes. The bodies were hung in chains from the great gibbet of Rouen, where they stayed, rotting over the city, as the king's answer to the 80 wounds. Charles himself was too royal to kill and too dangerous to free, so he went into a cell, and prison turned out to be the best career move he never chose, because 5 months later King Jean marched off to fight the English at Poitiers and lost the battle, the army, and his own liberty in a single afternoon. The King of France, captive in English hands, his teenage son the Dauphin left holding a bankrupt, beaten, furious kingdom, and in that vacuum, everyone suddenly remembered that the charming King of Navarre, royal blood, silver tongue, conveniently anti-Valois, was sitting in a cell. In November 1357, his partisans broke him out, and Paris welcomed him like a savior. He stood up before the capital, an open-air assembly at the Pré aux Clercs, 10,000 Parisians by the reckonings, packed to hear him, and gave a speech the accounts describe with something like awe. Hours long, learned and tearful by turns, the little king cataloguing his wrongs, invoking his descent from St. Louis, weeping at the correct moments and letting the crowd weep with him, and pivoting, just often enough, to the delicate suggestion that France's misfortunes traced to the men who had stolen a crown from his grandmother's line. Chroniclers who despised everything he stood for still recorded through their teeth that he spoke wonderfully, sweetly, one says, and with great eloquence, so that he drew the people to him. Persuasion was the one weapon he never had to buy, hire, or poison. The city, whipped up by its revolutionary merchant leader Etienne Marcel, fell at his feet. For a season, Charles the Bad was the most popular man in France, and every faction, the Parisian Revolution, the captive king's party, the Dauphin, the English, believed he was secretly working for them. All of them were correct, and that was the problem. How ugly that Parisian winter got, and how much of the ugliness broke in Charles's favor, comes through in one morning that the chronicles never tired of describing. On the 22nd of February, 1358, Etienne Marcel led an armed crowd of some 3,000 Parisians into the royal palace itself, up the stairs, and into the private chamber of the Dauphin, the 18-year-old heir of France, standing essentially alone. With the prince were two of his most senior officers, the marshals Jean de Conflans and Robert de Clermont. The mob fell on them right there in the room in front of the boy. Clermont was cut down beside the Dauphin's bed. Conflans died so close to the prince that the accounts agree on the detail everyone remembered. The marshal's blood spattered across the Dauphin's robes as they were butchered within arm's reach of him, and the terrified heir of France begged Marcel to spare his own life. Marcel's answer was pure theatre. He took the red and blue hood of the Parisian Revolution off his own head and pressed it onto the Dauphin's, marking the prince as the mob's creature, and put the Dauphin's hat on himself, and the bodies of the two marshals were dragged out and dumped in the courtyard where the crowd could see them, and they lay there while the city decided whether it was proud or afraid. And here's the Navarre connection, because there always is one. One of the murdered marshals had been a principal enemy of Charles's party. The crowd's fury had been stoked for weeks by preachers and agents in Navarre's pay, and within days of the killings, Charles the Bad was back in Paris, installed by Marcel's government as its protector, negotiating from the top of a situation his people had helped set alight. He hadn't held a knife. He never held a knife. Men simply kept dying in rooms he profited from, while he arrived afterward, sympathetic and eloquent, to collect. Then came the spring of 1358 and the Jacquerie, and here Charles graduates from assassin to something bleaker. The French countryside north of Paris, ground to nothing by taxes, ransoms, defeat, and the plundering soldiery of both sides, erupted in one of the great peasant risings of the Middle Ages. Manor houses burned, noble families were murdered with atrocities the chroniclers dwell on at nauseated length. Froissart, no friend of peasants, records a knight roasted on a spit before his wife and children, and the wife violated and forced to eat of her husband's flesh before being killed. And whatever the truth of the worst tales, the nobility of northern France experienced weeks of genuine class terror. The peasants, the Jacques, from the nickname Jacques Bonhomme, Jack Goodfellow, the noble's condescending name for any peasant, found a commander in a man named Guillaume Calle, a capable villager who tried to turn the mob into an army, and the nobility, terrified and scattered, turned to the one royal figure at hand with troops and nerve, Charles of Navarre. The fact that he'd been flirting with the Parisian Revolution allied to those same peasants troubled him not at all. The wind had changed, so Charles changed. On the 10th of June, 1358, near Mello, Charles's professional soldiers faced Calle's peasant host, thousands strong, dug in on a slope behind wagons. A position awkward enough that even trained cavalry would bleed taking it. So Charles didn't take it. He sent to Calle under a flag of truce, proposing a parley, offering safe conduct, the sacred machinery of chivalric war, sworn word, guaranteed passage. And Guillaume Calle, a peasant playing at the noble's game and trusting the noble's rules, walked into Charles's camp and was seized on the spot. The safe conduct meant nothing. The chroniclers barely pretend anyone expected it to. Some later accounts add that before killing him, they crowned him, sat him down and pressed onto his head a circlet of iron heated red in the fire, a burning crown for the king of the peasants, and then beheaded him. His leaderless army, watching its commander vanish into the enemy camp and not return, was charged by Charles's knights and annihilated where it stood. Thousands of peasants ridden down and butchered in the fields. And the killing didn't stop with the battle. Across the following weeks, the nobility conducted a counter-terror through the villages of the Beauvaisis and beyond, burning, hanging, massacring men who had nothing to do with the rising, along with those who had, until, by the reckonings repeated since, some 20,000 peasants were dead by midsummer. At Meaux, where a separate peasant and Parisian force had trapped noble families, including, for maximum drama, the Dauphin's own wife and infant daughter, in a fortified market on an island in the river, the situation hung for a moment at the edge of the unthinkable. Some 300 noblewomen and children penned behind one wall, a furious army of thousands at the gate, and everyone on both sides fully aware of what the Jacques had already done to noble families in the countryside. Into that scene, with timing that romances are built from, rode a small company of knights on their way home from crusading in Prussia, the Captal de Buch and the Count of Foix among them, perhaps 24 lances and their followers, who heard what was penned up in the market of Meaux, came on and charged the mob in the narrow streets. Armoured professional killers in a confined space against townsmen and peasants. The accounts describe the crowd compressing, panicking, breaking, men drowning in the Marne by the hundred as they fled the lances, and the slaughter running on until the arms of the killers were tired. Then the reprisal that followed torched the town. Meaux burned by the accounts for 2 weeks, its mayor hanged, its people slaughtered for what their neighbors had attempted. Charles the Bad rode through all of this as the nobility's sword, the safe conduct trick at Mello his personal contribution to the season, and within weeks he was back in Paris negotiating with the same revolutionary government the peasants had died allied to, because, and I cannot stress this enough, the man was incapable of staying betrayed out. Etienne Marcel, the Parisian leader, was murdered by his own citizens at the end of July as the revolution collapsed, cut down with axes at the Porte Saint-Antoine by men of the Loyalist Party, in the very act, his killers claimed, of opening the gates of Paris to a Navarrese garrison, the keys of the city in question at the moment the blades came down. Paris opened its gates to the Dauphin within days, and the best chance Charles the Bad ever had of ruling France from inside its capital bled out in a gateway with the man holding the keys, and Charles simply pivoted again, made terms with the Dauphin he'd been undermining, and sailed on. The rest of the career runs on the same engine, and I'll spare you every rotation of it. Alliance and betrayal with England, alliance and betrayal with France, a serious bid for the French crown itself abandoned when the price rose, and a military humiliation timed like a punchline. In May 1364, days before the new King Charles V was to be crowned at Reims, the royal army under Bertrand du Guesclin met the Navarrese army at Cocherel in Normandy and wrecked it, capturing its famous Gascon commander, so that the first news delivered to the new King of France on the road to his own coronation was that God, or at least du Guesclin, had gift-wrapped the King of Navarre's field army for the occasion. The same Breton, 5 years later, would host that fatal tent at Montiel. Small world, the 14th century. And threading through the decades, the poison. Poison hangs around Charles the Bad like the smell around Sviatopolk's grave. He was accused in formal proceedings and common report of attempting to poison the Dauphin, later King Charles V, on more than one occasion. When the French king died in 1380, worn out at 42 by a mysterious chronic illness, his doctors traced to an old poisoning. Plenty of voices knew exactly whom to blame. In 1378, the French finally produced receipts. A Navarrese agent, captured and interrogated, confessed to a mission to poison the King of France with a powder on his master's orders, and the confession, extracted under torture, weigh that as you will, was published across Europe, and France used it as the warrant to seize essentially all of Charles's Norman lands. The seizure of 1378 was total and humiliating in its speed. Royal officers and troops moved through the Navarrese holdings in Normandy, taking town after town, castle after castle, Evreux itself, the seat of his line, among them, while his own eldest son, the future Charles III, who happened to be in French hands and French sympathies, formally surrendered what his father owned rather than see it stormed. Within months of the whole continental inheritance he had schemed, murdered, and poisoned over for 40 years, exactly one stronghold remained out of French hands, the port of Cherbourg, and only because Charles had already leased it to the English, meaning even the last scrap wasn't really his. His own son, mortified, went over to the French side, and even that catastrophe taught him nothing, because the reports place him in the mid-1380s, old and ruined, trying one last time. An agent dispatched into France with poison intended for the young King Charles VI and the royal dukes, the whole Valois leadership in one stroke. The man was caught, interrogated, and confessed the commission and the paymaster, and died the death France reserved for those who raised a hand against the king's person, executed with the full public horror the occasion demanded, and the confession went into the record beside the earlier one. 2 separate captured agents, 7 years apart, each independently naming the King of Navarre as the man who sent them into France with poison. At some point, the pattern stops being alleged. By the 1380s, Charles the Bad sat shrunken back into little Navarre, prematurely old, sick, broke, distrusted from Scotland to Castile, a man who had spent 40 years playing every side of the largest war in the world and had, at the end of all the cleverness, lost every single game. And then came the night that turned him into a legend. By the winter of 1386 into 87, Charles was 54 and his body was failing. The sources describe something like paralysis or extreme debility, a man who had lost the use of his limbs, possibly after years of illness, his enemies naturally attributed to a poisoner's occupational exposure. His physicians prescribed a treatment with perfectly respectable medieval logic behind it. The king was to be wrapped, at night, head to foot in linen cloths soaked in distilled spirits, aqua vitae, brandy essentially, to warm the body and revive the dying limbs. To keep the wrappings snug, the soaked bandages were sewn onto him, stitched closed around the royal body each evening like a shroud and unpicked in the morning. Sit with that image a moment. An old, hated, half-paralyzed king, sealed every night into alcohol-soaked cloth by candlelight. You can see it coming. Everyone for 600 years has been able to see it coming. On the night of the 1st of January, 1387, New Year's night, the attendant sewing him in, a serving woman, finished the seam at the king's neck and found she had no scissors to cut the final thread. So she reached for the candle to burn the thread loose. The flame touched the thread and ran down it like a fuse into cloth saturated with distilled spirit. And the King of Navarre ignited in his own bed, sewn into his own burning bandages, unable, remember the paralysis, to rise, to roll, to tear at the wrappings, to do anything but burn and scream. The attendant fled the room in terror, by the accounts, leaving him alight. By the time help beat out the flames, Charles had been roasted over most of his body inside a garment he could not remove, and the 14th century had no mercy left to offer a burn victim beyond prayer. He did not die quickly. The chroniclers, with the grim satisfaction of men watching a moral demonstration, note that he lingered. Froissart's account and the others give him days of agony, up to a fortnight in some versions, fully conscious for at least part of it, dying by slow degrees inside his cooked skin. With time, the pious versions add hopefully to repent of a lifetime that would have required considerably longer. He died in Pamplona in the first days of January 1387, and Europe received the news the way audiences receive the end of a well-made play. The traditions of the fatal night vary a little from chronicle to chronicle, and the variations are their own study in how a legend sets. In one telling, the fire comes from the attendant's candle igniting the final thread. In another, from a warming pan or brazier brought too close to the spirit-soaked bed. In yet another, the physician's wrapping was done nightly for weeks before the night the flame found it. But every version keeps the essentials: the sewn shroud of brandy-soaked cloth, the helpless body inside it, the fire, the days of lingering. Chroniclers across the continent recorded the death with open editorializing: the treacherous king, the poisoner, the burner of Mo, consumed by fire in his bed through the fumbling of a servant girl. Some said the hand of God, some said the devil collecting his own, and Froissart, who had spent decades chronicling the man's betrayals, and observed that scarcely anyone in his own time would trust his word, seems unable to settle between them. No pyre built by an executioner, no sentence passed by a court, just a missing pair of scissors, a candle, and a body of work catching up with a body. What remained of Charles was buried with royal honours in the Cathedral of Pamplona, and following the custom of Navarre's kings, the body was parcelled out among the sanctuaries of the little kingdom. His heart sent up to the hill shrine of Santa Maria at Ujuay, where his father's heart already rested, so that the most burnt-out heart in 14th century Europe finished its travels in a mountain church above the plains, in a casket next to his dad's. His son succeeded him and spent his whole reign being pointedly, strenuously decent. History remembers him as Charles the Noble, and you don't earn that nickname unless everyone badly needs you to be the opposite of your father. And one of the bad king's daughters carried the family luck across the channel. Joan of Navarre married in her widowhood King Henry IV of England and reigned as Queen of England, and years later, as a dowager, was formally accused by her own stepson's government of attempting to destroy the king by witchcraft and sorcery, stripped of her revenues, and held for years in genteel confinement before being quietly released. No trial, and modern historians overwhelmingly see a cash grab dressed in an accusation. And notice which accusation came first to hand. The daughter of Charles the Bad, suspected of destroying a king by dark and secret means. Some family reputations cross salt water without getting wet, and that seems like the place to stop. With the smell of burned linen in a Pamplona bedroom and a servant girl running down a corridor away from the screaming on the first night of 1387. All right, that's the end of this one, and honestly, after 7 of these men in a row, I think we've all earned some daylight. If this video kept you company through a commute or a late night, do me a favor and tell me in the comments which of these 7 you'd least want to have dinner with. I have my answer, and it involves not being seated near any hares. Huge thanks as always to the Patreon crew and the YouTube members who make these long ones possible. If you fancy joining them, everything's linked in the description and the pinned comment. Take care of yourselves, and I'll catch you in the next one. By the time he was 22, the king of Jerusalem could not hold his own reins. His fingers had curled and stiffened and gone dead. So when he still insisted on riding, his attendants tied the reins to what remained of his arm, and off he went. A 22-year-old man strapped to a horse, ruling the most contested city on earth. He was blind by then. His face had collapsed in on itself. Open sores covered his hands and feet, and everyone at court could smell him coming before they saw him. And here is the part that gets me every time I sit down with this story. Nobody removed him. Nobody quietly shuffled him off to a monastery. His barons and his soldiers, a whole kingdom of people who believed leprosy was contagious and possibly a punishment from God, kept following this dying young man into battle. One of Saladin's own secretaries wrote about it with something close to disbelief. The Franks knew what their king was. They kept him anyway. His name was Baldwin, fourth of that name, and he ruled Jerusalem for 11 years while his body came apart piece by piece. I have wanted to cover him for a long time, and fair warning, this one is grim even by the standards of this channel. Leprosy in the 12th century was a slow public dismantling of a human being, and Baldwin's happened in front of an entire royal court, documented in unusual detail by a man who loved him. We are going to go through all of it. Before we get into the story properly, a quick hello. Welcome back, and if you are new here, welcome for the first time. I always like knowing where these videos end up, so drop a comment and tell me where in the world you are listening from, whether that is a commute or 3 in the morning when you should be asleep. Genuinely, I go through those comments and it never stops being strange and wonderful seeing how far this stuff travels. A big thank you to the Patreon supporters and the YouTube members who keep this channel running, and if you feel like joining them, the links for both are down in the description and in the pinned comment. Everything there helps keep these long ones coming. Alright, Jerusalem, the middle of the 12th century. A boy is about to be born who will break your heart. Baldwin came into the world in the middle of 1161, probably at Ascalon, down on the coast. No document survives recording the exact day. His father was Amalric, Count of Jaffa and Ascalon, a heavy-set, serious man with a slight stammer, younger brother of the reigning king. His mother was Agnes of Courtenay, daughter of the last Count of Edessa, a crusader state up north that had already been swallowed by the Muslims a decade before Baldwin was born. So on his mother's side, the boy inherited a title to a place that no longer existed. His family had been losing ground since before he could walk. His godfather was his uncle, King Baldwin III, and a story survives that the king joked at the christening that his gift to the baby would be the kingdom of Jerusalem itself. Everyone presumably laughed. The king was young, newly married, and expected to produce a full nursery of heirs. Then in February of 1163, the king died childless, possibly poisoned by his own doctor, though nobody could ever prove that, and suddenly the joke was a prophecy. Amalric was next in line, and little Baldwin, not yet 2 years old, became the heir behind him. Getting Amalric onto the throne turned out to be complicated, and the complication was Baldwin's mother. The High Court of Jerusalem, the assembly of great barons who had to approve each new king, flatly refused to accept Agnes as queen. The official reason was consanguinity. She and Amalric were related within the degrees the church prohibited, sharing a great-great-grandfather, and technically the marriage should never have happened. The actual reason was probably politics. The barons did not want the Courtenay family, a clan of dispossessed northerners, gaining that much influence at court. Motives aside, they handed Amalric a brutal choice: the crown or the wife. He chose the crown. He did fight for one thing though, and it changed everything that came after. As part of the annulment, Amalric insisted that his 2 children with Agnes, a daughter named Sibylla and the baby Baldwin, be formally declared legitimate and confirmed in the line of succession. The church agreed. So the marriage was dissolved, but the children kept their claim. Agnes was paid off with a title and revenues, and she remarried within a few years, first to a nobleman named Hugh of Ibelin, and later to Raynald of Sidon. For the boy at the center of it, the settlement meant that before he was 3 years old, his mother was removed from his life by a vote of barons. She did not raise him. As far as we can tell, she saw him only at formal public occasions for the next decade, standing at a distance in a crowded hall while her son was paraded past. Sibylla was sent away too, off to the convent of Saint Lazarus at Bethany to be raised by a great-aunt. The royal children of Jerusalem grew up as strangers to each other and to their mother, each parked in a separate corner of the kingdom. When Baldwin was about 6, his father remarried, a Byzantine princess named Maria Komnene, and she had no particular warmth for her stepson either. If anything, he was an obstacle. Any son she bore Amalric would stand behind Baldwin in the succession, and stepmothers in that position have rarely been sentimental. So that was the household. A father busy running a war state, an exiled mother, an absent sister, an indifferent stepmother. And around this lonely child, one of the strangest kingdoms that has ever existed. The Kingdom of Jerusalem in the 1160s was a thin strip of Catholic Europe transplanted onto the coast of the Middle East, roughly covering what is now Israel, the Palestinian territories, and chunks of Lebanon and Jordan. It had existed for about 60 years, since the First Crusade stormed Jerusalem in 1099 and massacred its way through the streets. The rulers spoke French. The peasants around them spoke Arabic. Medieval European maps drew Jerusalem at the exact center of the world, and the men who ran the place half believed that geography was theology, that they were holding the navel of creation on God's behalf. In practice, they were desperately short of manpower, surrounded on 3 sides and dependent on a constant drip of armed pilgrims from Europe to keep their garrisons filled. Every king of Jerusalem was expected to fight in person, at the front of his army, in a country where a single lost battle could mean losing everything. That expectation will matter enormously for a boy whose hands are about to stop working. When Baldwin was around 9, his father made a decision that gave us nearly everything we know about him. Amalric handed the prince over to a tutor, a churchman named William, archdeacon and later archbishop of Tyre. William was probably the most educated man in the entire Latin East. He had spent close to 20 years studying in Europe, in Paris and Bologna, theology and Roman law and the classics, and he had come home to a kingdom that badly needed literate men. Amalric had also commissioned him to write a full history of the Crusader states, and William did, an enormous chronicle that survives to this day. When he gets to Baldwin's reign, that chronicle stops being a history and becomes something closer to a memoir, written by a man who taught the king his letters, watched him grow up, served as his chancellor, and grieved for him on the page. Almost every intimate detail in this video comes from William. Keep in mind, as we go, that our main window into this story is a man who genuinely loved his student and was writing through that love, with all the tenderness and all the blind spots that implies. William gives us the boy before the disease. Baldwin was quick, he says, better at his lessons than boys usually are, with an unusually good memory. He loved being told stories, especially history, and he had a long memory for kindnesses done to him and an equally long one for slights. He looked like his father, same face, same build, even the same walk, and he inherited the family stammer. He was good with horses, genuinely good, better than boys his age. A normal, promising royal child, in other words. For about a year, William got to enjoy teaching him. Then came the day in the courtyard, one of the most quietly devastating scenes in all of medieval literature. Baldwin was playing with the other noble boys of the household, the sons of barons who were being raised alongside the prince. The game was one children have played forever. They pinched each other, digging fingernails into hands and forearms, seeing who would flinch first, who would cry out, boys shrieking and laughing and twisting away from each other, except one of them was not twisting away. The other boys pinched Baldwin as hard as they pinched anyone, harder maybe. He was the prince, and it was funny, and he simply stood there. He did not pull back his arm. He did not cry out. He took it, over and showed nothing. Word of this reached William, and his first reaction, the reaction of a proud teacher, was admiration. He assumed the boy was being brave, showing endurance beyond his years, mastering pain the way a future king should, a prince who could take punishment without flinching. What a fine sign. Then he called Baldwin over and started asking questions, gently, the way you would with a 9-year-old, and the answers slowly took the ground out from under him. The boy felt nothing. About half of his right hand and his right arm had gone completely numb. His playmates could pinch him there, scratch him, even bite him, and the sensation never arrived. The boy had probably not mentioned it to anyone. Children rarely announce the absence of a feeling. From his side, nothing was wrong. Some part of his arm had simply gone quiet, and he had adjusted around it without a word. William understood immediately that this was a medical matter, and he went to the king. Amalric brought in physicians and the treatments began. Fomentations, hot compresses applied to the dead flesh, trying to warm sensation back into it. Ointments rubbed into the arm. Then stronger measures, drugs William describes bluntly as poisonous, medicine on the 12th century logic that if a gentle remedy fails, you escalate to a violent one. None of it did anything. The numbness stayed. And William, looking back on all this years later with full knowledge of how it ended, wrote the sentence that hangs over everything else in this story. As time went on and they observed more, it became clear this had been the beginning of an incurable disease. He says he can hardly keep from crying while writing it. Nobody said the word out loud yet. That silence is its own piece of evidence about the world Baldwin lived in. The physicians around the prince almost certainly suspected leprosy from early on. Painless numbness in a limb, in a child, in the Levant, in the 12th century. That was the textbook opening move of the disease. But a formal diagnosis was a sentence. Under the customs of the kingdom, a noble found to be a leper could be required to hand himself over to the order of Saint Lazarus, a religious order made up of leprous knights, and live out his days among them. Diagnosis meant civil death, so the doctors hedged. They spoke of numbness, of imbalanced humours, of conditions that might improve, and they waited for the disease to show more of itself before anyone put a name on the heir to the throne. In the meantime, the household adapted quietly around the problem, and the boy endured the full menu of 12th century medicine while it did. Treatment for suspected leprosy in that era meant bleeding, on the theory that corrupt blood carried the disease and could be drained off. It meant purges and forced sweating, strict diets that banned whole categories of food thought to inflame the condition, and compounds like theriac, a famous cure-all whose recipe included the flesh of vipers, snake against serpent sickness, being exactly the logic the age found persuasive. Some physicians prescribed baths in special waters, others ointments of mercury or arsenic that did their own damage on the way through. A growing child sat through years of this, cut and dosed on a schedule, and none of it moved the numbness an inch. He seems to have borne it all without much complaint, and possibly that patience was the most ominous symptom of all. Part of that adaptation involved bringing in specialists from outside Christendom, and honestly, this detail says something rather touching about Amalric. The king who ruled a crusader state at permanent war with the Muslim world went and hired an Arab physician from Egypt, a Christian Arab named Abu Suleiman Dawood, a man with a serious medical reputation, to attend his son. A relative of that doctor, Abul Khair, was given a different job, one that sounds small and was actually enormous: teach the prince to ride. Properly, seriously ride, in a way that worked around a right arm going dead. A knight controlled his horse with his hands on the reins, and Baldwin was losing a hand. So this Egyptian riding master trained the boy to guide a warhorse using his knees and thighs and the shifting of his weight, keeping the left hand free for the reins or a weapon. Baldwin took to it remarkably well. Years later, men who watched him in battle described a rider better than most who had full use of both arms. Somewhere in a palace training yard then, a small boy circled on horseback for hours, learning to speak to a horse with his legs, while the adults watching him carefully avoided saying a certain word to each other. Amalric, meanwhile, was preparing for the worst in his own way. From around 1169, well before things became critical, he was quietly shopping for a husband for young Sibylla, some capable grown man from Europe who could step in as regent or successor if the king died while Baldwin was still a child, or if the child turned out to be as sick as everyone feared. A French count, Stephen of Sancerre, agreed to the match, sailed east, looked the situation over, and then backed out and went home. Nobody recorded his exact reasons. You can guess at them. A kingdom under siege, a sickly heir, a court full of factions. He decided he did not want the job, and Sibylla stayed unmarried, a loose thread that would eventually unravel the whole kingdom. Then the timetable collapsed. In the summer of 1174, Amalric came back from a campaign with dysentery. For a while he seemed to rally, then he worsened, and on the 11th of July he died in Jerusalem, 38 years old, and the kingdom found itself staring at the exact scenario he had spent 5 years trying to ensure against. The heir was 13. The heir was, in all likelihood, a leper, and no husband had ever been secured for the daughter. The High Court met and argued for 3 days. No minutes of those sessions survive, a real shame. It must have been as uncomfortable a debate as the kingdom ever held. These men knew about the numbness. Several of them had sons who had done the pinching. The question on the table was whether to crown a boy who might be rotting alive, and the answer they arrived at was yes, largely through lack of alternatives. Baldwin was the only son. The nearest adult male relatives were ruled out one by one. The Prince of Antioch too foreign to the kingdom's politics. Another cousin absent, Raymond of Tripoli only recently out of 8 years in a Muslim prison cell and not yet trusted. A 13-year-old with a dead arm beat every other option available, so they chose him unanimously, with an unspoken understanding attached. Find Sibylla a husband fast, so that when the disease takes him, there is a man ready. 4 days after his father's death, on the 15th of July, 1174, Baldwin was crowned in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, anointed with holy oil by the Patriarch of Jerusalem, a few dozen yards from the tomb of Christ. The date was picked deliberately. 75 years earlier to the day, the first crusade had broken into Jerusalem. The men running the ceremony wanted the symbolism, continuity, destiny, God's favor renewed on a new king. And through the middle of all that pageantry walked a slight 13-year-old with a stammer, carrying a secret in his right arm that half the church already knew. A letter arrived for the boy king around this time, and the sender might surprise you. Saladin. The man who would spend the next decade trying to destroy Baldwin's kingdom opened their relationship with a message of condolence on Amalric's death. The letter survives, copied into a later Egyptian chancery manual, and it is a remarkable document. Composed by Saladin's secretary in ornate diplomatic Arabic, it praises the dead king, addresses Baldwin with warmth, and tells the boy that Saladin will be to him what he was to his father, a friend whose affection holds firm regardless of the differences in their religions. Be at ease, it says in effect. Be confident. Do not be afraid. Whether Saladin meant a word of it, or whether it was pure diplomatic positioning while he consolidated Egypt, you can decide for yourself. Either way, the first thing Saladin ever said to Baldwin was a kindness addressed to a grieving 13-year-old, and the last decade of both their lives would be spent trying to break each other. History does this sometimes and never bothers to comment on it. Since the new king was underage, majority in Jerusalem came at 15. Someone had to run the country in the meantime, and the scramble for that job turned lethal almost immediately. First up was Miles of Plancy, the seneschal, a crown officer who had been close to Amalric and who seized the government by the simple method of being the man already running it. He was arrogant about it, refused to share power, made enemies at speed, and within 3 months he was dead. Assassins caught him at night in the streets of Acre in October of 1174 and stabbed him to death in the open. Nobody was ever charged. Nobody looked very hard for the killers either, and the chroniclers pass over the murder with the studied vagueness people use when the answer is obvious and unspeakable. Baldwin had been king for 3 months, and his first minister had just been butchered a few streets from the harbour. Into the vacuum stepped Raymond, Count of Tripoli, the young king's cousin. Raymond is one of the fascinating secondary characters of this whole saga. A lean, dark, self-controlled man, more Levantine than European in his habits, fluent in Arabic, sharp, cautious, and carrying 8 years of imprisonment in Aleppo somewhere behind his eyes. He came before the High Court and argued that as the nearest royal kinsman he was the rightful regent, and after 2 days of debate, sessions a 13-year-old had to formally preside over, the court agreed. For the next 2 years, Raymond governed Palestine while Baldwin finished what remained of his childhood, and with no new seneschal ever appointed after the murder, whenever Raymond was away, the paperwork of the realm ran through the king himself. His schedule in those years ran something like this: lessons in the morning, riding practice built around a dead arm, then sitting through property disputes between barons twice his age, then evenings with physicians applying compresses that both parties knew were useless. It was during these regency years, as Baldwin moved through puberty, that the disease finally showed enough of itself that the hedging stopped. The physicians put the name on it: leprosy. The modern mind files that word away as an antique curiosity, a Bible story ailment. The reality is one of the crueler things a disease has ever done to a person, and it needs spelling out in full. What Baldwin had, in modern terms, was an infection by Mycobacterium leprae, a slow-growing bacterium that colonizes the nerves and skin. A doctor named Piers Mitchell has gone through every scrap of medical evidence in the chronicles, and his reconstruction is now the standard account of the king's illness. As a child, Baldwin had what specialists call the tuberculoid form, the milder version: dead patches, numbness, the immune system holding the invader to a stalemate at the price of the nerves in the affected zone. A person can live a long time in that stalemate. Some people never get worse. Baldwin might have spent decades as a king with a numb arm and nothing more, and honestly, most of the tragedy that follows lives inside that possibility. Puberty broke the stalemate. Adolescence reshuffles the immune system, and in some patients, especially boys, the reshuffling opens the gate. The disease slipped its containment and converted into the lepromatous form, the severe version, the one where the bacteria multiply essentially unopposed and spread through the whole body. Mitchell points out one more hard detail on this. Physical hardship accelerates the collapse, and untended wounds invite it. Hold that thought until we reach what the 16-year-old king chose to do with his body. Lepromatous leprosy dismantles a person from the outside in, and it follows a pattern. The bacteria prefer the cooler regions of the body, so they concentrate in the face, the hands, the feet, the surfaces. The skin thickens and folds. Nodules rise on the forehead and cheeks and around the eyes, distorting the features until observers in the Middle Ages coined a specific term for the result: facies leonina, the lion face, a human face swollen and furrowed until it resembled a beast's. The cartilage of the nose is eaten away and the bridge caves in. The eyebrows and eyelashes fall out. The voice goes hoarse as the disease invades the throat. And in the limbs, the process that started in that courtyard game continues to its conclusion. Nerve after nerve dies, muscles waste and the fingers claw inward. And with sensation gone, the body loses its alarm system entirely. A stone in the shoe grinds through the sole of the foot all day, and the owner never notices. A burn goes unfelt. A cut gets infected and the infection spreads unopposed for days before anyone sees the swelling. Wounds open on the hands and feet, refuse to close, deepen into ulcers. Infection reaches the bone. The body reabsorbs damaged bone at the ends of fingers and toes, so the digits shorten and retract year by year, and to onlookers it appeared the extremities were being eaten away. In the final stages, the disease attacks the eyes, and the eyes fail. That is the full sequence. Baldwin got the full sequence, compressed into roughly a decade, from his mid-teens to his early 20s, in front of an audience. Every stage of it happened to a reigning monarch whose job required him to hold court in public and command armies in the field. Under every scene in the rest of this video, that process is running in the background, one more nerve going dark every month. Official Christendom had a script for people with Baldwin's disease, and this part of the story is bleak in a very different register. Medieval Europe maintained a whole legal and religious machinery for processing a leprosy diagnosis, and the centerpiece was a ceremony with a name that says everything: the separation of lepers. In many places it was staged, quite literally, as a funeral for a living person. The diagnosed man or woman was brought to church draped like a corpse. In some versions they knelt in an open grave or beneath a black cloth, while a priest recited the office of the dead over their living body. Earth from the cemetery was cast onto their feet. Then came the recitation of the prohibitions. You are forbidden to enter churches, markets, mills, bakehouses, taverns, forbidden to wash in streams or springs where others draw water, forbidden to touch anything you wish to buy, you point at it with a stick, forbidden to touch children, forbidden to eat or drink in company. From that day, the leper wore distinctive dress and carried a clapper or a bell, and the sound had one function: to warn the healthy that a dead man was walking toward them. Legally, in many jurisdictions, the leper was actually dead. Marriages could be dissolved. Heirs could inherit. The person still breathed, still felt hunger and cold and loneliness, and the world had already buried them. That was the general European template, and the Crusader kingdom wrote its own version into law. The legal code of Jerusalem, set down a generation after Baldwin, states plainly what happens when a knight contracts leprosy. He is to be placed in the order of Saint Lazarus, the leper knights, and his fief passes on. Baldwin grew up in a kingdom whose own law books had a designated exit for people with his disease, a door with his name on it, and he never went through that door. He was anointed with holy oil instead. He held court. Barons knelt and put their hands between his disintegrating hands and swore homage. Ambassadors were received. For 11 years, the most sacred monarchy in the Christian world was occupied by a man whom the law of his own kingdom would have quietly erased if he had been anyone else. How did they justify it in their own heads? Part of the answer is that they needed him, and necessity is a wonderful theologian. But part of it runs deeper, and it complicates the neat picture of the medieval leper as universal outcast. Alongside the horror, 12th century Christianity carried a second, opposite idea about leprosy, that the disease could be a mark of divine attention rather than divine wrath. Lepers suffered their purgatory in this life, some churchmen argued, and went cleaner into the next. The disease was the illness of Job, the righteous man God tested hardest. Christ himself had touched lepers, and one strand of medieval devotion spoke of Christ himself as a leper, the despised and rejected man of the prophecies, disfigured beyond recognition for the sins of others. A suffering king on the throne of Jerusalem, wasting away in the city where Christ suffered, could be slotted into that framework almost too easily. Some of his subjects clearly did exactly that. To their eyes, their king had been chosen for a harder road, and his endurance was a form of sanctity. Both ideas, the unclean outcast and the holy sufferer, existed simultaneously in the same culture, sometimes in the same person. And Baldwin lived his whole reign inside that contradiction, revered and recoiled from by the same people in the same room. The view from the other side of the border might be the most striking testimony of all. Imad ad-Din, Saladin's secretary and chronicler, a man with every professional reason to sneer at the Frankish king, wrote about Baldwin's position with open astonishment. The Franks, he observed, remained loyal to this leper. They kept him in office, gave him every support, were satisfied to be ruled by him, and paid no attention whatsoever to his disease. From where Imad ad-Din stood, this was baffling behavior, and his bafflement is our best evidence of how genuinely unusual the arrangement was. Even the enemy could see that something out of the ordinary was happening in Jerusalem. While the disease was being named, another change was underway at court. Baldwin's mother came back. Agnes of Courtenay, banished from the royal orbit when her son was a toddler, reappeared during Raymond's regency, and this time nobody had the standing to send her away. The person who wanted her there was the king. The two of them had roughly a decade of estrangement to make up for, and by every indication, Baldwin attached himself to her fiercely. She became one of his closest advisors for the rest of his life, and she was there in the rooms almost nobody else was allowed into, for as long as she lived. The chroniclers loathed her. William of Tyre had personal grievances. She backed a rival for a church appointment he wanted badly, and later writers piled on with accusations about her greed and her morals, some of it plainly recycled gossip. Modern historians have grown skeptical of the whole portrait, and Bernard Hamilton, who wrote the definitive book on this reign, makes a decent case for a very different reading. A capable, tough woman devoted to a dying son, hated mostly by the men she outmaneuvered. Wherever the truth sits, one hard fact remains. A boy who lost his mother to politics at age 2 got her back at age 13, in time for her to watch the disease take him apart. Neither of them could have thought that was a fair exchange, and it seems neither of them ever let go of the other after that. Agnes did use her position, no question. Her brother Jocelyn got the vacant seneschal's job in 1176 and a rich marriage to go with it, and her circle collected offices and favours. Around her formed one of the two great factions that would tear at the court for the next decade, the Courtenay connection and their allies, set against Raymond of Tripoli and the powerful local baronial clans like the Ibelins. The fault line ran through every major decision of the reign, and it ran, above all, through the question everyone was privately counting down toward. When the leper dies, who takes over? The last third of this story is nothing but that question, detonating. On the 15th of July, 1176, Baldwin turned the corner of his legal majority. 15 years old, 2 years crowned, and now fully king in his own right. Raymond's regency ended automatically, and the Count, perhaps reading the room, went home to Tripoli without a fight. And the 15-year-old promptly demonstrated that he had opinions of his own. Raymond had negotiated a truce with Saladin. Baldwin declined to continue it. His reasoning, so far as we can reconstruct it, was strategic and surprisingly clear-eyed for a teenager. Saladin was not yet secure. He had seized power in Egypt and was still fighting rival Muslim dynasties for control of Syria, trying to wrap the Crusader states inside a single hostile empire. Every year of peace was a year Saladin used to consolidate. The window in which Jerusalem could still act, could disrupt, could strike at Egypt before the encirclement closed, was visibly narrowing. Baldwin intended to use the window. Within weeks of his majority, he was riding on campaign into the Bekaa Valley, on the first of the raids and counter-raids that would fill the rest of his life. His grandest plan came the following year, and it was genuinely ambitious. A full-scale invasion of Egypt, timed with a Byzantine war fleet, aimed at the economic heart of Saladin's power. The emperor in Constantinople signed on and sent the fleet, 70 ships riding at anchor at Accra. What the plan needed was a prestigious Western commander with fresh troops, and in August of 1177 one arrived, apparently on cue. Philip, Count of Flanders, one of the richest princes in Europe, sailed in at the head of a substantial crusading retinue. On paper, everything had aligned. In practice, Philip smothered the entire project. He quibbled, he stalled, he announced he had come to pilgrimage rather than to conquer. He floated a scheme to marry his own vassals to the king's sisters, and eventually declared he would rather go campaign in northern Syria. The Byzantine fleet waited, and finally sailed home. The great Egyptian expedition, the one real chance to hit Saladin before he finished assembling his empire, dissolved into nothing over a few weeks of aristocratic foot-dragging. Worse than nothing, actually. Philip did go north, taking his crusaders with him, and to support the campaign he took a large slice of Jerusalem's own strength along. 100 of the kingdom's best knights and a body of Templars and Hospitallers. So in the autumn of 1177, the kingdom of Jerusalem sat stripped of a huge portion of its fighting men, its king 16 years old and sick, its borders thin. In Egypt, Saladin looked north and saw all of it. The absent knights, the departed fleet, the boy on the throne. He had been handed an open door, and in late November, he came through it with an army. What happened over the next few days is the Battle of Montgisard, and if Baldwin is remembered for one thing, this is it. Sit back for this part. It deserves the full telling. Saladin crossed the Sinai in the last week of November, 1177, with the field army of Egypt behind him. How large an army is a fair question with no clean answer. William of Tyre claims 26,000. Another chronicler splits it into thousands of Turkish cavalry and thousands of Arab auxiliaries. Medieval battle numbers inflate the way fishing stories do, and a surviving muster roll of Saladin's professional troops from a few years later counts his elite regiments in the several thousands rather than the tens of thousands. So historians shrug at the specific figures and agree on the only point that matters. It was a very big army, and the force Jerusalem could scrape together against it was small. On that, everyone, Christian and Muslim, concurs. Baldwin got word of the invasion and moved immediately, and consider the state of the person doing the moving, 16 years old, recently flattened by a bout of fever on top of the leprosy. Rallying a kingdom emptied of its best troops, he gathered what there was to gather, and William gives the count 375 knights, plus whatever infantry could be raised, and rushed south to Ascalon, the coastal fortress guarding the road from Egypt. He arrived just ahead of Saladin, took one look at the sea of tents assembling outside, and did the only sane thing available, pulled his force behind the walls. Militarily correct, and it left him a spectator. Saladin studied the situation and made a perfectly rational calculation that turned out to be the mistake of his career to that point. The Frankish field army is bottled up in Ascalon and too small to matter. Nothing else stands between here and Jerusalem. So he detached a screen of troops to watch the fortress and marched on, and, confident to the point of carelessness, he let the rest of his army spread out to enjoy itself. Detachments peeled away in every direction to plunder. They burned Ramla. They hit Lydda hard enough that the population fled to the roof of the town's church. Columns of smoke stood over the coastal plain, marking villages whose inhabitants were being killed or roped together for the slave markets. Some of the men answering the king's emergency levy, farmers and townsmen marching to join their king, ran straight into these raiding parties and were caught, and an account describes them strapped over camels and hauled off to be sold. From the walls of Ascalon, Baldwin could watch his kingdom being eaten in real time by an army that had stopped taking him seriously. He refused to stay put, and this decision is the hinge of his whole legend. The garrison of Ascalon plus his knights made a laughably small strike force, and the plan they settled on barely deserves the word plan. Get out, hug the coast, link up with the Templars from Gaza, 80 of them under their own banner, then hunt the main army and hit it wherever you find it, before it reaches Jerusalem. The alternative was to sit safe behind stone while everything he was king of burned, so out he went. They caught Saladin near a low hill called Montgisard, in rolling country near Ramla on the 25th of November, and they caught him in about the worst posture an army can be caught in, strung out on the march, units dispersed for plunder across miles of countryside, baggage mired at a stream crossing, horses tired from the long haul out of Egypt. The appearance of the Frankish army seems to have been a genuine, total surprise. the alarm running down miles of strung-out column, riders galloping off to recall raiding parties that were never going to make it back in time. Before the charge, in front of his little army, Baldwin did something that stayed in the memory of everyone present. Traveling with the host was the kingdom's most precious object, the relic of the true cross, the wood believed to be from the actual crucifixion, carried by the Bishop of Bethlehem. Baldwin dismounted, walked to the relic and went down flat on the ground before it. A sick 16-year-old prostrate in the dirt in front of his men, praying aloud for God to defend the kingdom. Accounts add that he wept, and that the army wept with him. Then he got up, got back on the horse he steered with his knees, and gave the order. The Frankish heavy cavalry charge was the 12th century's superweapon, a wall of armoured men and horses hitting at full gallop, and at Montgizar it landed on an enemy still trying to form up. The charge went in at the centre, straight at the Sultan's own position, before Saladin could bring his elite Mamluk guard fully into line. What followed was less a battle than a collapse. The Egyptian formations broke one after another. Saladin's nephew, a young man named Ahmad, was cut down in the fighting. One of the Sultan's most trusted scholars was captured. The fighting reached deep enough into the command group that, by one account, a single Frankish knight hacked his way to within reach of Saladin himself before the bodyguard killed him. The Sultan's personal guard, distinctive in their yellow silk over their armour, died around him in numbers. And Saladin, the future conqueror of Jerusalem, survived the day, an English chronicler heard, by climbing onto a racing camel and fleeing the field with the remnant of his guard around him. The pursuit ran 12 miles until darkness pulled the Franks off the chase, and for the shattered army stumbling away south. Nightfall was where the real dying started. The route home ran across the northern Sinai in winter, and the sky opened. 10 straight days of cold rain hammered the survivors, men without baggage, without remounts, many without weapons they had thrown away to run faster. The desert Bedouin, who could smell a broken army the way sharks smell blood, closed in on the column and picked it apart night after night for captives and loot. Stragglers vanished into the storm. Wounded men sat down in the mud and did not get up. Saladin himself reached Cairo in early December with a fraction of the force he had marched out with, so anxious about the rumours racing ahead of him that he sent messengers on fast camels ahead to announce he was alive, the capital being half convinced he was dead. In private, the Sultan's circle treated the defeat as a catastrophe and a disgrace. One of his own officials would later write that the shame of that field was only washed away by the great victory a decade on. On the other side, Frankish veterans told Montgizard stories for the rest of their lives, and men were still recounting them to their grandchildren 80 years later. Word spread that St. George himself had been seen riding in the charge. When your outnumbered army, at the front of which rode a leprous teenager, destroys the field army of Egypt in an afternoon, people reach for explanations of that size. I will let the numbers claimed for the aftermath speak with appropriate caution. They come from the winning side, but the accounts describe the plain around Montgizard littered with Muslim dead in the thousands, and the road south marked for miles by abandoned loot, dead horses, and the bodies of men who had not run fast enough. Prisoners taken in the pursuit were put to work rebuilding the walls their army had burned a week earlier. However far you discount the figures, Egypt's offensive power was gone, wrecked so thoroughly that Saladin would not attempt a serious invasion of the kingdom for years. For Baldwin, the day was the summit of his life, and everyone around him seems to have understood it that way even at the time. The teenage Leper king had met the great Saladin in open battle at hopeless odds and crushed him. A grateful kingdom built a monastery on the battlefield. Coins were struck. His name crossed Europe. Whatever else the disease would take from him, and it was about to start taking everything, nobody could ever take the 25th of November. Here is the bitter footnote, and it comes from the medical side rather than the chronicles. Piers Mitchell, working through the progression of Baldwin's leprosy, flags this exact period as the probable turning point in his body. Weeks of winter campaigning, sleeping in the field, riding all day with numb hands and feet that could be rubbing themselves raw against boot and rain without their owner feeling a thing. Nothing strains a body like war, and nothing invites this particular disease to advance like unnoticed, untended wounds. The great victory, in other words, may well have been the thing that broke the stalemate in his flesh and set the lepromatous stage loose. If so, Baldwin traded his future for that one afternoon without ever being offered the terms. He saved Jerusalem at 16, and his own body quietly began billing him for it, and the installments would arrive every year for the rest of his short life. You might expect a 16-year-old fresh off a victory like that to be insufferable. What he did in the aftermath says more about him than the battle does. He sat down and dictated a letter to the King of France, and the text has come down to us, and it is one of the saddest pieces of royal correspondence to survive from the entire Middle Ages. In it, the victor of Montgisard begs, essentially, to be replaced. He describes his own condition without flinching. It is not fitting, he writes, that a hand as weak as his should hold power, with the enemy pressing on the holy city daily, and his sickness feeding the enemy's daring. He reaches for scripture to explain himself, saying that if he could be cured like Naaman the leper in the old story, he would gladly wash 7 times in the Jordan, but no prophet has appeared to heal him. So send someone, he asks. Choose a man worthy of the task and send him east to take charge, and Baldwin will stand aside. Set that against the image the legend gives us, the defiant warrior king, and you find a teenager who has just won the most celebrated victory of his generation, privately writing to a foreign court that he is dying, that he knows it, and that he wants permission to put the crown down. France never sent anyone. Nobody in Europe answered the letter with anything but sympathy. He asked to be relieved, the relief never came, and so he simply went back to work, and kept going back to work, for 7 more years. Every campaign you are about to see was fought by a man who had already asked to be excused and been ignored. The war resumed soon enough, and the next round went very differently from Montgisard. In the autumn of 1178, Baldwin and the Templars started building a castle at a place called Jacob's Ford on the upper Jordan River. Have a look at a map of the region sometime and the choice explains itself. The ford was the crossing point on that stretch of the river, the door between Saladin's Damascus and the Frankish interior, 1 day's ride from Damascus itself. A fortress there would sit on Saladin's doorstep and lock the door from the Frankish side. Saladin understood the threat instantly and tried everything short of war first, offering Baldwin enormous sums of gold. The figures reported run to 100,000 dinars just to stop construction. Baldwin refused every offer and kept the masons working through the winter, the king himself in residence at the site for months while the walls went up, 10 meters tall, stone on basalt, with a garrison of Templars and workmen inside. He was daring Saladin to come and take it. In the summer of 1179, Saladin came. The first blow fell in June, and it fell on Baldwin personally. The king had ridden north with a force to counter Saladin's raiders in the borderlands near the Litani River, in the company of the Templar Grand Master, Odo of St. Amand, and Raymond of Tripoli. On the 10th of June, the campaign came apart through overconfidence. The Franks caught and routed a Muslim advance guard, scattered it, and concluded the day was won. Discipline dissolved. Knights spread out, some reportedly watering horses and resting, and while the army was in that state, Saladin's main force arrived and rolled over it. The rout swept backwards through the Frankish positions, and suddenly the king of Jerusalem was in the middle of a collapsing battle with the enemy closing from every side. His hands, by this point, could no longer manage a sword and reins together, and in the chaos he could not simply fight his way clear. His household did it for him. One account describes a knight carrying the king out on his back, hauling him through the press while the men around them cut the road open, the king of Jerusalem clinging to another man's shoulders like a child while his army died behind him. He got out. Many did not. The Grand Master of the Temple was captured and would die in a Damascus prison rather than be ransomed. Survivors straggled into the castle of Beaufort. The kingdom had been reminded sharply what its actual margin of survival looked like when surprise favored the other side. 10 weeks later came the disaster at the ford. In late August, Saladin appeared before the half-finished castle at Jacob's Ford with his army, and no intention of a leisurely siege, since he knew a relief force would come. His engineers went at the walls directly, miners tunneled under the fortifications, propped the tunnel with timber, packed it, and set it alight. The first attempt failed, and the story goes that Saladin paid his men a gold coin per water skin to quench and redig it. The second fire took. In the early morning of the 29th or 30th of August, a length of the Great Wall cracked and came down, and the army poured through the breach into a compound crowded with Templar knights, hired soldiers, masons and laborers. What followed lasted hours and spared almost nobody. The chronicles say the commander of the garrison, seeing the defense fail, chose fire over capture and rode his horse straight into the flames. Around 700 people were killed or taken, the fighting men mostly killed, and among the captives, accounts report, the Muslim soldiers singled out the crossbowmen, whose weapon they particularly hated, and the apostates, Muslims who had converted and worked for the Franks, for immediate execution. Baldwin had mustered the relief army at Tiberias and was marching to the rescue when the smoke told him he was too late. The castle he had spent a fortune and a winter building, and refused 100,000 dinars to abandon, lasted under attack for less than a week. Modern archaeology has touched this event, and the findings are grimmer than the chronicles. In the 1990s, excavators at the site began uncovering the dead of that August morning, skeletons lying where they fell or where they were dumped, and the bones preserve the last minutes of the garrison in forensic detail. Bodies with arrowheads still lodged in them, one man with an arrow in the hip and wounds showing he went down fighting, limbs taken clean off by sword strokes, one skeleton missing its arm from the elbow, the severed bones lying nearby, skulls split and layered over the human remains, hundreds of coins, weapons, arrowheads by the bucket load, and the burned rubble of the wall that failed them. 8.5 centuries later, the men of Jacob's Ford are still in the ground there, still wearing the damage. Saladin's own losses at the site were considerable too, in an uglier way. The corpses of 700 defenders in an Levantine August did what corpses do, and plague broke out in the victorious army, killing commanders and forcing Saladin to pull back to Damascus. Both sides walked away from that ford poisoned by it. 2 heavy defeats in one summer forced a rethink in Jerusalem, and in 1180 the 2 exhausted sides agreed a truce. 2 years, on equal terms, the first time a Muslim ruler had granted the kingdom a truce, without demanding tribute in the old days of Frankish dominance, quietly reversed. Both men needed it. Saladin turned to his real project, hammering the remaining Muslim princes of Syria and Mesopotamia into his empire, tightening the ring around the Crusader states with every campaign season the truce bought him. Baldwin needed the pause for a reason that was becoming impossible to hide. His body was failing faster now. The lepromatous stage was fully underway. His face was changing. His sight was starting to dim at the edges. The ulcers had begun, and the plain daily labor of being dressed and carried was consuming a larger share of him every month. The kingdom used the peace to worry, full time, about what would happen when the king died. And the answer the court produced during those truce years, an answer assembled through panic, factional spite, and one spectacularly bad wedding, would end up costing them everything. That story next, and it begins, of all places, with a rumor of a coup. The succession mess had been brewing all through the war years, and it needs its own thread, starting with a wedding we skipped. Back in 1176, during the Regency, the court had finally landed a husband for Sibylla, and by every measure he looked perfect. William of Montferrat, called Longsword, an Italian marquis's son, cousin to both the German emperor and the French king, well-connected, well-regarded, a serious soldier. He arrived, married Sibylla, received the county of Jaffa and Ascalon, and the kingdom exhaled. The heir presumptive had a capable husband. The plan Amalric had drawn up years before was finally in place, and Baldwin, we know from that letter to France, was privately hoping this man would take the whole burden off him. Within months of the wedding, William Longsword got sick, lingered through the spring, and in June of 1177 he died, leaving Sibylla a pregnant teenage widow. The child she bore that winter was a boy, named Baldwin after his uncle, and the whole kingdom is eventually going to be balanced on that small head. The perfect plan had lasted less than a year, and the court went back to husband shopping with the stakes higher each season as the king's health slid. The next candidate they lined up was a serious one, Hugh of Burgundy, heir to a great French duchy, and negotiations ground along for 2 years. In the meantime, Sibylla, a young widow at a court full of ambitious men, had at least one romance of her own with Baldwin of Ibelin, a leading local baron who fancied himself a future king, and whose family and their allies fancied it with him, all perfectly manageable so far. Then came Easter of 1180, and the panic that produced the worst wedding in the kingdom's history. That spring, Raymond of Tripoli and Bohemond of Antioch, the king's 2 most powerful kinsmen, marched into the kingdom together with armed retinues, unannounced. Their stated purpose was pious, an Easter visit. What the court saw was 2 princes with troops arriving to impose a husband of their faction, Ibelin presumably, on Sibylla, and through her to control the succession, with the king reduced to a rubber stamp. Whether a real coup was underway or the court's nerves invented one, the practical result was identical. Baldwin, 19 years old, half-blind, and terrified of being turned into furniture in his own kingdom, decided Sibylla had to be married immediately, faster than the visiting princes could react, to someone with no ties to their faction. The Burgundy negotiation was too slow. What was needed was a groom already in the country, of decent rank, loyal to the crown alone. Court eyes fell on a young Frenchman who had arrived fairly recently from Poitou, the younger brother of the constable's circle, a good-looking, well-mannered knight named Guy of Lusignan. A word on Guy's background. Back home in Poitou, the Lusignan family were notorious troublemakers, and Guy himself had been mixed up in an ambush on the entourage of Eleanor of Aquitaine in which the Earl of Salisbury, escorting her, was killed, a killing that got the family exiled and scattered. That was the resume of the man who, in the space of a few frantic days around Easter 1180, was married to the heir of Jerusalem and made Count of Jaffa and Ascalon. The wedding was thrown together so fast it went ahead during Lent, when marriages were canonically forbidden, an irregularity people remembered. Raymond and Bohemond, checkmated, turned around and went home. In the short term, the maneuver worked exactly as intended. The king had protected his own freedom of action. In the long term, Baldwin had just handed his sister, his heir, and eventually his kingdom to a man whose talents nobody had actually tested. The court split permanently down the middle over it, Guy and the Courtenay circle on one side, Raymond, the Ibelins, and their allies on the other. 2 parties who would go on despising each other with total commitment until the kingdom fell, and slightly beyond that. The same season handed the factions a second prize to fight over, and this one cost us dearly as historians. The Patriarch of Jerusalem died that autumn, and the choice of his successor came down to 2 men. One was William of Tyre, our William, the king's old tutor, the most learned churchman in the East. The other was Heraclius, Archbishop of Caesarea, handsome, worldly, and firmly attached to the Courtenay circle. The electors passed the decision to the king listened to his mother, and Heraclius got the job. The gossip that attached itself to this outcome was vicious. Later writers claimed Agnes and Heraclius were lovers, and they told stories about the new patriarch keeping a draper's wife in Jerusalem in such open style that people called her the patriarchess in the street. How much of that is truth and how much is the losing faction taking revenge in ink, you can weigh for yourself. The sources doing the telling were friends of the man who lost. What is certain is the sequel. William's career stalled, his enemies at court multiplied, and one late account says the new patriarch eventually excommunicated him and drove him to seek justice in Rome. Baldwin owed William nearly everything: his education, his voice in history, and when the moment came, he chose his mother's candidate over his teacher. Kings disappoint their tutors all the time. This particular disappointment means the last years of the reign come to us thinner than the rest, written by a man being edged out of the rooms where things happened. While the court was busy poisoning itself, the man who would poison the peace was already at work out east, and he needs a proper introduction. He is one of history's genuinely alarming individuals. Reynaud of Chatillon, a minor French noble who had come east decades earlier, charmed his way into marrying the Princess of Antioch, ruled there violently, and along the way committed an atrocity that made him famous across 2 continents, a plundering raid on Cyprus, a Christian island, where his troops spent weeks on rape, mutilation and extortion, reportedly cutting the noses off Greek priests. Captured by the Muslims on a raid in 1160 or 61, he then spent 16 years in a prison in Aleppo. Sit with that number. 16 years in a 12th century dungeon. A stretch so long his wife died and his stepchildren grew up, and the world moved on without him. Most men did not survive a fraction of that. Reynaud walked out in 1176, ransomed for a staggering 120,000 dinars, and came out meaner than he went in, with a hatred of Islam that looked less like policy and more like appetite. Within a year of his release, he had married the heiress of Ultra-Jourdain, the great lordship east of the Dead Sea, and taken possession of its 2 colossal fortresses, Kerak and Montreal, which happened to sit directly on top of the caravan roads linking Egypt, Damascus, Arabia, and the Red Sea. Every merchant, every pilgrim caravan bound for Mecca passed under Reynaud's walls. During the truce, he began treating them as a buffet. Caravans were seized, travelers robbed and imprisoned, and when Saladin demanded the compensation the treaty required, and Baldwin ordered his vassal to pay it, Reynaud refused outright, and the king, lacking the strength for a civil war against his own strongest border fortress, could not compel him. That refusal is a fair gauge of how far the leper's grip had loosened. The truce bled out through Kerak's gates, and by 1182 the war was fully back on. Then Reynaud did something that stunned both civilizations, and I mean that literally. Contemporaries on both sides struggled to believe the reports. Over the winter of 1182 into 83, he had a squadron of galleys built in pieces at Kerak, hauled the sections overland by camel across the desert to the Gulf of Aqaba, assembled them on the shore, and launched a pirate fleet into the Red Sea. Christian warships had not sailed those waters in living memory, and there was nothing down there to stop them. For weeks, his raiders, a few hundred men, worked their way down both coasts, burning shipping at anchor, plundering ports on the Egyptian and Arabian shores, sinking a pilgrim vessel with its passengers, and pushing to within a day or two's march of Medina itself, the city of the Prophet's tomb. Word ran through the Muslim world that the Franks meant to sack the holy cities, even that Reynald had sworn to haul Muhammad's body out of its grave. Whether he ever said any such thing, the panic was real from Cairo to Baghdad. Saladin's brother scrambled a fleet, hunted the raiders down, and cornered the last of them on the Arabian coast, where they abandoned their ships and fled inland into the hills and were run down over days like animals in a drive. None of the men taken alive stayed alive. Saladin refused every convention about prisoners for these ones. Captives were distributed for execution across the empire, some beheaded in Cairo, and, in the detail that shows you precisely how much fury the raid had ignited, a group of them was taken to Mecca itself, to the place of sacrifice at Mina during the pilgrimage season, and there, before the assembled pilgrims of the Muslim world, they were slaughtered in the manner of sacrificial beasts. Reynald himself, the author of all of it, was of course safely back behind the walls of Kerak, untouched. Saladin swore an oath, personally and publicly, that he would kill that man with his own hand. The oath gets kept. While Reynald was building pirate ships, the strategic ground under Baldwin's feet had been quietly giving way, and two pieces of news from Constantinople during these years show how alone the king was becoming. The first came in September of 1180. The emperor, Manuel Komnenos, died. For Baldwin, this was personal as well as political. The emperor was family by marriage twice over, the great-uncle of his stepmother, the patron who had ransomed Reynald and financed campaigns and sent that fleet of 70 ships for the Egyptian project. Byzantium had been the kingdom's insurance policy for a generation, the one Christian power big enough to make Saladin look over his shoulder, and Manuel had been its engine. His heir was a child, the regency was a snake pit, and within 2 years the snake pit produced the second piece of news, and this one was an atrocity. In April of 1182, a coup in Constantinople unleashed the city mob on the Latin Quarter, the tens of thousands of Western merchants, families and clergy living along the Golden Horn, and what followed went on for days. Houses and churches burned with people inside them, the sick were murdered in their hospital beds, priests were killed at their altars, and the Pope's own representative in the city was beheaded, and his head, the reports say, dragged through the streets tied to the tail of a dog. Thousands died. Thousands more were sold to Turkish slave dealers, and the survivors' accounts poured west all through that summer. The politics behind it hardly mattered in Jerusalem, where the practical meaning was simple and terrible. The empire that had shielded the kingdom's back was gone as a friend, converted overnight into a horror story, and no fleet would ever again come south to even the odds. From 1182 onward, Baldwin faced Saladin's growing empire with exactly the resources inside his own borders, a dying man holding a shrinking hand. He played the hand with real aggression all the same, and the campaigns of 1182 get less attention than they should. They show the Leper King at his operational best even as the disease entered its terminal phase. When Saladin came up out of Egypt in May with his army, Baldwin marched the host down to the border of Ultra-Jourdain and placed it directly across the invasion route, and the two armies stared at each other at close range until Saladin thought better of it and swung wide through the desert. When Saladin then struck west into Galilee in July, Baldwin met him head-on in the battle we are about to get to. And in August, when Saladin tried something new, a combined land and sea assault on Beirut, 30 galleys blockading the harbour while the army assaulted the walls, Baldwin reacted at a speed that would have flattered a healthy commander, force marching north while scraping together every hull in Acre and Tyre into a scratch fleet, and the mere approach of the relief made Saladin abandon the siege after 3 days and burn off his gains. In between all this, while the Sultan was distracted in the north swallowing more of Muslim Syria, the king sent his barons raiding deep across the Jordan, burning through enemy territory to remind Damascus the kingdom still had teeth. Follow the movements of that year on a map, and you would never guess the commander directing them was going blind and losing the use of his limbs. Saladin, with several times the resources, ended 1182 with nothing to show on the Palestinian front at all. Back on the main front, the resumed war produced one more full battle with Baldwin in the field, and the circumstances of it are hard to write about calmly. In July of 1182, Saladin pushed a major army across the Jordan into Galilee, aiming at the castle of Bethsan and the villages around it. Baldwin brought the feudal host out to meet him, and the two armies collided at a place called Leper on the 15th, in heat so vicious that men on both sides died of it without ever being touched by a weapon, dropping inside their armor as the day cooked them. Frankish veterans said afterwards they had never faced a Muslim army that size. The kingdom's force was maybe 700 knights and their infantry, badly outnumbered, and they fought all day in that furnace and held, threw back every attack, and by evening it was Saladin who pulled his army off and withdrew across the river. As a feat of arms, it stands with anything the kingdom ever did. Now reconstruct where the king was during it. Baldwin, 21 that summer, could no longer see much beyond shapes. He could not grip a sword. Walking had become difficult and would soon be impossible. He commanded that battle, in that heat, almost certainly from a litter, a curtained stretcher carried in the middle of his army, wearing the crown of a man who could no longer put his own boots on. And his troops, who could all see exactly what was being carried around at the center of the line, fought one of the finest defensive actions of the century underneath him. Something held that army together at Leper, and every source we have points to the man in the litter, the sheer fact of him, blind at the center of the line and refusing to be anywhere else. The following year, his body finally called in its debts all at once. In the autumn of 1183 at Nazareth, Baldwin went down with a fever on top of everything, and this one nearly finished him. For days he lay at the point of death, sight gone entirely now, the ulcers spreading, and the court gathered around the bed to settle the government of a kingdom whose king had stopped being able to govern from 1 week to the next. Out of that sick room came the decision everyone had been circling for 3 years. Guy of Lusignan, husband of the heir, was formally appointed regent, Bailey of the kingdom. Baldwin kept the crown and the city of Jerusalem itself and an income, and handed everything else, the army and the whole administration, to his brother-in-law. In his weakened state, he even had the barons swear an oath to Guy. It had the shape of an orderly handover, the sick king finally allowed to set the burden down, exactly what he had begged France for 6 years earlier. It lasted about 2 months. Guy's audition as ruler came almost immediately, and Saladin administered it. In late September, the Sultan crossed the Jordan yet again with the biggest army he had yet assembled and planted it in the middle of Galilee by the springs of Tubania, burning and raiding in every direction, sacking a monastery on Mount Tabor, daring the new regent to respond. Guy called up the full strength of the kingdom, and the muster that answered was enormous. The largest anyone could remember, 1,300 knights or more, over 15,000 foot, swollen by pilgrims and Italian sailors pressed into service. The two armies faced each other for the better part of a week within striking distance, and Guy did nothing. The army sat. Skirmishers bled each other in the orchards and marshes while the main force stood immobile, and the barons argued furiously in the command tent, and whatever was said in there, no attack ever came. Eventually Saladin, unable to provoke a battle, packed up and withdrew at his leisure. You can defend Guy's caution on paper, a defensive stand near water, no risks taken, the invasion outlasted, and some historians do defend it. What is beyond dispute is how it played politically. The barons came home telling anyone who would listen that the regent had frozen, that the greatest army the kingdom ever fielded had been marched out and parked, and that the man now running the country could not be trusted to fight. And the sick king in Jerusalem drew his own conclusion, hard and fast, and acted on it with the last strength he had. What Baldwin did next has divided opinion from that day to this, and I will just lay it out. Sometime that autumn, Guy refused a request from the king, and the request itself is telling. Baldwin asked him to trade cities, take Jerusalem with its revenues, and give the king Tyre, on the coast. Tyre had sea air. Physicians of the era thought coastal air eased the symptoms of the dying. The regent said no. Days later, blind and carried into the council, Baldwin revoked the regency, stripped Guy of everything he had granted him, and summoned the court to witness a piece of political theatre that doubled as a funeral arrangement. On the 20th of November, 1183, in the Holy Sepulchre, the 5-year-old son of Sibylla and William Longsword, Little Baldwin, was crowned co-king of Jerusalem as Baldwin V during his uncle's lifetime. The child was too small to walk the procession, so the tallest of the barons, Balian of Ibelin, carried the boy through the church on his shoulders, a 5-year-old wearing a crown, riding above the heads of the crowd. The point of the ceremony was aimed straight at Guy. With the child already crowned and homage already sworn, Guy could never claim the throne through his wife without shoving aside an anointed king. The leper had used his own funeral logistics as a weapon. He knew he was dying, everyone knew, and he spent the political capital of his own death carefully, to lock a man he no longer trusted out of the succession. He was not finished with Guy either, and the vendetta of his final year is not comfortable to follow, a dying man pursuing his brother-in-law with everything left in him. Baldwin convened the court to annul Guy's marriage to Sibylla outright, to dissolve the whole mistake at the root. Guy's answer was to bolt to Ascalon with Sibylla and refuse every summons. The king, carried in his litter, actually travelled to Ascalon in person and sat outside while his officers hammered on the gates of his own city, and the gates stayed shut on the direct order of the count inside, against the king who had given him everything. The annulment effort collapsed, the churchmen refusing to proceed against an absent couple, and Baldwin had to settle for confiscating Jaffa. Guy, for his part, went further into open defiance and raided the Bedouin who grazed under royal protection near Ascalon, killing people whose safety was the crown's sworn business. On his sickbed, the king raged. William of Tyre, who watched all of it, says the sight of the kingdom's great men openly maneuvering around a living king, waiting on his death, some of them barely bothering to hide it, was the bitterest ingredient in that final year. The body failing was one thing. Watching the vultures settle into the trees around the palace was another. Amid all this, in the last weeks of 1183, came the strangest single episode of the reign, the wedding under siege at Kerak, and no dramatist would dare invent it. Reynaud of Châtillon was hosting a wedding at his great desert fortress, his teenage stepson Humphrey marrying Baldwin's half-sister Isabella, who was 11 years old, and half the nobility of the kingdom had travelled out for the festivities. Saladin, whose intelligence network was excellent, chose that exact moment to arrive outside Kerak with his army and his siege train, catching the wedding guests inside the walls. The town below fell fast, its people cramming into the castle, someone holding the gate in single combat while the crowd squeezed through, and then the siege settled in with the celebration still underway inside. 8 great catapults went to work on the walls, stones cracking into the fortress day and night, while inside the hall the wedding proceeded, music and feast against the percussion of the bombardment. The story the chroniclers loved comes next. The groom's mother, the lady of the castle, had dishes from the wedding banquet carried out through the lines to Saladin himself, a courtesy from hostess to besieger, with a message noting the marriage taking place within. Saladin asked which tower held the bridal chamber, and gave his gunners the order to spare that tower, and kept pounding everything else. Cordial and murderous at once, the exchange belongs completely to that world. Word of the siege reached Jerusalem, where the wedding had left the sick king almost alone, and Baldwin, blind, unable to walk or ride, ordered the army mustered anyway, and had himself carried toward Kerak at its head, in the litter, a dying man hauled bodily toward his enemy. Kerak sits the better part of 90 miles from Jerusalem, as the roads then ran, down through the hills toward Jericho, along the shore of the Dead Sea in its salt haze, then up the steep eastern escarpment, and the litter had to be carried or slung between animals over every mile of it, each jolt landing on a body covered in open sores. The men who bore him knew exactly what the journey was costing him. Command of the actual fighting he handed to Raymond of Tripoli, restored to favour now that Guy was disgraced, but Baldwin came in person, and Saladin knew he was coming. In the first days of December, rather than test the relief force, the Sultan burned his siege engines and withdrew. The king was carried in through the gates of Kerak, victorious over an opponent he could not see, on legs that no longer worked, into a castle full of wedding guests. It was the last time the two great adversaries ever maneuvered against each other. They never met in person, not once in the entire decade. A blind man in a litter and a sultan who kept declining to fight him. That was the final round, and on points, it went to the litter. The year that followed, 1184 was mostly the slow business of a man dying in public, and the sources let us see it in more detail than is comfortable. William of Tyre, who had known that body since it was a 9-year-old's, describes its final condition plainly. The king could no longer see at all. He could barely stand, and soon could not stand. His extremities, hands and feet both, were covered in open ulcerations, deep sores that would not close, so that both hands and both feet had passed entirely out of his use. The face that had once mirrored his father's had been remodeled by the disease into the swollen, furrowed mask the medical writers describe, the nose sunken, the features effaced. The ulcers wept, and the flesh around them died, and everyone who attended the king lived with the smell of that process, a detail nobody wrote down in so many words, and nobody had to. Dressing his wounds caused pain in the places that could still feel and nothing at all in the places that could not, and by this stage his body was a patchwork of those two conditions, agony and absence, distributed at random. Underneath it all, and every source agrees on this point with something like awe, the mind stayed completely clear. No delirium ever touched him, and none of the merciful fog that sometimes comes for the dying. Baldwin stayed sharp and in command of the government to the end, presiding from the litter, dictating, deciding. The disease took his body one province at a time and never once touched the part of him that had to watch. The people around him tried more than once to give him a way out, and his answers are on record. The patriarch and the masters of the military orders urged him to step aside, keep the royal title and dignity, and let others carry the executive burden. He refused. An offer had reached the court, too, from Europe, that the great kings of the West would send help, and the mission carrying the kingdom's appeal westward that year is a story all its own. Heraclius, the Patriarch of Jerusalem, sailed to Europe carrying the keys of the Tower of David and the keys of the Holy Sepulchre, the physical keys, and laid them at the feet of King Henry II of England, in effect offering the guardianship of the holy places to the Plantagenets, begging any prince of the West to come take up the burden a leper was carrying alone. Henry consulted his council, expressed enormous sympathy, sent money, and did not come. Philip of France did not come. Everyone was very moved, and nobody came. Meanwhile, the man they declined to relieve continued to hold the line from a stretcher. When the suggestion of formal abdication was raised at home, the answer that comes down to us has the ring of the actual person. He was still king, he said, and while he lived he would carry what a king carries. His subjects, remarkably, backed him. Whatever private horror the court felt in his presence, and the sources let slip that his own people found it hard to be near him, no faction ever moved to depose the leper. The most disfigured man in the kingdom remained the one person in it everybody could agree to obey. His mother had stayed close through these years, Agnes, back in his life for a decade now, reportedly at his side through the sick rooms, tending a son the world was watching decompose. Her own death came somewhere in this same stretch, within a year or so of her son's, and the record never says quite when. Whatever the chronicles thought of her politics, on the human ledger she did the one thing that was actually asked of her. She stayed in the room. He backed his refusal to abdicate with one more campaign too, and it has been overshadowed by the famous first one. In the summer of 1184, Saladin came back for Kerak, another full siege, more catapults than before, determined to crack the fortress that had defied him. And once more the mustering order went out from Jerusalem, and once more the litter was made ready, and the blind king was carried out at the head of his army down the same roads as the year before, toward the same castle. Saladin did the same thing he had done the last time. He declined the meeting, lifted the siege, and pulled back before the royal army arrived, taking out his frustration on the way home by burning the town of Nablus and marching its population off as captives while the garrison watched from the citadel. Twice, in the space of 9 months, the most powerful ruler in the Muslim world had walked away from a battlefield rather than test an army whose commander could not see it. Baldwin was carried home from Kerak for the second time through a countryside that stank of smoke, and that was his last campaign. 15 years old on his first campaign, 23 on his last, and across every defeat and near disaster in between, no enemy ever laid a hand on him. Few kings of that century with working legs could say the same. Through the winter of 1184 into 85, it became clear the end was arriving, and Baldwin spent his final weeks doing what he had done at the coronation of his nephew, arranging the world for after himself, clause by clause. He summoned the High Court to his bedside and dictated the settlement. Raymond of Tripoli would govern as regent for the child king Baldwin V, for 10 years or until the boy came of age. The child's physical custody went elsewhere, to his great-uncle Jocelyn, deliberately, so that no regent would hold both the government and the body of the king. A precaution born of how little anybody trusted anybody by this point. The royal castles went into the keeping of the military orders, neutral parties, same reason, and one final clause, the most striking of all. If the boy died before coming of age, and everyone in the room understood the boy was sickly, the succession between Sibylla and her younger half-sister Isabella was not to be settled by the court at all, but referred to the judgment of the Pope, the Emperor, and the kings of France and England. Baldwin had watched his own court fight over the succession for a decade, and his last political act was to declare, in effect, that he did not trust a single person present to decide it honestly. The barons swore to all of it, every clause, on holy relics. Count how many of those oaths survive contact with his funeral. In the early spring of 1185, in Jerusalem, Baldwin IV died. He was 23, a few months short of 24. The date usually given is the middle of March. The immediate cause, in modern clinical terms, was most likely overwhelming infection, sepsis pouring into the blood from the ulcerated ruin of his hands and feet, driving the fevers that had been racking him for months, though a 12th century deathbed recorded no such vocabulary. The chronicles say only that the illness conquered him at last, after reigning 11 years and living not quite 24, and that he met it with the same clarity he had kept throughout. He was buried in the church of the Holy Sepulchre, beside his father and the 7 kings before him, under the same roof as the tomb of Christ, a few steps from the spot where a 13-year-old had been crowned on the anniversary of the city's conquest. The disease had taken his sight, his hands, his feet, his face, and his voice by stages over 14 years, and the one thing it never got was the crown. He died a reigning, obeyed, anointed king, in his own capital, in his own bed, and given everything stacked against that outcome from the moment a tutor noticed a boy losing at a pinching game. It may be the most improbable victory of his improbable life. What his kingdom did with the peace he left behind is the epilogue, and it doubles as the case for how much that dying man had actually been holding together. The unraveling took 28 months, start to finish. The child king lasted the first year and a half of them. Baldwin V had always been frail, and in the late summer of 1186 at Acre, he died at the age of 8 or 9. His grandfather by marriage carried the small coffin to Jerusalem, and the boy was buried beside his uncle in the Holy Sepulchre under a carved marble tomb, the last king ever laid in that church. And with him died every safeguard Baldwin had constructed. The clause about referring the succession to the Pope and the kings of Europe sworn on relics 18 months earlier went straight into the fire. While Raymond of Tripoli, the designated regent, was maneuvering at Nablus, the opposing faction moved with beautiful speed. Sibylla was in Jerusalem, and so was the Patriarch, and so was Reynaud of Châtillon, and the gates were shut, and a coronation was organized within weeks. One concession was extracted from her first. The barons who crowned her demanded she divorce Guy. The man half the kingdom refused to follow, and she agreed on one condition, that she alone would choose her next husband. They accepted. She was crowned Queen of Jerusalem, and then, before the assembly, she called her husband forward and set the second crown on Guy's head with her own hands, choosing him. You have to grant the move its brilliance. She had outplayed the entire baronage inside a single ceremony, and she had done it for love of a man, and the price of the performance would come due within the year, payable by everyone. Her dying brother had spent his last strength trying to pry that specific man away from that specific crown. It took 18 months from the funeral to undo the work. The catastrophe itself arrived on schedule, and everything Baldwin fought for ends on one hill in Galilee, so we are going to take that hill slowly. In the winter of 1186 into 87, with a truce technically in force, Reynaud of Châtillon looked out from Kerak at a rich caravan moving up from Egypt towards Syria, and did the only thing his nature permitted. He took it, the goods, the merchants, the travelers, everything. And among the reports that spread afterwards was a claim that Saladin's own sister had been traveling with that caravan. When Saladin demanded restitution under the treaty, and King Guy ordered his mightiest vassal to comply, Reynaud answered, in substance, that he was master in his own lands, and had no truce with Saladin. Word for word, it was the same defiance he had thrown at the dying Baldwin 5 years earlier, and the difference between the two moments measures the two kings. Baldwin had lacked the strength to compel him. Guy lacked the standing even to try. Reynold was the strongest supporter propping up his shaky crown. Saladin renewed his old oath about Reynold personally and called up the largest army of his career from every province of his empire. And in late June of 1187, perhaps 30,000 men crossed the Jordan and put siege to Tiberias. A preview of the disaster had already been staged 2 months earlier at a place called the Springs of Cresson, and the kingdom somehow watched it happen and learned nothing. On the 1st of May, 1187, a Muslim reconnaissance force some 7,000 strong was moving through Galilee, under safe conduct, strangely enough, one more artifact of the poisonous politics between Guy and Raymond. A small Frankish force intercepted it near Nazareth, about 130 knights of the temple and the hospital, plus a few hundred foot, and the master of the Templars, a hothead named Gerard of Ridderfort, looked at odds of roughly 50 to 1 and ordered a charge. The marshal of the temple objected. Gerard, in front of the men, questioned whether he loved his blonde head too much to risk it, and honor did the rest. The charge went in, the 7,000 closed around it, and the entire force was wiped out in minutes. The marshal and his blonde head included, along with the master of the hospital, killed with a spear through the chest. Gerard himself cut his way out with 3 or 4 companions and survived, naturally the author of the massacre being its principal survivor. The foot soldiers were rounded up afterwards, and the victors rode back past the walls of Tiberias, with the heads of the Templars raised on the points of their lances, a procession of famous faces going by at spear height while the town watched. Every commander in the kingdom got the message of Cresson, that charging Saladin's army at desperate odds meant annihilation. 9 weeks later, at the council before Hattin, the loudest voice urging the march into the waterless hills belonged to Gerard of Ridderfort. Guy summoned the kingdom, and the kingdom emptied itself into his camp. And that verb is barely an exaggeration. 1,200 knights, somewhere between 15 and 20,000 fighting men altogether, castle garrisons stripped to skeletons, the treasure sent by the King of England spent on hired soldiers, the true cross fetched from Jerusalem to march before the host. Nearly every fighting man the Crusader states possessed stood in that one army. That made the army the kingdom itself, and the barons in the command tent understood perfectly that losing it would mean losing everything at once. Raymond of Tripoli, whose own wife was the one trapped in Tiberias, stood up in council and argued against marching to her rescue, telling them plainly to let his town burn and his lands go, since the army mattered more than any one city, and Saladin wanted a battle in the open. The advice held for a day. Then, in a midnight session that has been argued about for 8 centuries, other voices, Reynold's prominent among them, worked on Guy, questioning his courage, invoking his crown, and by morning the order had reversed. The army would march to Tiberias. On the 2nd of July, it left its watered camp at Sephoria and stepped off into the hills in high summer, across a plateau with no water on the route, wearing quilted padding and mail under the Levantine sun. That first day undid them. Saladin's horse archers arrived in swarms and circled the column all day, killing the pace, feathering the rearguard with arrows, forcing constant halts, and the miles crawled by, and the sun did its work, and the waterskins gave out one by one. By late afternoon, the army was strung out across the plateau, still miles short of the lake, and Guy made the decision men would curse for a generation. He halted the army for the night, in place, on the waterless plain, near a double-humped rise the locals called the Horns of Hattin. The Muslim army closed around them in the darkness so tightly, one account says, that a cat could not have slipped out of the ring. Saladin's men, resupplied all night by camel trains hauling water up from the lake the Franks could not reach, prepared 2 further gifts for the morning. They stacked brush and dry grass upwind of the Christian camp, and at first light they set it alight. Dawn on the 4th of July, 1187, came up on an army already half dead. Men who had drunk nothing in a day and a night now stood to arms with smoke rolling over them in walls, stinging the eyes shut, scorching the throat with every breath, while beyond the smoke the sound of thousands upon thousands of the enemy carried, praising God for the delivery of every Frank in the east into a single ring. The accounts from inside that ring are hard to take. Thirst had swollen tongues until men could not close their mouths around them. Some of the infantry in the end went mad in the simplest way, thousands of them breaking formation and marching toward the shine of the lake in the distance, straight into the enemy, being cut down or roped for the slave dealers. A mass of dying men walking at water they were never going to reach. The knights fought on around the true cross through the smoke, and the battle came down to the relic in the end, the whole army contracting around it as around a heart. Twice the cavalry around the king charged uphill at Saladin's own station, close enough that the Sultan's teenage son, watching beside his father, thought they had won, and twice the charge broke and rolled back. The bishop carrying the cross was killed. Another took it up. Then the relic itself was taken, ripped out of the center of the army, and eyewitnesses describe the fight simply stopping in places as men saw it go. Knights sitting down on the ground in their armor, finished, waiting for the sword or the rope. On the summit of the Horn, the royal tent came down, and around it the last knights of the kingdom who had killed until, as one Muslim writer put it, their horses had no more charge in them and the men no more strength, were taken where they stood. When Saladin's men reached the king of Jerusalem, Guy could not stand up. None of the captured commanders could. Their captors, veterans, sat them down almost gently. Thirst had done what a decade of war had not. The victor's own chroniclers walked the plateau afterwards and struggled for words. Hillsides quilted with the dead, limbs and heads strewn separately from bodies, 30,000 corpses by their guess. and the survivors marched off in ropes in such numbers that the price of a captive in the slave markets collapsed to a few coins, and one Muslim soldier, the story goes, swapped a prisoner for a pair of sandals. A year later, travelers crossing the plateau reported the bones still lying in windrows across the hills, visible from far off, whitening. In his tent that evening, Saladin staged the scene the whole Muslim world had been promised. The King of Jerusalem and Reynald of Châtillon were brought before him, both wrecked with thirst, and Saladin handed Guy a cup of water iced with snow from Mount Hermon, and this gesture had legal weight, since by custom a captor who gave a prisoner drink had granted him his life. Guy drank and passed the cup to Reynald. Saladin stopped the room. "Tell the king," he said through the interpreter, "that it was he who gave that man drink," meaning the protection did not travel with the cup. Then he turned to Reynald, itemized his crimes, the caravans, the truce-breaking, the Red Sea raid toward the holy cities, and offered him Islam, and Reynald, out of courage or contempt, both were in ample supply in that man, refused with insults. Saladin rose and swung a sword into him, taking his arm at the shoulder by some accounts, and the guards finished the old pirate on the carpet of the tent, then dragged the body out and beheaded it, and the head was carried through the cities of the empire afterwards, the proof of an oath kept, 4.5 years after it was sworn. Guy, watching all of this from a few feet away, and reasonably concluding he was next, was reassured by the Sultan with a line that has travelled well, that kings do not kill kings, and that man of no faith and no honour had gone beyond all bounds. One more scene from those days, worse than Reynald's end, belongs in the record. The captured knights of the temple and the hospital, some 230 of them, were dealt with 2 days later as an institution rather than as men, since Saladin regarded the military orders as too dangerous to ransom or enslave. He offered each knight conversion, bought those who refused from their captors at 50 dinars a head, and handed them for execution to the holy men travelling with his army, scholars and Sufi ascetics, volunteers of the pen rather than the sword, each granted the honour of killing his own Templar. Imad ad-Din stood in the audience and recorded it without blinking. Some of the executioners killing cleanly, some hacking at the job with unskilled arms until soldiers had to step in and finish it, the crowd cheering the clean strokes, the Sultan watching from a dais, and the whole time, he tells us, the faces of the condemned showed the least concern of anyone present. After Hattin, the kingdom fell like a shelf of crockery, since Baldwin's successors had helpfully concentrated its entire defense in the one army that no longer existed. Acre surrendered within days. Then the coast, town after town through the summer, garrisons of 12 men handing over walls built for 500. Ascalon held out briefly. By late September, Saladin stood before Jerusalem itself, defended at that point by Balian of Ibelin, the same tall baron who had carried a 5-year-old king on his shoulders through the Holy Sepulchre 4 years earlier, now commanding a city so empty of soldiers that he knighted teenage boys of the burgher families to put someone, anyone, on the walls. The defense lasted 12 days. When the wall broke by St. Stephen's Gate, Balian went to Saladin and negotiated with the only card remaining, a promise that if no terms were given, the defenders would kill their own families, burn the city, tear down the dome of the rock, and die on the rubble. Saladin, who had sworn to take the city by the sword, took a ransom instead. 10 dinars a man, 5 a woman, 1 per child, and on the 2nd of October, 1187, a date that fell in his own calendar on the anniversary of the Prophet's night ascension from that very city, he entered Jerusalem. No massacre followed, a restraint that stood in pointed contrast to what the First Crusade had done in those streets 88 years earlier, and the contrast was noted on both sides, then and ever since. The mercy had limits. Somewhere between 8 and 16,000 of the poor could not raise even those small ransoms, and when the columns of the redeemed marched out, those thousands were marched the other way, into the slave markets, families split at the auction block, and the chronicles on the Muslim side record the distribution of the women without embarrassment. The great gilded cross came down off the dome of the rock and was dragged and beaten through the streets. And in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, Christian services stopped over the graves of the kings, over the 2 Baldwins lying side by side, uncle and nephew, the leper and the child, 30 months in the ground and already belonging to a vanished country. Word of Hattin and the fall of the city crossed the sea that autumn, and the old Pope, they say, died of the grief of hearing it. A new crusade began assembling almost at once, the big one, Richard the Lionheart and all that, a story for another video. Our story stays with the dead king and with what happened to his memory. The afterlife of Baldwin IV has been nearly as strange as the life. Start with the man who wrote him down. William of Tyre, the tutor, kept working on his great chronicle through all the years we have covered, and the book stops in 1184, mid-story, with his former pupil dying by inches and the succession crisis boiling. William himself died around 1186, close enough to Baldwin's own death that the teacher and the student left the world almost together, and mercifully before Hattin. He never had to write the ending. Everything tender in the record, the pinching game, the schoolroom details no one else would have thought worth preserving, exists only through him. And when you handle those passages, you are handling the grief of a specific old man who outlived the child he taught by about a year. The chronicle passed into other hands, continuators who carried the story through the catastrophe, among them a squire of the Ibelin household named Ernul, whose version pushes his master's side of every court quarrel, and between William's loyalties and Ernul's, nearly everything we know arrives pre-spun by one faction or the other. Reconstructing this reign means listening to 2 sets of grieving partisans argue across a ruin. The Muslim writers, Imad ad-Din, Ibn al-Athir, fill in the view from the other camp, and their Baldwin, interestingly, is treated with plain professional respect, a formidable enemy, a phenomenon their own side struggle to explain. The sneering at the leper that you might expect from hostile sources mostly is not there. The unsparing anatomical record of what the disease did to him comes from his own side, from the pen of the man who loved him most, and there is something almost unbearable in that. The enemy discussed his battles. His teacher documented his body. For a long time afterwards, historians told Baldwin's reign as a tragedy in the mechanical sense, a doomed interlude, 11 years of drift under an invalid while Hattin gathered off stage. The modern turn against that reading came with Bernard Hamilton, whose book on the Leper King, published in the year 2000, went back through every charter and chronicle and emerged arguing the opposite, a decade of energetic, intelligent, strikingly successful rule under conditions no other medieval monarch ever faced, a kingdom that was confident and expanding its ambitions right up until the succession, and a catastrophe that grew from the specific failures of the people who came after, working with the situation Baldwin's death created rather than any weakness he left behind. On Hamilton's telling, the years of the leper were the years the kingdom kept winning. The evidence you have heard tonight mostly speaks for itself on that question. While Baldwin lived, Saladin, at the height of his powers, took one border castle. Within 30 months of the funeral, he had everything. Most people who know Baldwin's face today know a face he never wore, and this seems the right place to talk about the mask. Ridley Scott's 2005 film Kingdom of Heaven gave the world its Baldwin, a soft-voiced philosopher king played by Edward Norton, behind a serene mask of hammered silver, a haunting piece of design. And the image has all but replaced the historical record in popular memory, to the point where paintings, game characters, and half the internet now put the Leper King in silver as a matter of course. What do the sources themselves offer on this? Nothing. No chronicle, Christian or Muslim, mentions any covering on the king's face, and the writers involved were men who recorded his symptoms, his litter, his bandaged hands, in close detail, witnesses unlikely to omit something as arresting as a silver mask. What the record shows instead, as we have seen all along, is a king whose face was publicly known, whose disfigurement his own court and his enemies both described, and whose refusal to hide may be the single best attested fact of his public life. A man who governed from an open litter in front of armies was not concealing much. At most, you can find suggestions that in the last years he may have kept his worst lesions covered, as any patient might, and the film's designers themselves have spoken of the mask as an invention, a way to spare audiences and honor him at once. Make of that what you will. My own feeling, for whatever it is worth, is that the mask, beautiful as it is, points exactly backwards. The astonishing thing about the real man was that everyone saw him, ruin and all, and followed him anyway. A couple of other beloved stories call for the same care while we are here. You will find it repeated all over the internet that Saladin, in chivalrous admiration, sent his own physicians to treat Baldwin, or sent him gifts of fruit and mountain snow during his illness. Lovely material, and the contemporary chronicles of Baldwin's reign contain none of it. Gifts of fruit and snow and the offer of personal physicians are richly attested a few years later between Saladin and Richard the Lionheart during the Third Crusade, where the Sultan really did send iced drinks and pears to his sick enemy, and the two stories seem to have blurred together somewhere in the retelling, Richard's snow migrating backwards onto Baldwin. What Saladin verifiably sent Baldwin was that letter of condolence in 1174, friendship offered across religions to a grieving boy, and the real document is stranger and better than the borrowed fruit. Similar caution applies to the battle figures you will see quoted for Montgisard, a few hundred knights against 26,000, which come straight from the victors and follow the usual physics of medieval numbers, growing with every telling. Strip the figures down as far as any historian dares, and the core of the story survives untouched. A small army under a sick teenager destroyed a much larger one in an afternoon, and Saladin's own side recorded the day as a disgrace requiring a decade to avenge. The legend, for once, needs no inflation. His grave has a last chapter of its own, and it is not a kind one. Baldwin was laid, you will remember, in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre among the kings, and the royal tombs stood there for centuries, through the Muslim reconquest, through the return of Christian clergy, tourist attractions of a sort, sketched and described by pilgrims down the ages. The monuments of Godfrey and the Baldwins clustered near Calvary. Then, in 1808, a great fire gutted the church, and in the rebuilding that followed, the Greek clergy who controlled that section cleared the Crusader monuments out, the tombs of the Latin kings broken up and removed, an old confessional rivalry settling accounts with the dead. Nothing of Baldwin's monument survives above ground today. Millions of people move through that church every year, past the place where the Leper king was buried, and no marker tells them he is there, and possibly he no longer is. What the fire and the renovations left of the royal bones is anyone's guess. The man whom two religions watched die in public, whose body was the most closely documented in his century, ended up without so much as a stone, which leaves the pieces of him that did survive, and they are scattered in odd places, a few charters with his name on them, sealed by clerks since the king's hands could not manage a seal. The chronicle of his heartbroken teacher, a condolence letter from his greatest enemy, preserved by Egyptian bureaucrats as a model of elegant prose. The bones at Jacob's Ford, still holding their arrowheads. A film mask he never wore, on posters in bedrooms of people who have never heard of Montgisard. And one image the record hands us that no fiction has improved on, from the autumn of 1183, the army of Jerusalem winding down the desert road toward Kerak, and in the middle of the column a curtained litter, and inside it a blind man of 22 whose face is gone and whose feet have failed, and who has asked the whole world for permission to stop and been refused, going to war anyway, at the head of men who could see everything the curtains did not hide and marched behind him regardless. Saladin, told who was coming, packed up and left. Draw whatever conclusion from that you like. His enemies drew theirs 800 years ago, and it kept them off that road. All right, that is Baldwin IV. I have covered a lot of miserable ends on this channel, and I can tell you this one sat with me differently. Do me a favor and tell me in the comments what you thought, and where in the world you ended up hearing it. One more thank you to every Patreon supporter and YouTube member keeping the lights on here. Those two things fund the research time these episodes eat. Links are in the description and the pinned comment if you feel like joining them. Next one is already in the works, and it is a strange one. Sleep well and mind those pinches. 20 men are sitting in a boat, and the boat is moving through the streets of Kiev on the shoulders of the people who hate them. The men wear their finest robes. They sit upright on the cross benches with their arms folded, because they have been told this is how the Rus honor a great embassy, carried above the crowd like something sacred. Below them, the people of Kiev weep and call out that slavery is coming for them all. The men in the boat take this as tribute. They are being carried toward the hall of a widow whose husband their people tore in half, and they believe they are about to arrange her marriage. The procession reaches the courtyard. The bearers stop at the edge of a pit that was not in that courtyard yesterday. Someone gives the word, and the boat tips. That is where this story is going, and it gets worse from that point, considerably worse. So before we get into the 10th century properly, welcome. Whether you found this channel yesterday or you've been here through all of them, I'm glad you're here. Drop a comment and tell me where in the world you're listening from and what time it is there, because the answers to that question are genuinely one of my favorite things about doing this. Some of you are on night shifts, some of you are painting miniatures, and apparently a decent number of you fall asleep to stories about medieval atrocities, and I've decided not to think too hard about that. If you want to support the channel, the Patreon and the YouTube memberships are the two ways to do it, and both links are down in the description and in the pinned comment. No pressure either way. You being here is the main thing. Now, Olga of Kiev, a princess, a widow, a mass killer by any reasonable accounting, and a saint of both the Orthodox and Catholic churches. One of the very few women in Christian history granted the title equal to the apostles. Her feast day is the 11th of July. She is the patron saint of widows and of converts, and when you see her painted in icons, she holds a cross in one hand and a little model of a church in the other, serene, crowned, golden. Behind that image sits a year of vengeance so methodical and so complete that people have been arguing for 9 centuries about what actually happened, and the honest answer is that we have one long, vivid, unforgettable account written down about 150 years after her death by Christian monks who adored her. A handful of shorter notices from Byzantium and the Latin West, some things dug out of the ground in Ukraine, and a great deal of room in between. I'm going to give you all of it. The story as the chronicle tells it, in full, with nothing softened and the texture around it. And you can decide for yourself where the woman ends and the story begins. To get there, we have to go to the rivers first, because everything in this world runs on rivers. The land we're talking about stretches from the Baltic down to the Black Sea, an enormous sweep of forest and steppe with almost no roads worth the name. What it has instead is water, the Volkhov, the Lovat, the Dvina, and above all the Dnieper, a river that rises in the forests northeast of Smolensk and runs more than 1,000 miles south until it empties into the Black Sea. And from the Black Sea, it is a short sail along the coast to the richest city on earth, Constantinople. In the 9th and 10th centuries, this river system became a highway, and the people who turned it into one were Scandinavians. Swedes mostly, traders and raiders who came east instead of west, portaged their boats between rivers on log rollers, and settled in among the Slavic populations they found, marrying and mixing until the line between newcomer and local blurred. The Slavs and the Greeks called them the Rus. The route they built had a name that survives in the sources, the way from the Varangians to the Greeks, and along it moved the products of the northern forests. Furs, first of all. Sable, marten, black fox, beaver, the soft gold of the Middle Ages, worth fantastic sums in Constantinople and Baghdad. Beeswax for the candles of churches and palaces. Honey, since sugar barely existed in this world. Slaves. Modern retellings of this period tend to hurry past that last item, and hurrying past it makes the Rus impossible to understand. Slaving sat at the center of the enterprise. The Rus raided the Slavic tribes around them for captives. They took captives as tribute. They took captives in war, and they moved those human beings down the rivers in the same boats as the furs and the wax. Arab writers who met Rus traders on the Volga describe them arriving with beautiful female slaves for sale to the merchants of the East. The treaties the Rus signed with Byzantium in 911 and 944, actual diplomatic documents whose texts were copied into the chronicle, include clauses about the price of a runaway slave and the procedure for recovering one, negotiated at the same level of care as the clauses about shipwreck and murder. Whole stretches of the route were organized around holding pens and transfer points. When we get to the end of Olga's revenge and you hear what happened to the survivors of a burned city, the men handing out human beings as property saw nothing unusual in it. Captives were wealth, the same as cattle. Kiev sat at the center of all of it. The city stood on high bluffs above the west bank of the Dnieper, at the point where the forest zone begins to give way to open steppe, and every boat coming down from Novgorod in the north had to pass beneath it. By the middle of the 10th century, it may have held something like 15,000 people, an enormous city by the standards of Northern Europe, though it would have looked strange to anyone used to Roman stonework. Almost everything was wood. Ramparts of earth and timber, palisades, log houses with thatched or shingled roofs, plank walkways over the mud, granaries, boathouses down on the shore at the landing called Borichev. Wood everywhere, and open hearths in every house, and hay stored against the winter, so fire was the constant terror of urban life, feared more than any army. Olga understood that better than anyone who ever lived in one of these towns. Down under the bluffs, along the riverfront at the quarter called the Podil, the city did its business. Boatyards and smithies and potters' kilns, warehouses of furs baled for the southern run, tanneries you could smell before you could see, and a market where you might hear Norse, Slavic, Greek, and the Turkic of the steppe traders all in one morning, because Kiev sat on the seam of 3 worlds and took a cut from each of them. Hordes of Arab silver coins, dirhams struck in Samarkand and Baghdad, turn up buried all over this country, tens of thousands of them, the loose change of the fur and slave business. And a girl in a Kiev market might wear a necklace of those coins pierced and strung, wealth worn on the collarbone. Above the Podil, on the hill, stood the princely quarter, the halls and the pagan shrines and the graves of earlier rulers under their mounds, money below and power above, and Olga is about to work both levels of that town harder than anyone before her. Each spring the city emptied itself into the river. Constantine VII, the Byzantine emperor. We will meet again later in this story because he personally received Olga at his court, wrote a treatise for his son describing exactly how the Rus operation worked, and it is one of the best windows we have into their year. In November, he says, The princes of Kiev set out with all their retinues on the circuit, the winter round, going up into the lands of the tribes who paid them tribute, the Drevlians and the Dregovicians and the Krivicians and the rest, and they spent the whole winter out there living off those tribes and collecting what was owed. In April, when the ice on the Dnieper melted, they came back down, and the subject Slavs, who had spent the winter cutting timber, floated new dugout hulls down to Kiev and sold them to the Rus, who fitted them out with oars and rowlocks salvaged from the old boats. In June, the fleet went south, down through the cataracts of the lower Dnieper, where the boats had to be dragged around rapids while armed men stood guard against the Pecheneg horsemen who haunted the portages waiting to kill them, and on to the Byzantine ports, where the furs and the wax and the honey and the slaves were sold. Then home, and in November the circuit began again. That winter circuit has a name in the sources, the Polyudia, and the Polyudia is the mechanism that kills Olga's husband. A prince arrives in your territory with hundreds of armed men. They live in your villages, eat your food, drink your mead, and take your goods, and the amount they take is set by nothing except custom and their own appetite. If the prince decides this year that he wants more, the only thing standing between your family and destitution is his sense of restraint. The system had no receipts, no fixed quotas, no appeal. It was extraction backed by axes, repeated annually, forever. Most years the tribes swallowed it, because the alternative was war against professional killers. But the resentment out in the forests was real, and it was oldest and deepest among one tribe in particular, the people of the deep woods northwest of Kiev, the Drevlians. Their story and Olga's are about to become the same story. The Drevlians took their name from the old Slavic word for tree. Forest people, in plain terms, and the name fit. Their territory lay in Polesia, the marshy woodland along the Pripyat River northwest of Kiev, a region of oak and pine and black bog, where the settlements sat on islands of dry ground, and the paths between them were known to locals and to nobody else. Their capital was a town called Iskorostan on the river Uj, built around outcrops of hard red granite that still break through the soil of the modern Ukrainian town of Korostan on the same spot. The walls of Iskorostan were timber palisades of unhewn oak, the trunks set upright with the bark still on them, and one old explanation of the town's name breaks it into pieces, meaning a wall of bark. A wooden town in the woods, ruled by its own prince, a man named Mal. On paper, the Drevlians were subjects of Kiev and had been for 2 generations. Oleg, the warlord who seized Kiev for the Rus dynasty in the late 9th century, had beaten them into paying tribute in black marten furs, and Drevlian warriors had marched in the Great Rus expedition against Constantinople in 907. But the obedience was thin. When Oleg died, the Drevlians immediately stopped paying and shut their forests to the new prince. And that new prince, Igor, Olga's future husband, had to invade them in about 914 to force them back under the yoke, and when he won, he did the thing that proud, short-sighted rulers always do. He raised the tribute above what Oleg had taken, as punishment. 30 years later, that decision would get him killed in one of the most gruesome executions recorded anywhere in medieval Europe, and it would put his widow on a path that ends with a city on fire. The Drevlians remembered everything, forest peoples usually do. Oleg and Igor keep appearing, and the dynasty behind them has an origin story with a death scene built into it, a lesson in how these people believed fate operated. The Chronicles' account of the beginning runs like this. In the middle of the 9th century, the tribes of the north, Slavs and Finns together, had driven out the Scandinavians who taxed them, then fallen to fighting among themselves so viciously that they sent across the sea and invited the foreigners back on purpose, with a message the Chronicle renders in one of the most quoted sentences in East European history. Our land is great and rich, but order in it we have none. Come and rule over us. 3 brothers came with their kin, and the eldest, Rurik, settled at Novgorod. And from him the whole ruling house took its name, the Rurikids, a dynasty that would sit on thrones in that part of the world for more than 700 years. 2 men of that company, Askold and Deer, went south down the Dnieper without permission, found a little town paying tribute to the Khazars on some fine bluffs, and simply took it. The town was Kiev. When Rurik died, his kinsman Oleg became guardian of the infant Igor, and a few years on, Oleg came down the river with an army and the baby, hid his soldiers in the boats, sent word to Askold and Deer that a merchant party bound for Greece wished to greet them, and when the 2 rulers strolled down to the landing, the soldiers came out of the hulls. "You are not princes," Oleg told them, "nor even of princely stock," and lifting the child Igor, he said, "But this is the son of Rurik." Askold and Deer were killed on the spot and buried on the hill above the river, and Oleg took Kiev and pronounced over it the sentence every schoolchild in that part of the world still learns: "This will be the mother of Rus cities." Oleg ruled for decades, hammered the tribes into paying, nailed his shield, the story goes, to the gates of Constantinople, and died in a manner the Chronicle relates with obvious relish, because his death is a fable about prophecy. His pagan priests had told him he would die because of his favorite horse. Oleg took the omens seriously, sent the horse away to pasture, never rode it again, and years later, home from his wars, asked after it and was told the animal had died. He laughed at the wizards. The bones of a dead horse were going to kill him, were they? He rode out to see the remains, dismounted, and set his foot on the bleached skull, mocking the prophecy to its face, and a serpent came out of the skull and struck him on the foot, and he sickened from the bite and died. His people mourned him hard and heaped his mound on a hill above Kiev. And the story stuck to the landscape. Guides still point out an Oleg's mound, because its moral belonged to the whole civilization. Fate keeps accounts. The accounts always come due, and cleverness only rearranges the schedule. Igor inherited the realm from a guardian killed by a prophecy he had tried to sidestep, and 30-odd years later Igor would ride back down a forest road for one extra helping of tribute, and the accounts would come due again. Olga's revenge is going to be built piece by piece out of funerals, so before she steps onto the stage, the funerals themselves come first, starting with what these people believed about death. The Rus of this period were pagans, and their paganism was not a gentle nature religion. Their great god was Perun, lord of thunder and of war, and when the princes of Kiev swore their treaties with Byzantium, they swore them on their weapons before Perun, calling down on any oath-breaker the fate of dying by his own arms. Alongside Perun, the sources name Volos, god of cattle and wealth, and later a whole company of others, Kors and Dashbog and Stribog and Simargul and Mokosh, whose idols would one day stand on the hill beside the princely palace in Kiev. The chronicle, written by Christian monks who despised all of this, says the people brought their sons and daughters and sacrificed them to these idols, and that the hill was defiled with blood. You can discount some of that as the hostility of monks toward the old religion. On human sacrifice, though, an eyewitness exists. An outsider, a careful and rather squeamish diplomat from Baghdad, watched the Rus kill a girl at a funeral and wrote down every detail. And his account is the darkest and most valuable document we have about this entire world. His name was Ahmad ibn Fadlan. In 921, the Caliph in Baghdad sent an embassy north to the king of the Volga Bulgars, who had asked for religious instruction and money for a fortress, and Ibn Fadlan went along as a secretary. The embassy reached the Bulgar capital on the Volga in May of 922, and while he was there, a party of Rus merchants came down the river to trade, and one of their chieftains died. Ibn Fadlan asked to watch what they did with him. What follows comes from his own account, and I'll warn you now, it is worse than anything Olga is later accused of. When a great man of the Rus dies, Ibn Fadlan says, they lay him in a temporary grave, roofed over, for 10 days while his funeral clothes are cut and sewn. His wealth is gathered and divided into 3 parts. 1/3 goes to his family. 1/3 pays for the garments he will be burned in. The final third is spent on drink, on the alcohol the whole company will consume over those 10 days, drinking day and night, he says, often with a cup in hand until some of them died of it, drunk to the point of senselessness at the graveside of a man they were about to burn. Then the household slaves are gathered, and someone asks which of them will die with him. This was posed as a question, and Ibn Fadlan says it was usually the slave girls who answered. One girl said, "I will." From the moment those words left her mouth, she was not permitted to take them back. One detail from those last days follows every researcher who touches this account home at night. She was weighted on hand and foot, dressed finely, given drink whenever she wanted it, and she went about, in his description, drinking and singing, cheerful and gay, while 2 other slave girls attended her and washed her feet, because she was now something between a bride and an offering. On the day of the burning, the dead man's ship was hauled up out of the river onto a scaffold of wood, and a couch was set on the deck, spread with quilted fabric and cushions of Byzantine silk brocade. An old woman presided over all of it. The Rus called her the Angel of Death, and Ibn Fadlan describes her as a thick-bodied, grim old woman, and it was her trade to prepare the corpse, to sew the garments, and to kill the girl. The dead man was dug up out of his 10-day grave. His body had blackened in the cold ground, but had not, Ibn Fadlan noted with some surprise, begun to stink. They dressed the corpse in trousers and boots and a tunic and a brocade caftan with gold buttons and a brocade cap trimmed with sable, sat him up on the couch among the cushions, and arranged around him bread, meat, onions, intoxicating drink, and sweet basil. Then the killing of the animals began, A dog was cut in two, and the halves thrown into the ship. 2 horses were run until they streamed with sweat, then hacked apart with swords and thrown in piece by piece. 2 cows the same. A rooster and a hen were killed and tossed aboard. The ship was filling up with blood and meat, and the dead man sat in the middle of it, propped on his silks. While this went on, the girl who had volunteered went from tent to tent through the encampment, and the men lay with her, one after another, and each one said to her as he finished, "Tell your master I did this out of love for him." In the afternoon they brought her to a structure like a doorframe standing alone on the ground. Men lifted her on their palms so that she looked over the top of the frame 3 times, and each time she spoke. A Rus bystander translated for Ibn Fadlan. The first time she said, "I see my father and my mother." The second time, "I see all my dead relatives sitting together." The third time, "I see my master seated in paradise, and paradise is green and beautiful, and he is calling me, so take me to him." They gave her a hen. She cut off its head and threw it, and the body was flung into the ship. She took off her bracelets and gave them to the angel of death, and gave her anklets to the old woman's daughters, and then she was taken up onto the ship itself. She was given a cup of the strong drink, and she sang over it a long farewell to her companions, and drank it. Then another cup. Ibn Fadlan says that with the second cup she became confused and frightened, that she wanted to draw the singing out, and that the old woman grew impatient, seized her by the head, and hurried her into the pavilion where the corpse waited. At that moment, the men outside began to beat on their shields with wooden staves. Ibn Fadlan is explicit about why. The drumming was to drown out her screaming, so that the other slave girls listening in the camp would not be terrified out of volunteering when their own time came. Inside the pavilion 6 men lay with her. Then she was stretched out beside the corpse. 2 of the men took hold of her feet. 2 took her hands. The old woman looped a cord around her neck and handed the ends to the last 2 men to pull. And while they strangled her, the angel of death drove a broad dagger between her ribs, in and out, again and again, until the 2 methods between them finished her. The dead man's closest kinsman then came forward, naked, walking backward toward the ship, with one hand covering his anus, and set fire to the wood beneath it, without ever looking at what he was igniting. Others came with burning brands and threw them on. The fire took the scaffold, then the ship, then the pavilion, the man, the girl, and everything aboard. A wind came up and drove the flames until the whole mass was glowing, and within an hour, Ibn Fadlan says, ship and wood and girl and master had all gone to ash. One of the Rus, standing beside him, laughed and said something to the interpreter, and Ibn Fadlan asked what it was. He said, "You Arabs are fools. You take the man you love and honor most, and you put him in the ground, where the earth and the worms and the insects eat him. We burn him in a blink of an eye, and he enters paradise in that very hour. Afterward, the Rus heaped a round mound over the beached remains, set a post of birch wood on top of it, wrote the dead man's name on the post, and sailed away. That is a Rus funeral for a great man, witnessed and written down 23 years before Igor of Kiev died, by a man with no reason to invent any of it. Other Arab writers add to the picture. Al-Masudi, writing around the same decades, says that among the Rus, when a man died, his wife was burned alive with him, and that if the man died unmarried, they married him after his death, the women going willingly into the fire, as he understood it, out of desire to enter paradise beside their men. Set all of that in your mind and leave it there. A boat, fire, drink in enormous quantities at the graveside, human beings killed over the body so the dead man does not travel alone. In a few minutes, when a widow in Kiev starts doing unspeakable things to her husband's killers, you may notice that every single thing she does takes one of those elements and turns it into a weapon. Now for the woman herself, and here the record thins out dramatically, so I'll tell you what the sources actually say and where each piece comes from. The Chronicle's first mention of her is one line. In the year translated as 903, Oleg, still ruling as guardian over the young prince Igor, brought Igor a wife from Pleskov, and her name was Olga. Pleskov is understood to be Pskov, in the far northwest of the country near the modern Estonian border, and later church tradition sharpens the location to a village called Vibuti, a few miles up the Velikaya River from Pskov, where locals were still pointing out the site of her family homestead centuries afterward. Nobody recorded her parents' names. Nobody recorded her birth year, and the guesses scatter across more than 3 decades, anywhere from around 890 to the 920s, and the Chronicle's own dates for this early period are reconstructions made long after the fact, so the 903 marriage date carries no particular weight either. One Russian historian, Alexei Karpov, has argued from the sequence of her life that she was probably no older than 15 when she married. Her son was born around 942, so if the early birth dates were right, she would have given birth in her 50s, and you can draw your own conclusion about how much trust the early dates deserve. Her name tells us something, though. Olga is the East Slavic form of Helga, the feminine of the Norse Helgi, the same name as Oleg, and it means something close to holy. The Chronicle calls her family Varangian, meaning Scandinavian, and archaeology backs up a Norse presence in exactly the Pskov region in exactly this period. Graves and ornaments and weapons of Scandinavian type scattered along the rivers. So the best available picture is a girl of Viking descent, or mixed Viking and Slavic descent, from a settlement on a northern river, brought south to marry the Prince of Kiev. Whether her family was grand or humble is unrecorded, and that gap gave later writers room to work, and one of them produced a story so good that I have to tell it to you, with the honest caveat that it appears in its full form in a Russian text compiled in the 1500s, 6 centuries after her death, as part of the effort to write the lives of the saints. In that story, the young Prince Igor is hunting in the forests of the Pskov country and comes to the bank of the Velikaya, needing to cross. He sees a small boat coming and hails the ferryman, and only once he is aboard and out on the water does he look properly at the figure working the oars and realize the ferryman is a young woman in men's clothing. Igor, in the words of the text, felt his passions kindle, and he began saying to her the things that powerful young men say to peasant girls in boats when no one else can see. She cut him off. She told him, in a speech the hagiographer clearly enjoyed composing, that she knew exactly who he was, that a prince's duty was to be a model of justice to his people, that shame would fall on him for even speaking this way, and that she would not submit to him. And some versions have her tell him plainly that she would rather throw herself into the river and drown, and let him consider the depth of the water before she let him dishonor her. Igor, stunned into silence by a teenage ferry girl, crossed the river and went away without another word. Years later, the story goes, when it came time to find him a bride and the beauties of the realm were gathered, he refused all of them and sent for the girl on the Velikaya. Make of that what you will. It was written down by churchmen praising a saint, and it sounds like it, but whoever composed it had clearly absorbed the one thing everyone agreed on about Olga from the earliest sources onward. You did not push this woman. Men who tried had a way of regretting it. She came to Kiev then and married Igor and promptly disappears from the record for 4 decades because the chroniclers had no interest in a wife doing wifely things. The years that follow belong to her husband, and they tell you what manner of man he was. Igor took full power after Oleg's death, crushed the Drevlian revolt we've already talked about, fought the Pecheneg nomads who had newly arrived on the steppe to his south, and in 941 launched a massive raid on Constantinople itself, hundreds of boats down the coast of the Black Sea. It ended in catastrophe. The Byzantine navy met the Rus fleet with Greek fire, the empire's petroleum-based incendiary weapon projected from siphons mounted on the prows of their warships, and it clung to wood and to skin, and it burned on the surface of the sea itself. Rus survivors described flames coming down on them like lightning from heaven. Men in armor jumped from burning boats and went straight to the bottom. Men who could swim burned in the water as they swam. The Byzantine chronicler adds that captured Rus prisoners were beheaded in batches, and Liudprand of Cremona, an Italian diplomat whose stepfather was in Constantinople at the time, reports that many had their noses and ears and hands cut off before being sent back as a message. Igor came home with a fraction of his fleet, raised a second, larger force, extorted a payment out of the Byzantines by menace in 944 without a battle, and signed the trade treaty whose text the chronicle preserves. It's in that treaty document, incidentally, that we get a startling glimpse of the Kievan elite, because the treaty lists the envoys and who they represent, and among the members of the ruling house who sent their own personal representatives to Constantinople is Olga. Igor's wife had her own envoy, her own standing, her own income, and, we know from a slightly later source, her own fortress residence at Vyshgorod, just upriver from Kiev. She was a power in the state while her husband lived, and the speed with which he takes total control after his death stops looking like magic once you know that. Around 942 she gave Igor a son, Sviatoslav, the first ruler of the dynasty to carry a Slavic rather than a Norse name, a boy who would grow into the most terrifying field commander the Rus ever produced. In 945 he was about 3 years old, and that autumn his father rode out on the last tribute round of his life. The chronicle sets the scene with unusual frankness for a text written to glorify this dynasty. Igor's retinue came to him grumbling. The servants of Sveinald, they said, meaning the war band of Igor's own senior commander, are adorned with weapons and fine clothing, and we are naked. "Come with us, Prince, after tribute, so that you and we may profit." Sveinald had apparently been granted the right to collect from certain territories himself. His men had grown rich on it, and the prince's own household troops were seething with envy. Igor listened to them. He took his retinue into the Drevlian forests and collected the tribute, and the chronicle uses blunt words here. He demanded more than before, above the established amount, and he and his men used violence in the taking of it. Beatings, seizures, the usual apparatus of a shakedown conducted by armed men in scattered villages. Then he gathered it all up and started the journey home to Kiev. On the road, something turned over in his mind. The chronicle gives him one sentence, and the sentence killed him. "Go on ahead with the tribute," he told the main body of his force, "and I will turn back and go around again." He kept only a small escort, his personal guard, a handful of men, and he rode back into the Drevlian country desiring, in the chronicle's phrase, still greater booty. From the other side of the transaction, the view was of villages that had just been stripped once, now watching the same prince ride back in within days, with a fraction of his army, to strip them a second time in the same season. Word ran ahead of him to Iskorostan, and the Drevlians held a council with their prince, Mal. The chronicle records their deliberation, and whoever composed it gave the Drevlians the most reasonable speech in the whole episode. "If a wolf comes among the sheep," they said, "he will carry off the whole flock, one by one, unless he is killed. So it is with this man. If we do not kill him now, he will destroy us all." They sent to Igor asking why he was coming again, since he had taken all the tribute already. He kept coming. So the men of Iskorostan came out of their wooden town and met him, and they slaughtered his little escort, and they took the Prince of Kiev alive. What they did with him comes to us from a Byzantine source rather than the Kievan one, from the historian Leo the Deacon, a Greek born around 950, who wrote within living memory of these events, and who mentions Igor's death in passing, in a speech where a later emperor throws it in the face of Igor's son. The Drevlians, Leo says, bent down 2 birch trees. Young birches, supple enough to be hauled over by ropes and muscle, strong enough that a bent trunk stores the force of a siege engine. They brought the trees' tops down to the ground, tied one of the prince's legs to each tree, and let go. The trunk sprang upright. Igor's body followed them, one leg to each, and he came apart. A human pelvis will resist for a moment, and only a moment, against that quantity of force. The hip joints separate, the pelvic ring fractures, the great vessels along the spine tear open, and the body rips upward through the groin and abdomen, and a man may remain conscious for the beginning of it. Each birch snapped back to vertical, carrying part of the Prince of Kiev with it. That is how the ruler of the largest realm in Europe ended, in a forest clearing, hoisted into the air in 2 directions at once by his own subjects. And the Drevlians buried what came down near Iskorostan and heaped a mound over it, and the chronicler notes that the grave was still being pointed out in his own day, a century and a half later. A modern scholar, D. Sullivan, has observed that Leo may have reached for a famous classical image here, the robber Sinis of Greek myth, who tore travellers apart between bent pines until Theseus did the same to him, and possibly the Greek historian dressed a plainer killing in literary clothes. The Kievan Chronicle says only that the Drevlians killed Igor and buried him there. Both accounts agree on the essential fact. The Drevlians killed the prince on their own ground, and they were not sorry, and they had a plan for what came next. The plan was Olga. Look at the position from Iskorosten in the winter of 945 to 946, and you can follow the logic without much effort. The Prince of Kiev was dead. His heir was a toddler. The regent was a woman, and in the world of the Rus, where authority rested on the personal loyalty of armed men to a war leader, a widow with a 3-year-old looked like an inheritance waiting to be claimed. Steppe and Norse custom both offered a mechanism for claiming it. Marry the widow, absorb the realm, and raise the boy under your own roof, where he could be controlled or quietly disposed of, whichever proved convenient. The chronicle puts it in the Drevlians' own mouths with chilling economy. See, we have killed the Prince of Rus. Let us take his wife Olga for our Prince Mal, and then we shall obtain possession of Sviatoslav and work our will upon him. Work our will upon him. 5 words covering the fate of a small boy, and every parent listening to this knows exactly how wide those 5 words open. Whether this was arrogance or standard diplomacy depends on where you stand. Killing a tyrant and marrying his widow to your own prince was a recognized way of settling a war in this world, and the Drevlians may genuinely have believed they were offering an honorable resolution. Mal himself is a shadow in the sources. His name survives, and a town northwest of Kiev called Malin is traditionally connected to him, and later foreign texts mangle him into names like Muldit. And beyond that, the record holds only a name and whatever his envoys said on his behalf. Those envoys were now chosen. 20 men, the chronicle says, their best men, and they went down the Uj and the Pripyat and the Dnieper by boat, the same rivers the tribute had travelled, and they landed at Borichev, the harbour under the Kiev bluffs, in the shadow of the town whose prince their people had just torn in half. Olga received them in her hall. Everything from this point forward comes from the primary chronicle, the tale of bygone years, compiled by monks in Kiev around 1113 from older materials, and I'll flag along the way where other kinds of evidence touch the story, but the narrative spine is theirs, and it runs like a play in 4 acts with dialogue. A word on the object itself, since I keep leaning on it. No original manuscript of the chronicle survives. The oldest complete copy we possess, the Laurentian Codex, was written out by a monk named Lavrenti in 1377, more than 2.5 centuries after the compilation and more than 4 after Olga, and another great copy, the Hypatian, comes from the 1420s, and scholars reconstruct the earlier layers by comparing the surviving copies against each other, cousin against cousin, to infer the shape of the lost parent. Tradition names a monk of the Kiev Caves monastery, Nestor, as the compiler, with an abbot named Sylvester revising the text a few years later, and generations of philologists, Shakhmatov above all, have spent careers peeling the editorial layers apart. When I say the chronicle tells us something, then I mean a text copied by hand across centuries, through fires and invasions, edited by men with politics of their own, and still the closest thing to a voice this whole world has. The monks wrote it down as the sainted foundress of their faith, outwitting the murderers of her husband, and they wrote it with open relish. Judge the tellers as you go. Here is what they tell. She welcomed the envoys and asked why they had come, and they answered with a speech that manages to be both a confession and a proposal in the same breath. "The Drevlian land has sent us," they said, "to report that we have killed your husband, because your husband was like a wolf, crafty and ravening, while our own princes are good men who have made our land prosper. Come and marry our Prince Mal." She took it without any recorded flicker of grief, and the answer the chronicle gives her is smooth as lake ice. "Your proposal is pleasing to me," she said. "Indeed, my husband cannot rise again from the dead. But I wish to honor you tomorrow in the presence of my people. Return now to your boat and remain there overnight and behave with pride. In the morning I shall send for you, and you shall say, 'We will not ride on horses, nor walk on foot. Carry us in our boat, and you will be carried in your boat.'" As a piece of theatre, the instruction is perfect, and the envoys swallowed it whole because it flattered them. Being carried was an honor for rulers and holy things. The widow was offering to parade them above the heads of Kiev like conquerors, and they went back to their boat and slept on it, moored in the river below the city, 20 men congratulating each other on how well the mission was going. That night, inside the walls, Olga's people dug. Out beyond the town, by the great hall of the princely compound, they opened a trench in the frozen ground, deep and wide, sized for what it had to receive, and the work was finished by morning and presumably screened from the river, because when her messengers came down to the shore at daybreak, the envoys suspected nothing. The Kievans said, "Olga summons you to the great honor she promised." The envoys gave the answer they had been coached to give, word for word. "We will not ride on horses nor go on foot. Carry us in our boat." And the people of Kiev, the chronicle says, groaned and answered, "Our prince is killed, and our princess intends to marry their prince, and slavery will be our lot." And they lifted the boat onto their shoulders with the 20 Drevlians seated in it. The chronicler lingers on the picture, so we can too. The envoys sat on the cross benches in their great robes, puffed up with pride as the text has it, ornamented, arms folded, borne aloft through a weeping city they believed they had conquered by a single killing in the woods. The crowd's grief sounded, to them, like the sound of winning. The procession climbed from the river, passed through the town, came out to the compound and the hall, approached the open trench, and the bearers walked to its edge and threw the whole thing in. Boat, benches, robes, men, a drop into a deep pit with a boat landing on and among you breaks bones on its own. But the chronicle wants you to know the men in that pit were alive, conscious and able to speak, because Olga walked to the rim and leaned over the edge. She looked down at the wreckage of the embassy, at 20 men tangled with their vessel at the bottom of a hole, and she asked them a question. Whether they found the honor to their taste. Someone down there answered her, and the reply the monks preserved has a horror all its own, because it means the men understood, in that moment, exactly what was being done to them and exactly why. They called back up to her, "This is worse to us than the death of Igor." She had them buried alive. Her people took up shovels and filled the trench in on top of them. Frozen earth first in clods, then a rain of loose soil, coming down on faces and open mouths. And I will spare nothing here, because the sources chose this death deliberately, and its details are the point. Men at the bottom of a boat under falling earth die slowly and in layers. Soil pins the limbs first. then the chest, and each exhalation lets the weight settle tighter, so that the next breath comes shallower than the last, and a buried ribcage cannot expand at all, so the end is suffocation under pressure, in the dark, with dirt packing the nose and the throat of any man still gasping, and the boat's timbers holding open little pockets of air here and there that prolong the whole affair for whoever landed beneath them. Above ground, the surface of the fill settles and shifts for a while and stops. Kiev went about its day. Somewhere under the courtyard by the hall lay the answer to Prince Mal's proposal, and the genius of the thing, the cold, administrative genius, was that Mal could not know. His 20 best men had gone to Kiev by boat, and boats travel slowly, and winters are long, and no word came back, because Olga made sure no word came back. Instead came her own messengers, riding to Iskorostan with an invitation. "If you truly want me for your prince," her message ran, "then send me your most distinguished men, so that I may come to you with proper honor, for otherwise the people of Kiev will never let me go." Reasonable, flattering, exactly the message a willing bride constrained by protocol would send. Mal heard it, believed it, and gathered the second embassy, and the chronicle is specific about who these men were, the best men who governed the land of Dereva, the elders and magnates of the nation itself, the men who ran its districts, dispatched together in one party to escort a bride. They traveled the winter roads to Kiev, and Olga received the news of their arrival and gave the order any hostess of standing would give. "Heat the bathhouse for the honored guests, so they may wash off the journey and appear before me refreshed." Bathing culture ran deep among the Rus. The Bania appears in the Chronicle's very first pages, where the apostle Andrew, touring the country in legend, marvels at wooden bathhouses heated until men glow red, whip themselves with branches, and douse themselves in cold water, calling it a form of voluntary torment. A 10th century bania was a low, tight log structure, purpose-built to trap heat, with a stone hearth stoked from within or without, benches in tiers, small or non-existent windows, and one door. Guests bathed before audiences the way we would dress for one. The Drevlian magnates entered, all of them together, stripped, settled onto the benches in the steam, and heard the door close behind them. Then they heard whatever a bar dropping across a door from the outside sounds like from the inside. On Olga's order, her men fired the building from the doorway. Dry pine logs, resin in the walls, a stoked hearth already inside, straw and kindling piled at the threshold. The bathhouse went up like a lamp. For the men inside, naked in the dark, the sequence is short, and it is terrible. Smoke first, punching down from the roof space, blinding and strangling at the same time. Heat next, rising past anything survivable within a couple of minutes, cooking the airway shut from the first inhalation of it, searing the lungs from the inside, so that many men in burning buildings are dead of scorched airways and carbon monoxide before flame ever touches them, and those are the fortunate ones. The rest burn, fists hammering on a barred door, bodies piling at the threshold where the air was last breathable, and the fire eating inward through the one wall they were all pressed against. A bathhouse is small. It would have been over in minutes, and the fire would have burned all day, down to a bed of coals with the governing class of the Drevlians inside it. And when it cooled, there was nothing to send back to Iskorostan, and once again, nothing was sent. As far as Prince Mal knew, his elders were feasting in Kiev, and his bride was preparing to travel. Her third message was already on the road. That third message asked for a funeral. "I am coming to you now," Olga wrote to the Drevlians, "so prepare great quantities of mead in the town where you killed my husband, that I may weep over his grave and hold a funeral feast for him." On its face, another entirely proper request. Igor lay in a mound outside Iskorostan, unmourned by his own family, and a widow coming to weep at the grave and hold the trizna, the great funeral banquet owed to a dead prince, was fulfilling the most basic obligation of her religion and her rank. The word trizna covers the whole complex of graveside rites, the feast, the drinking, and the funeral games, because a great man's mound was honored with contests, mock combats, wrestling, feats of arms performed around the grave so that the dead warrior could watch his people be strong one last time, the same world of rites we watched through Ibn Fadlan's eyes on the Volga. A proper trizna might run for days, and the louder and drunker it ran, the greater the honor to the man under the mound. The Drevlians heard the request as a sign that the marriage was truly going forward, that the past was being ritually closed so the future could open. They brewed. Mead in great quantities takes honey in great quantities, and the Drevlian forests were rich in wild hives, and the town set to fermenting a welcome for its incoming princess. Some of the men doing that brewing must have been kin to the 20 who had gone in the boat, or to the elders who had followed. Nobody in Iskorostan knew to grieve yet. Olga travelled with a small escort. The chronicle underlines it, a small retinue, light and unthreatening, a widow's travelling party. She came to the mound where her husband's torn body had been heaped over with earth by the men who tore it, and she wept over the grave in front of everyone. Real tears or performed ones, the text doesn't say and doesn't care, and honestly, both can be true at once. Then she ordered her followers to raise the mound higher, a proper prince's barrow, hours of communal labor with the Drevlians presumably pitching in alongside the Kievans, building up the tomb of the man one side had murdered and the other side had come to avenge. When the earthwork stood finished, she commanded the trizna, and the feast began on and around the fresh mound. Her hosts sat down to drink. The chronicle says the Drevlians asked her, "Where are the men we sent after you, our retinue that went to escort you?" "They are following behind with my husband's bodyguard," she told them, "on the road, arriving shortly. 20 men in the earth and the elders of the nation gone to ash." And she looked their kinsmen in the face over the funeral cups and promised them all a reunion. The Drevlians accepted it and drank, and Olga's own people waited on them, kept the cups filled, and never drank themselves. At a trizna, where drinking to excess honored the dead, the guests of honor were being kept in wine, while every sober hand in the crowd belonged to Kiev, and the mead kept coming hour after hour until the Drevlians were past speech, past standing, sprawled around the barrow of the man they had killed. She gave the order. The chronicle's account of the next part runs to 2 sentences, and monks wrote them about a saint. When the Drevlians were drunk, she bade her followers fall upon them, and she went about herself, urging her retinue on to the massacre of the Drevlians. So they cut down 5,000 of them, sword work on insensible men lying on the ground. Grip the hair, pull the head back, open the throat, move to the next one, and the ones sober enough to crawl were the only ones who made any work of it at all. Later retellings drawn from the chronicle tradition make the picture explicit, servants topping up every cup until the drinkers slid under the tables, and killers stepping through the bodies afterward with knives, and Olga among them rather than watching from a distance, and whether her own hands did any of the cutting. The oldest text already gives her the role of walking the field and driving the work on. 5,000 is the chronicle's figure, and medieval chronicle numbers are what they are. But even if the true count was a fifth of that, a nation's worth of fighting men and household heads bled out that afternoon around a grave mound at a party, killed by the caterers. The mound stood over Igor, and the field around it now matched the inside of Ibn Fadlan's funeral ship. Blood and bodies heaped around a dead chieftain, a princely burial at last, on a scale no Rus prince had ever been given. Olga gathered her small retinue and rode home to Kiev to raise the army, because the pretending was over. Iskorostan finally understood what it was dealing with, and so did every other settlement in the Drevlian land, because you cannot hide 5,000 corpses the way you can hide 20. Through the rest of that winter, both sides prepared, and in the year the chronicle gives as 946, Olga marched. She did not march alone, and the detail the chronicle chooses to preserve about the campaign's opening is one of the strangest, saddest little scenes in the whole national epic. The army of Kiev drew up against the Drevlian host in the open field, and at the front, on horseback, sat the prince of the Rus, Sviatoslav, aged roughly 4. Custom demanded the prince open the battle by casting the first spear. The child threw his spear. It cleared his horse's ears and fell to the ground at the animal's feet, a toddler's throw, and Svinold and Asmund, the boy's commander and his tutor, called out to the army, "The prince has already begun. Follow the prince, retinue." The men charged behind the 4-year-old spear cast, and the men were professionals, a Kievan Druzina warrior of this period, and the graves of them have been excavated by the 100, went into a fight in a mail shirt or lamella armor behind a round or almond shield, with a Frankish patterned sword worth a farm, a bearded fighting axe, and a spear, a full-time killer equipped from the profits of the fur and slave trade, facing tribal levies of farmers and foresters called up from their villages with whatever hung on the wall. The field battle followed the usual script. The Drevlian host broke, and the survivors fled and shut themselves inside their towns. The smaller towns fell or submitted one after another through the campaigning season. Iskorostan held, and Iskorostan was always going to hold hardest because its people had done the actual killing of Igor, and every man, woman and child inside those bark-covered oak walls understood, after the boat and the bathhouse and the barrow, exactly how surrender would go for them. Fear held that town together better than any oath. Olga settled down to besiege it, and the siege ran for a year outside the walls of a timber town in the Pripyat forests, and a year inside them. Sieges in this period were less about assault than about strangulation, and a besieged wooden town strangles in a particular order. The livestock go first, eaten before they starve. Then the grain stores, measured out in shrinking rations by whoever has armed men enough to control the granary. Then the horses, the dogs, the cats, the leather boiled off shields and belts, the bark and straw ground into bread, and infants at the breasts of mothers who no longer produce milk, and the elderly dying quietly in the dark of the houses, because the young get fed first when a town decides who is worth keeping alive. Waste piles up, wells foul, disease moves faster than hunger, and typhus and dysentery in a packed town kill on a schedule of days. Somewhere out beyond arrow range sat the army of Kiev, eating regular meals and waiting, with the widow in the middle of the camp, and she had already shown a gift for patience measured in months. After a year of this, with the town gaunt but the walls unbreached, she sent in a message, and her opening line, given everything you now know about her messages, is almost unbearable. Why do you persist in holding out? All your towns have surrendered to me, the message continued, and submitted to tribute, and their people are farming their fields in peace, but you would rather starve than submit. The reply from the walls has the exhaustion of the year in it. We would gladly pay tribute, the Drevlians answered, but you are set on avenging your husband. Olga answered with the most audacious lie of her career, a lie with an actual body count embedded in it as evidence of sincerity. I have already avenged my husband 3 times, she told them. Once when your envoys came to Kiev, again at the second embassy, and a 3rd time at my husband's funeral feast. I require no further revenge. I ask only a small tribute, and once we have made peace, I shall go home. The itemized list of the massacres was doing the work of a guarantee. She was saying, in effect, you know I keep accounts, and the account is settled. The starving town asked what she wanted. Honey and furs, they assumed, the standard payment, and they offered it. Her answer must have sounded inside those walls like the first good news in a year. You have no honey or furs left, she said, and I know it, and I will not burden a ruined people. Give me instead 3 pigeons and 3 sparrows from each household. A gesture, a token, a face-saving scrap so the widow could ride home claiming tribute. The Chronicle says the Drevlians rejoiced. Through the whole town, hands reached up into the eaves. Every household in a 10th century town kept birds close, and that ordinary fact was the whole trap. Pigeons roosted in dovecotes and under the eaves. Sparrows nested in the thatch itself, in the gaps of log walls, in the hay mows and byres. Collecting 3 of each per household meant reaching into your own roof, and the town did it gladly, netting and grabbing hundreds upon hundreds of birds, and baskets and cages went out through the gates to the Kievan camp, the first traffic between the 2 sides in a year. Olga accepted the tribute and distributed it. To each soldier in her army, 1 pigeon or 1 sparrow with instructions. Each man took a scrap of cloth and a piece of sulphur, bound the cloth around the sulphur, and tied the little bundle by a thread to the leg or wing of his bird. Sulphur was no exotic substance. Every armory and tannery used it, and it takes a spark eagerly, burns hot and clings as it burns. An army's worth of men sat in camp that day doing fiddly work with thread, and the birds waited, each carrying an ounce of fire that hadn't been lit yet. At dusk, on her order, the men lit the bundles and let go. Birds released at nightfall do one thing. They go home. Every pigeon rose out of the enemy camp and flew a straight line to its own dovecote, its own gap under its own eave, inside the walls of Iskorostan, trailing a thread of smoke. Every sparrow made for its own nest in the thatch it had been pulled out of. hundreds of points of fire, airborne, self-guiding, arriving simultaneously at hundreds of different rooftops across the entire town at the hour when the light was failing and the households were indoors at their fires. The chronicle names the targets like an inventory. The dovecotes caught, and the coops, and the porches, and the haymows, and, in the plainest sentence the monks ever wrote, not a house remained where it did not burn, and it was impossible to extinguish the flames, because all the houses caught fire at once. Everything anyone has ever known about firefighting assumes the fire starts somewhere. A town facing one burning roof forms bucket lines from the river, drags down the neighboring buildings, makes a break, and fights. Iskorosten's fire started everywhere within the same few minutes, above head height, in the driest material the town contained at the end of a summer, in a settlement built entirely of resinous logs and thatch and stored hay after a year-long siege had packed it with refugees and left its people starved and weak. Thatch burns in one direction, downward onto whatever is underneath it, and what was underneath it was families. A firestorm in a wooden town generates its own wind, sucking air in along the ground toward the rising column of heat, so the streets themselves turn into bellows channels, and smoke goes from nuisance to lethal in the span of a few breaths, and burning material begins dropping from roof beams into rooms where people are grabbing children in the dark. Some never got out of the houses. Small children, the old, the sick, the ones deepest in the smoke, and a body overtaken indoors curls as the muscles cook and contract, drawing up into a crouch that people who clear burned buildings recognize on sight, and that posture waited in the ash of every second or third house in Iskorosten. The rest poured into streets lit orange from wall to wall, herding toward the gates, the one direction without flame in it, and outside the gates stood the army that had set the fire. Olga had given her soldiers their orders before the first bird flew. The people fled the burning town, and she commanded her men to catch them, and the word the chronicle uses really is catch, the verb for game and runaways. Soldiers ringed the burning town in the dark and took hold of whoever staggered out coughing, singed, carrying nothing, and sorting them there in the firelight, and the chronicle lays out the sorting without a flicker of apology. The elders of the city she seized as her prisoners, and some of the rest she killed, and some she gave as slaves to her followers, and the remnant she left to pay tribute. Each clause of that sentence is a human category. The elders, the leadership that had approved the wolf speech and the killing in the woods, taken alive and taken away, and what was done with them afterward, the text leaves in the dark, and given the record so far, the dark is not comforting. The killed, cut down at the gates of their own burning homes, chosen for death by whatever standard the men doing the sorting applied, and armies doing this work in every century tend to kill the men of fighting age first. The enslaved, handed out on the spot as payment to the army, wives and daughters and sons of Iskorosten becoming property in an evening, walking off tied behind the horses of the men who had burned their town, bound for households in Kiev or for the boats south, where the markets of Constantinople paid silver for exactly this merchandise. And a year from now, some girl who reached up into her family's eaves for sparrows would be sold on a stone quay 1,000 miles from the Uj. The remnant, the leftover, allowed to keep living on the ash, so that the ash would still generate revenue. The revenue was reorganized on the spot. On the survivors and on the whole Drevlian land, Olga laid a heavy tribute, and the chronicle specifies its division. 2/3 of it went to Kiev, to the state. 1/3 went to Vyshgorod, her own personal fortress and treasury, because Vyshgorod, the text notes, was Olga's own city. The widow billed the destruction to the destroyed and kept 1/3 of the invoice for herself. Prince Mal disappears from the chronicle without a recorded death, and later popular tellings put him in the flames of his capital or among the seized elders. And a genealogical tradition surfaces generations afterward, suggesting his children were taken into Olga's own household as servants. A girl called Malusha, and a boy called Dobrinia, and Malusha, in that tradition, grew up to be the mother of Olga's grandson Vladimir. If any of that chain holds, the man who baptized Russia and Ukraine was the grandson of both the Avenger and the Avenged, born from the house of the widow and the house of the murdered prince, fused together at the level of the servants' quarters. The sources are late and tangled on this point, and I give it to you as the tradition gives it, no firmer than that. As for the Drevlians as a people, the fire at Iskorostan was effectively the end of their separate story. Their land was folded directly into the princely domain, ruled after Olga's day by appointed members of the Kievan house, rather than by princes of their own. Their tribute flowed on its fixed schedule to Kiev and Vyshgorod, and their name fades out of the record over the next 2 centuries, surfacing a last few times as a regional label, before vanishing into the general population of the Rus. A nation that had produced its own princes and its own foreign policy became, within a generation, a tax district with a famous ruin in it, and their descendants live in the villages of Polessia to this day, though nobody has called anyone a Drevlian in 800 years. What do we actually make of the 4 revengers? I promised you the texture around the story, so here it is, offered the way one historian talks to another over a drink rather than as a verdict from a bench. The account was written down around 1113, a century and a half after the events, by monks working from older compilations, oral tradition, and their own sense of how the grandmother of the baptizer of the Rus ought to be remembered, and pieces of the tale have relatives elsewhere. The trick with the firebirds in particular gets around. Snorri Sturluson, writing in Iceland in the 1200s, tells how Harald Hardrada, besieging a town in Sicily, had his fowlers catch the small birds that nested in the town's thatch, bind shavings of resinous pine dipped in wax and sulphur to their backs, light them, and let them fly home to burn the place down. Nearly the same stratagem attaches to Guthrum the Dane in England, to the Norman Robert Guiscard in the Mediterranean, and, in a Mongolian chronicle composed in the 1600s, to Genghis Khan against a Tangut city, with swallows and cats carrying the fire. When one clever trick appears in the biographies of 6 different conquerors across 5 centuries, storytellers are clearly in the room, and one of the great early scholars of the chronicle, Alexei Shakhmatov, concluded from the layers of the text that the bird episode entered it late, added by an editor around 1110, while the first 3 revenges had been written down decades earlier. Set against that, the ground itself has something to say. Archaeologists digging the oldest part of modern Korosten, on the granite above the Uj where Iskorosten stood, found a wealthy, fortified settlement of exactly this period, strewn with Scandinavian ornaments, Byzantine imports, and Slavic wares, and that settlement burned down in a destruction layer dated to Olga's own era, and the excavator, Fedir Androshchuk, argued that even the most storybook episode in the account has a core of something that really happened to a real town. A fire ended Iskorosten in the mid-10th century, in other words, and how the fire arrived, on wings or on the end of an ordinary torch, after the walls came down, the ash does not record. Other scholars pull at other threads. The historian and novelist Boris Akunin points out that Iskorosten sits about 2 days' ride from Kiev, close enough that 20 envoys could hardly vanish there without word leaking back, and finds only the first revenge plausible as event. And a whole line of researchers running from Dmitry Likachev through Boris Rybakov to Alexander Koptev has noticed the thing you noticed an hour ago if you were paying attention to Ibn Fadlan. The first embassy dies in a boat in the earth. The second dies by fire. The third dies at the Trizna, the funeral feast, around the mound. A boat burial, a cremation, a graveside slaughter with drink, the exact components of a great man's funeral among the pagan Rus, administered one component at a time to the killers, as though Igor, denied his rights by the manner of his death, was being given them at last with his enemies playing the part of the sacrificed slave girl. In that light, the story looks, to those scholars, like a description, maybe garbled, maybe stylized, of a widow conducting the largest funeral sacrifice in the history of her religion. The monks who preserved it were Christians praising a Christian saint, and they may not have fully recognized what the old material in front of them was describing. You now know everything the arguing parties know. Sit with whichever version of her you find more believable or more frightening, because from this point forward, the record firms up considerably, and the woman it shows is entirely consistent with either one. What Olga did after the fire tells you as much about her as the fire does, and in some ways it impresses the historians more because this part left physical traces. She had just watched up close what the old tribute system produced. Her husband's greed had provoked a rising. The rising had cost her a husband and the realm a year of war, and a proud tribe was now a burned ruin paying punitive rates, and none of it had been necessary. Through 946 and 947, in answer, she toured her own realm the way a new manager tours a badly run company, and she rebuilt the machinery of extraction from the ground up. Across the Drevlian land, and then north along the Mimster and the Luga, and through the Novgorod and Pskov country of her own childhood, she established what the chronicle calls pogosti, fixed stations, fortified points that served as permanent centers for trade and tribute collection, and she set uroki, fixed quotas, stated amounts due at stated places at stated times. A village now knew, in advance, exactly what it owed and where to deliver it, and the roving winter horde with its open-ended appetite was finished, along with the prince who doubles back on a whim for a second helping. Assessment replaced improvisation, and a boundary appeared, visible to both sides, between what the state could take and what it could not, the first attempt anybody in that part of the world had made at the rule of law in taxation, imposed by a woman who also dealt in slaves. And both of those facts about her hold true at once. The pogost system outlived her by centuries. Some of those stations grew into towns that exist today, and in the Russian language the word pogost eventually drifted into meaning a rural churchyard, so the sites she founded to move furs and silver ended up holding graves. She organized the wilderness too. The chronicle mentions her hunting grounds and trapping preserves scattered through the territories, marked off and administered, and her fowling sites, stations for netting birds of prey, falcons and hawks bound for the luxury markets of Byzantium where such birds commanded princely prices. And archaeology adds a stranger detail, that the Drevlian country under her administration began quarrying its pinkish-red slate on something like an industrial scale, and spindle whorls turned from that stone. Little flywheels for spinning thread show up in graves and settlements as far away as Sweden by the end of the century. The burned province became a workshop. In Kiev itself, the archaeology hands her something remarkable. Excavations in the old upper town uncovered the foundations of a masonry palace complex of the mid-10th century. Cut stone and plinth brick and fresco fragments in a city where everything else was logs, and the standard attribution puts it in Olga's building program, decades before her grandson's famous church. So the first person to raise stone above the Leper appears to have been the widow, importing Byzantine builders while her son slept on horse blankets in the field. Ask where else in that century you find a woman doing anything comparable, and the list runs out fast. In England, a generation earlier, Ethelflaed, the Lady of the Mercians, had ruled and fortified and campaigned until her death in 918. And the parallel is close enough that historians of both countries have noticed it. A royal widow holding a war-torn realm together and dying with it stronger than she found it. Byzantium had its empresses, ruling as regents for sons and occasionally in their own right, inside a bureaucratic state built to survive its rulers. Olga had no bureaucracy to lean on and no tradition behind her at all. Her authority was personal, renewed every day in front of armed men whose entire culture told them to follow a sword arm, and she held them anyway, through a vengeance war, a religious conversion they wanted no part of, and a decade and a half of peace. And when her son finally took the reins from her, he took a state that functioned with fixed revenues and stone going up in the capital and rode off to spend it all on glory. Her footprint on the map went beyond the stations. The chronicle, listing her holdings, mentions a village of hers on the Desna River called Olgici, literally Olga's place, and notes that it stands to this day, meaning it was still there and still carrying her name when the monks wrote around 1100, and place names built on hers dot the old sources, the way a landowner's name dots a county ledger. Vyshgorod itself, her personal seat on its bluff a few miles up the Dnieper, was no country retreat. Excavation there shows a serious fortress town of the 10th century, ramparts, workshops, kilns, a garrison point commanding the river approach to the capital, wealthy enough that the chronicle calls it Olga's city outright. Vyshgorod took in her third of the Drevlian payments and whatever else her estates produced, and she governed from there and from Kiev as regent, formally on behalf of Sviatoslav, in practice as sovereign in everything except title, for something like 15 years. Run the comparison across 10th century Europe, and she has almost no company. A woman ruling a warrior state in her own person, commanding armies, setting law, conducting foreign policy, in a world where power was supposed to travel exclusively between men, and the sources from 3 different civilizations, Rus, Greek, and Latin, all record her doing it, and none of them records anyone managing to stop her. The northern leg of her tour gathered its own halo of stories, and one physical detail from the oldest layer of the record I'll hand over exactly as the chronicle gives it. Describing her circuit of 947 through the Novgorod country, the text remarks, in the present tense of its own day, that her sleigh stands in Pskov even now. Around 1100, a century and a half after her death, people in her home city were still keeping and showing her actual sledge, a piece of transport preserved like a relic before she was ever formally a saint. And small as it sounds, that sentence is one of the better arguments that a real and locally famous woman stands behind all the storytelling, because towns do not curate the sleighs of fictions. Church tradition later added a grander scene to the same tour. Standing on the bank of the Velikaya near her birthplace, the story goes, she saw 3 shafts of light strike a wooded promontory across the water, and prophesied that a great city with a cathedral of the Holy Trinity would rise on the spot and set a cross there, and the city of Pskov with its Trinity Cathedral counts that moment as its consecration, and a chapel at Vibuty marks her own beginnings a few miles upstream. Those stories come from the hagiographers rather than the chronicle, and I pass them along under that label, but they map something true about the geography of her memory. The North never let go of her. She had come out of it a ferry girl in the tale, and it kept her sleigh. The foreign policy is where she next surprises everyone, because the widow who buried ambassadors decided, somewhere in her 50s or 60s, to go and look at Constantinople, and what happened there produced one of the strangest source situations in early medieval history. 3 accounts that share a city and a woman, and agree on very little else. Getting there was itself a feat, and the road had a reputation for killing travelers. A ruler of Kiev traveling to Constantinople went the way the merchandise went, down the Dnieper in the June flotilla, and the emperor's own handbook describes the road in detail that still raises the hair on your arms. Below Kiev, the river ran quiet for hundreds of miles, and then came the cataracts. 7 of them, granite ledges across the whole stream, and Constantine records their names in both languages of the Rus realm, and the first was called Esupi, meaning do not sleep. At the worst of them, the one the Norse called Afor, everything came out of the boats, cargo, slaves in their chains, everyone, and the boats were dragged and carried 6 miles overland, while armed men stood a picket against the Pechenegs, because the portage was the killing ground of the whole route, the one place the steppe could reliably catch river people on foot. Past the rapids, the convoys rested on an island where the pagan crews sacrificed live roosters under a great oak, casting lots over whether to cut the birds' throats or let them go, and then out into the Black Sea and along the Bulgarian coast to the Bosphorus. An old woman made that journey, priest and merchants and all, and made it home again, and the trip alone would earn her a paragraph in the history of travel, even if nothing had happened at the far end. At the far end waited a machine built to make visitors feel small, and the Byzantines had refined that machine for 5 centuries. Embassies from the north were received in the Magnara Hall before the emperor's golden throne, and the court's engineers had surrounded that throne with automata, gilded lions that lashed their tails and roared, trees of gilded bronze filled with jeweled mechanical birds that sang, each species its own song, and organs thundering from the galleries, and at the climax of the audience, while the visitor lay in the required prostration, the whole throne, emperor and all, rose silently toward the ceiling, and came back down with the ruler in a changed set of robes. Ambassadors from courts far grander than Kiev's left descriptions of being genuinely unnerved by it. Into that theatre walked the widow from the Leper, and one detail teased out of the protocol record by scholars is that where others performed the full prostration, flat on the floor, Olga was permitted to greet the imperial pair with only a slight inclination of the head. The court that measured every living person on earth against every other had done its measuring, and had decided this particular barbarian bowed to almost no one. The man on the throne needs introducing too, since he and Olga are about to size each other up. Constantine VII carried the surname Porphyrogenitus, born in the purple, meaning he had been delivered in the porphyry-lined imperial birthing chamber, legitimacy built into the architecture, and he had spent most of his life being emperor in name, while stronger men ruled through him, and he had filled those sidelined decades with scholarship. He wrote and commissioned books on court ceremony, on the administration of the empire, on the peoples beyond the frontiers, and his description of the Rus tribute round and the Leper rapids, the one we've been using all video, came from his own pen. By the time Olga arrived, he ruled in fact as well as name, a bookish, careful, middle-aged emperor receiving a widow with a body count, and each of them left a record of the encounter, his in protocol, hers, if the chronicle can be believed, in dialogue. Start with the Greek side, because the Greek side is paperwork, and paperwork has its own kind of honesty. The Emperor Constantine VII Porphyrogenitus, the same scholar-emperor who described the Rus tribute circuit, compiled a manual of court ceremony, and in it, as a worked example of how to receive a ruler of the Rus, he describes the reception of Olga, Elga in his Greek, with the precision of a man planning a state dinner, because that is literally what he was doing. Her entourage is itemized. Relatives, ladies-in-waiting, her son's representatives, 43 merchants, interpreters, and a priest named Gregory, whose presence in a pagan queen's luggage raises an eyebrow all on its own. The gifts of money handed out at the banquets are recorded to the coin, this many silver milliaresia to the merchants, 12 each, 8 to the priest Gregory, and the ceremonies are laid out in order, the formal reception in the great hall, and a second, more intimate reception at which the Empress Helena and her ladies received Olga, and a dinner at which Olga was seated at the imperial family's own table, an honor that made the protocol officers' careers just to organize. The record even follows her to dessert. After the banquet proper, fruit and sweets were served at a small golden table, and at that golden table sat the emperor, the empress, their children, and the widow from Kiev, eating candied fruit off imperial gold within arm's reach of the most carefully guarded human beings on the planet, and a clerk noted it all down for the file, unaware he was writing the only surviving eyewitness record of Olga in a room. Scholars who have squeezed every date out of the document put the visit in 957, though the chronicle's own dating implies 955, and some argue for an earlier trip as well, and one thing the emperor's meticulous account never mentions, anywhere, is a baptism. A Byzantine historian of the next century, John Skylitzes, supplies that in a single line. The wife of the Rus ruler, once her husband was dead, came to Constantinople, was baptized, showed fervent devotion, and went home. Now the Kievan version, and you'll notice immediately that the monks are having fun. In their telling, Olga arrives before the emperor, and he finds her fair of face and remarkably intelligent, and, conversing with her, he announces that she is worthy to reign beside him in his city. A proposal of marriage from the master of the civilized world to the widow from the river country. Olga answers that she is a pagan, and that if he wishes her baptized, he must perform the office himself, otherwise she will not accept it. Delighted, the emperor and the patriarch baptize her, and she takes the Christian name Helena, and the emperor returns to his proposal, and Olga springs the trap she has spent the whole exchange constructing. "How can you marry me," she asks him, "when you yourself baptized me and named me your daughter in Christ? Among Christians, that is against the law, as you yourself must know. Canon law barred marriage between a godparent and a godchild absolutely, and the emperor, checkmated by his own sacrament, says the line the chronicle has been building toward. Olga, you have outwitted me. He loads her with gifts, gold and silver and silks and vessels, and sends her home, still calling her daughter. The chronicle then adds a sequel with a blade in it. After her return, the emperor's envoys arrived in Kiev to collect on promises, the slaves and wax and furs she had allegedly offered, and soldiers to aid the empire in its wars, and Olga sent them back with a message for her godfather. "Tell your emperor this. When he has stood waiting in my harbor on the Pochina, as long as I stood waiting in his golden horn, then I will send him his gifts. Behind the barb sits a real grievance the protocol sources make plausible, that her fleet had been kept riding at anchor off Constantinople for weeks, perhaps months, while the court decided how to receive her, and she had neither forgotten a day of it nor intended to. Godfather or no godfather, the account with Byzantium stayed open. Set the versions side by side, and the seams show. Constantine already had an empress, the same Helena who hosted the second reception, so the proposal as told cannot sit comfortably in the year of the documented visit, and a scholar emperor who wrote books on church affairs did not need a Kievan widow to explain godparenthood to him. And the choice of the name Helena honors either the reigning empress, as one line of scholars argues, or the sainted mother of Constantine the Great, as the chronicle itself says, and either way the naming flatters the court. Some researchers square the circle with 2 journeys, or with a baptism at home in Kiev before she ever sailed, with the priest Gregory in her entourage as the fingerprint of a woman already Christian when she arrived. The monks, for their part, were writing a founding mother, and a founding mother who beats the emperor of Byzantium at his own theology made a better story than an itemized banquet. What nobody disputes is the shape underneath. A ruling woman of the Rus travelled to the greatest city in the world, was received at the highest level of a court that graded every human being on earth by rank, sat at the emperor's own table, and came home a Christian, with a new name, and a godfather on the throne of the Caesars, and if her own account of the trip ever existed, we don't have it. And I would trade a great deal of the surviving material for 1 page of it. Whatever happened on the Bosphorus, the woman who sailed home to Kiev was a different sort of problem for her own country than the one who had left it. She came back with a religion her people did not share, a foreign godfather her warriors did not trust, and a project. The Chronicle says she built churches, a church of Saint Nicholas in Kiev over the grave of an earlier Christian Varangian, foundations at Pskov in her home country, a wooden church of holy wisdom. And she brought back from Constantinople, tradition says, a cross carved from the wood of the true cross itself, and she was not, in fairness, planting in bare soil. Christianity had been seeping into Kiev for a generation before her baptism, along the same rivers as the silk and the silver, and the proof sits inside her own husband's treaty. When the agreement of 944 was sworn, the pagan Rus took their oath on their weapons before Perun, as custom required, but the treaty text records that the Christian Rus, and it uses exactly that phrase, swore theirs separately in the church of Saint Elijah in Kiev, an actual functioning church, standing in the capital, serving baptized Varangians and Slavs, years before Olga ever saw Constantinople. Merchants who wintered in Christian ports came home with the religion, the way they came home with coins, and some of the war band itself had converted, and so the city Olga returned to already held a Christian minority with its own building and presumably its own clergy, and what it lacked was cover from the top. She provided the cover, and she began working on the one conversion that mattered more than all the others combined, her son. Sviatoslav was in his teens by now, and growing into exactly the man his childhood had promised. The Chronicle's portrait of him as an adult is one of the most vivid things in it. He moved like a leopard on campaign, carried neither kettles nor tents, cooked strips of horse meat or game on the coals, slept on the ground on a horse blanket with his saddle under his head, and sent ahead to his enemies before he attacked them a two-word message, "I am coming," because he considered surprise beneath him. A later Greek writer who saw him in person describes a stocky, fierce-eyed man with a shaved head, except for a single lock of hair marking his nobility, a bushy moustache, a gold earring set with 2 pearls and a ruby, and clothes distinguishable from his men's only by being cleaner. His entire identity was the warband, the Druzina, the brotherhood of professional fighters whose respect was the only currency he recognized, and when his mother came to him with her new god, that identity answered for him. She urged, the chronicle says, and he refused, and his recorded reason has no theology in it at all. How can I alone accept another faith? My retinue will laugh at me. She kept at him, and he kept refusing, and the text adds that he did not forbid the faith to others, he only mocked those who took it, and mockery from the prince set the ceiling on how far the new religion could climb. Olga, the chronicle says, loved her son and prayed for him and for the people night after night, and waited, and here the monks give her a line of genuine resignation. God's will be done. If God wishes to have mercy on my house and on this land, he will put it into my son's heart to turn to him, as he put it into mine. A woman who had once answered resistance with buried boats had met in her own child the one opponent she could not outmaneuver, and she seems to have known it. She tried one more angle, and it lands in the written record of a different civilization entirely, so we can watch it from the outside. In 959, envoys from Helena, Queen of the Rus, baptized in Constantinople, appeared at the court of Otto I, King of the Germans and soon to be emperor in the West, asking him to send a bishop and priests to her people. 7 separate Latin sources mention it, and the fullest of them was almost certainly written by the man who got the job. The request itself is a small bombshell. A Byzantine convert, goddaughter of the Eastern Emperor, inviting Latin clergy from the rival half of Christendom. And historians have chewed on her motive ever since: disappointment with Constantinople, a bid to play the two churches off against each other for better terms, an insurance policy, a genuine indifference to a rivalry that had not yet hardened into schism. Otto took his time, consecrated a bishop who promptly died before setting out, and finally, in 961, dispatched a monk named Adalbert with a small party into the east. Adalbert reached the land of the Rus and walked into a disaster. In the interval between the invitation and his arrival, power in Kiev had shifted. Sviatoslav was of age, the pagan war party was ascendant, the Christian Queen Mother was easing out of control of policy, and nobody in authority wanted a German bishop. The mission collapsed on contact. Adalbert turned back in 962, and on the road out, some of his companions were killed, and he himself, in the words of the chronicle he likely wrote, barely escaped with his life, having accomplished nothing he was sent for. He went home, eventually became the first Archbishop of Magdeburg and was canonized in his own right, one more saint sent bouncing off the Rus. One modern account describes the 2-year gap and the changed reception as the visible signature of a quiet, bloodless coup, the moment the son took the state out of the mother's hands. However you frame it, from the early 960s, the realm belonged to Sviatoslav, and Sviatoslav pointed it outward at everyone. His wars are their own story, and the parts of it that matter here are the ones that circle back to his mother. He marched east and shattered the Khazar Empire on the Volga, a power that had loomed over the steppe for 3 centuries, sacking its cities so thoroughly that a traveller a few years later said no grape was left on the vine. He beat the Volga Bulgars, the same people who had hosted Ibn Fadlan. And in 967 or 968, at Byzantine invitation and with Byzantine gold, he invaded Bulgaria on the Danube, and liked it far too much for anyone's comfort, taking dozens of towns and setting himself up at Pereyaslavetz near the Danube mouth, as though he meant to stay forever. While he burned across the map, the household in Kiev stayed where households stay, and it belonged to Olga. Sviatoslav's 3 sons grew up in their grandmother's charge, Yaropolk and Oleg, the sons of a wife whose name nobody preserved, and Vladimir, the son of the housekeeper Malusha, and church tradition holds that the old woman raised the boys in the shadow of her faith, teaching what she could without crossing the line her son had drawn, since an open baptism of the heirs would have brought the whole standoff to a head. Whatever passed between a Christian grandmother and 3 small pagans in the halls of Kiev went unrecorded, and all anyone can say is that the boy she kept closest through those years, the slave woman's son, grew up to be the man who dragged Perun through the streets behind a horse. Draw the line between those 2 facts wherever you like. He was there, deep in the Balkans with the army, when the Pechenegs came to Kiev. The Pechenegs were the nomad power of the Black Sea steppe, the horsemen who haunted the Dnieper rapids and killed portaging merchants, and Constantine's handbook for his son opens with them, chapter 1, before anything else in the empire's affairs, advising that peace be kept with the Pechenegs above all peoples, since whoever paid them could aim them at anyone. In 968, quite possibly nudged and funded by a Byzantine court that wanted Sviatoslav pulled out of Bulgaria, they arrived under the walls of his capital in numbers the chronicle describes as countless and shut the city in. Inside were the people of Kiev, 3 small boys, Yaropolk, Oleg, and Vladimir, the prince's sons, and their grandmother, Olga, now old, and by the chronicle's account already ailing. The siege bit fast. A crowded city cut off in high summer, and the text is specific about the order of suffering. The people were weakened by hunger and by lack of water, and thirst breaks a city quicker than famine ever does. Across the Dnieper, on the far bank, a Rus commander named Pretich had gathered a force, but a small one, and he would not attempt a crossing against the horde, and the 2 sides settled into a stalemate with the city dying in the middle of it. Whoever was making decisions inside the walls, and the chronicle leaves little doubt about who that was, concluded that Kiev had days left, and that Pretich had to be told, because from his bank he could not know how close the end was. Getting a message out meant getting a body through the Pecheneg lines, and the body they found belonged to a boy whose name nobody wrote down. He could speak Pecheneg. That was his qualification and his whole armor. He went out of the city at dusk, carrying a bridle, an empty bridle, and walked straight into the enemy camp, through the cooking fires and the horse lines of the army that was starving his family, holding up the bridle and asking, in fluent Pecheneg, whether anyone had seen his horse. "Has anyone seen my horse?" moving through the camp as one lost stable boy among thousands of horsemen, and nobody looked twice, because a boy hunting a strayed horse in a horde's camp is the most invisible thing on the steppe. He walked the whole width of the siege that way. At the riverbank he dropped the bridle, stripped, and went into the Leper, and the moment the Pechenegs understood, the arrows came after him, arcing down around a swimming child's head the length of that swim, and every one of them missed, and Pretich's men pushed out in a boat and pulled him aboard, and he delivered his message dripping on the deck. "If you do not cross tomorrow, the city surrenders and the people give themselves up." Pretich, to his credit, found the correct answer, and the correct answer was a lie. At first light, his little force loaded into its boats and came across the river with every trumpet it owned screaming, and the men in the boats roared, and inside the walls the people of Kiev sent up an answering roar. And the Pechenegs, hearing trumpets from the river and thunder from the city, concluded that Sviatoslav himself had returned from Bulgaria with the whole terrible army, and the horde that could not be counted broke camp and pulled back from the walls in a morning. The chronicle savours the detail that the Pecheneg Khan, covering his withdrawal, asked Pretich to his face whether he was the prince, and Pretich answered that he was the prince's man, commanding the vanguard, with the main force right behind, and the Khan swapped gifts with him, a horse, a sword, and arrows for Pretich's armor, and rode away from a city that had been saved by one anonymous boy, one honest liar, and a wall of noise. The siege lifted just enough for a letter to go south, and the letter went to Sviatoslav in Bulgaria, and it was not a gentle one. "You, O prince, care for foreign lands, but you have abandoned your own, and the Pechenegs all but took your city, and your mother, and your children. If you do not come home and protect us, they will take us yet. Do you feel no pity for your old mother, or for your children?" He came home. He drove the Pechenegs back into the steppe and made a peace. And for a moment the family stood together in a rescued city, an aging grandmother, a war-banned prince, and 3 boys who had nearly starved, and the moment lasted precisely until Sviatoslav announced his plans. The plans were to leave again, and this time for good. "I do not care to remain in Kiev," he told his mother and his boyars, "but should prefer to live in Pereyaslavets on the Danube, since that is the center of my realm, where all riches are concentrated, gold, silks, wine and fruits from Greece, silver and horses from Hungary and Bohemia, and from Rus furs, wax, honey and slaves." His capital bored him. He wanted to move the whole center of gravity of the Rus world 700 miles southwest to a river he had just conquered, and he stood in front of the woman who had spent 25 years building the state he found so dull, and told her, in effect, that he was leaving her the keys. Her answer is one of the few moments in the whole chronicle where she speaks as an old woman rather than as a force of nature. "You behold me in my weakness," she said. "Why do you desire to depart from me?" She was ill, and she told him so, and she asked him for one thing only: "Bury me first. When you have buried me, go wherever you wish." The request carried more inside it than a mother's plea for company at the end, and both of them knew it. She was asking to be put in the ground by her son's own hand, under his protection, before the court she would leave behind, a court full of pagans, decided how a dead queen ought to be sent off. Sviatoslav stayed. 3 days later, on the 11th of July, 969, Olga died in Kiev, with her son and her grandsons beside her. And the chronicle says her son wept for her, and her grandsons wept, and all the people wept with a great lamentation. Her burial was the last order she ever gave, and it was an act of quiet defiance aimed at everything her world expected. She had given directions in advance, the chronicle says, not to hold a funeral feast for her. She refused the trizna outright, with everything the word contained, the mound building, the funeral games, the rivers of mead drunk over the grave, all the rites owed to a ruler of the Rus. Coming from her, of all people, the instruction carries its own history. Nobody alive understood better than Olga what a trizna could be made to hold, since she had wept at one over her husband's barrow with 5,000 deaths folded inside her hospitality. For herself she barred all of it, and above all, though the text does not spell it out, she barred any human being sent along with her, since she was going, as she believed, to a place where the dead travel alone and arrive already expected. She had kept a priest with her, the chronicle notes, in secret through the pagan years, or openly at the end, depending on how you take the phrase, and this priest buried her with Christian rites in the earth, in a marked place, and that was all. The most elaborate avenger of the age went into the ground with a prayer and a shovel. The monks, writing a century and a half later, closed her life with a passage they clearly polished with love, and it became the founding sentence of her sainthood. She was the precursor of the Christian land, they wrote, the way the morning star precedes the sun and the dawn precedes the day. She shone like the moon by night, radiant among the unbelievers like a pearl in the mire. For the people were soiled and not yet washed of their sin by holy baptism. She was the first from Rus to enter the kingdom of heaven, and the sons of Rus praise her as their princess and their mother. Sviatoslav buried her, honored the 3 days, and left for the Danube, exactly as he had said he would, and the rest of his story runs on a short fuse. The Byzantines had invited him into Bulgaria as a hired club, and were horrified to discover he intended to keep what he hit, and the new emperor, John Tzimiskes, one of the great soldiers Byzantium ever produced, went to war to throw him out. The campaigns of 971 ground the Rus army down to a bloodied remnant besieged in the fortress of Dorostalon on the Danube, where the Greek historians describe the Rus, after a night battle, going out under the moon to gather their dead, burning them on pyres by the river, and, in the old way, killing captives, men and women, over the corpses, and strangling infants and roosters and drowning them in the Danube as offerings. The funeral religion of Ibn Fadlan's riverbank still alive and working 2 generations on. Sviatoslav, wounded and starving, made terms, and the Treaty of 971 survives, and so does an extraordinary scene attached to it. The emperor came down to the river in gilded armor to meet him, and Sviatoslav arrived rowing, pulling an oar himself among his men, indistinguishable from them except for the clean white shirt and the single earring, and the Greek writer who left us his description was in a position to study him across the water while the two rulers spoke. The Rus were allowed to sail home. The Byzantines, helpful to the last, appear to have sent word ahead to the Pechenegs that a weakened prince with treasure was coming up the Dnieper. The rapids of the lower Dnieper were the one place on the river where boats had to stop and men had to walk, dragging the hulls around white water under the eyes of whoever held the banks, and in the spring of 972 the banks were held by the Pecheneg Khan courier, waiting where the portage made ambush a formality. Sviatoslav had been warned. An old voivode begged him to go around on horseback, the long, safe way. He went up the river. The Pechenegs fell on the portage, killed the remnant of the army of Bulgaria and killed the prince, and what happened to Sviatoslav's body afterward became one of the most repeated facts of the age. Courier took the head and had the skull cut and cleaned and mounted and overlaid with gold and made into a drinking cup, and he drank from it. A later chronicle adds that the Khan and his wife drank from the gilded skull together and prayed that their own son would be as brave as the man it had belonged to, and a still later one inscribes a moral on the cup itself: seeking the foreign, he lost his own, though that line appears only in a compilation from the 1500s and has the smell of an editor about it. The custom itself was old steppe practice, attested from the Scythians in Herodotus down to the Bulgar Khan Krum, who in 811 made a cup of the skull of the Byzantine emperor Nicephorus and toasted his nobles with it, and in that tradition the cup paid a compliment of the most permanent kind, the enemy's courage passing into whoever drank. So the son of Olga, the boy who threw a spear over his horse's ears at 4 years old, ended as tableware at a nomad's feast, and his mother, 3 years in her quiet Christian grave, was spared the knowledge, and spared too what her grandsons did next, because the 3 boys she had sheltered through the siege of Kiev spent the following decade killing each other. Yaropolk destroyed Oleg, whose body was found under a heap of corpses in a fortress ditch after his own fleeing men trampled him off a bridge. Vladimir destroyed Yaropolk, whose murder was arranged under flag of truce, 2 Varangians running him through with swords as he walked into his brother's hall. Vladimir, the youngest, the son of the slave woman Malusha, took everything. And Vladimir, of all people, is the one who finished his grandmother's work. He began as a committed and enthusiastic pagan, raising the idols on the hill in Kiev, including that Perun with the silver head and the golden moustache, and presiding over the era when the chronicle says the land was defiled with the blood of sacrifices, and a Christian Varangian father and son were killed by a mob in Kiev when the lot fell on the boy for the offering. Then, in 988, for reasons tangled up in diplomacy, a marriage to a Byzantine princess, a siege in Crimea, and, tradition says, a comparison shopping investigation of the world's religions in which his envoys reported that in the Greek liturgy they had not known whether they were on earth or in heaven, Vladimir accepted baptism, married the emperor's sister, came home, tore down the idols he had raised, had Perun tied to a horse's tail, dragged down the hill, beaten with rods, and thrown into the Dnieper, and ordered the whole population of Kiev into the river to be baptized en masse. The chronicle, narrating that day, reaches back a generation for its explanation of how such a thing was possible and gives the credit to a dead woman. This was the fulfillment, it says, of the blessing carried by his grandmother Olga, the dawn that had come before this sunrise. Vladimir paid the debt in stone. Between roughly 989 and 996, he built the first great masonry church of the Rus, the Church of the Dormition in Kiev, known to everyone as the Church of the Tithes, because he endowed it with 1/10 of his princely income. Byzantine architects, marble columns, mosaics, frescoes, a building unlike anything the timber world of the Dnieper had ever contained, raised, with a symbolism nobody missed, on ground associated with the old pagan killings, over the spot where that Varangian father and son had died for the lot that fell on the boy. And into this church, around the year 1007, Vladimir moved his grandmother. Her body was taken up from the grave her priest had dug almost 40 years earlier, and a tradition preserved in a northern Russian manuscript records what was found when they opened it. The body was whole, uncorrupted in the language of the church, and Vladimir had it laid in a new coffin and placed in the Church of the Tithes. And hers became, in the tradition's accounting, the first incorrupt relics ever revealed in the land of the Rus, the physical certification of sanctity in a religion where the argument between decay and grace was made with actual bodies. The stories that grew around the tomb have a strange, intimate quality. A small window was set into the stone above her sarcophagus, and the faithful who came to it with true belief, it was said, could look through and see her lying there, whole, and sometimes a light over her, and the sick were healed at the opening, while a visitor who came doubting saw nothing through the window except a coffin. The relic graded the pilgrim. Even dead, she was assessing who stood in front of her. She lay there for 230 years while the church above her accumulated the tombs of the dynasty, Vladimir himself eventually among them in a marble sarcophagus, and the city around it grew into one of the great capitals of Christendom. And then, in December of 1240, the Mongols came to Kiev. The army of Batu Khan surrounded a city that its own chroniclers said was deafened by the creaking of the invaders' wagons and the bellowing of their camels and the neighing of their horse herds, so that people inside the walls could not hear each other speak. The wall-breaking engines worked day and night. When the ramparts fell, the population fought them street by street up the hill, and the last of the defenders and a mass of townspeople, families, the old, the wounded, crowded into the Church of the Tithes, the strongest building any of them had ever seen, and packed its floor and climbed with their belongings up into the galleries, into the vaults, onto the roof. So many bodies loading a structure built for prayer that, in the account the chronicles preserve, the walls gave way. The first stone church of the Rus came down on the people sheltering inside it, with the Mongols at the doors, and between the collapse and the sack, the building and nearly everyone in it were destroyed together. Archaeologists working the site centuries later found the layer of that morning still in place, burned rubble, and under it the crushed remains of the city's last crowd, and in one excavated corner, a cache where someone had hidden 2 children in the church's foundations with a small store of food, and the hiding place had become the grave. Somewhere in that ruin, Olga's tomb was lost. What became of the body that had outlasted corruption, the sources do not say, and a much later tradition claims the relics were located again and then hidden or destroyed in the early 1700s, and in 1826 excavators in the ruins of the Tithes Church uncovered an 11th century sarcophagus of carved slate, containing a skeleton with traces of rich fabric and shoes, and it has been displayed ever since as the sarcophagus of Princess Olga, currently in the St. Sophia Cathedral in Kiev. And most researchers who have examined the question doubt the label, and the stone box sits there anyway, holding either a saint or a stranger. Her sainthood needed no bones by then. Veneration of Olga was old, older than any formal act, and the historian John Fennell argued that the likeliest moment of formal recognition came in 1284, when the metropolitan of the church convened his council and the cults of Olga and Vladimir were promoted together through the northern cities, and in 1547, at the great Moscow councils that organized the Russian calendar of saints, she was confirmed with the title that sets her apart, equal to the apostles, Isapostolos, the rank the Church reserves for those whose work in spreading the faith stands comparison with the original 12. Fewer than a handful of women have ever carried it. Mary Magdalene, the first witness of the resurrection, Thecla, the companion of Paul, Nino, who converted Georgia, Helena, the mother of Constantine, who found the true cross, and Olga, who buried 20 men alive in a boat. The company she keeps in the church calendar has never stopped startling people, and the church has never blinked at it, because the logic of her canonization was never that her life was gentle. She was honored as the beginning, the first of her house, and among the first of her people to turn, the grandmother whose turning made the grandsons possible, the dawn before the day. And the fourfold slaughter belonged to the pagan woman who existed before the water touched her. And the Church's whole argument about baptism is that the person who goes under is not the person who comes up. Her feast is kept on the 11th of July, the day of her death, and Ukrainians on the new calendar keep her also in late July alongside Vladimir, and she is invoked, with a fittingness that needs no elaboration, as the patron of widows and of converts, and her icons paint her in imperial robes and a crown, one hand raising the cross, the other holding a small church, sometimes a model of the Tithes Church itself, the building that became her family's tomb and her people's mass grave in the same December morning. One physical relic associated with her had its own afterlife, the cross she was said to have brought from Constantinople, kept for centuries in Kiev, carried off during the wars of the later Middle Ages to the city of Lublin in Poland and lost to history there, so that even her cross has a captivity story. Time has been kind to her name and careless with her facts, and the shape of her memory since then will carry us to the end, because almost nobody agrees on what she means. Medieval Rus remembered her the way the chronicle taught it to, the wise one, wisest of women, the mother of princes. The great imperial Russian historian Karamzin called her the wisest ruler of her age. Generations of painters put her on canvas, receiving baptism in Constantinople in clouds of Byzantine gold, or standing grim on a riverbank watching boats burn, and generations of parents named their daughters after her, until Olga became one of the most common names in the Slavic world. Tens of millions of women across 1,000 years, carrying, mostly without thinking about it, the name of the widow of 945. Pskov claims her as its daughter, with a chapel on the embankment of the Velikaya, and 2 monuments raised in 2003 for the city's 1100th anniversary, one of them showing her armed sword and shield, the warrior reading of her, and the regional airport carries her name. Kiev claims her as its sovereign, and on St. Michael's Square in the capital stands the white marble Olga first carved in 1911 by Ivan Kavalaridze, flanked by the Apostle Andrew and by Cyril and Methodius, a statue with a biography of its own, smashed and buried in the Soviet 1920s, dug up in fragments decades later, and restored to its pedestal in 1996, the broken original of the head displayed separately like a relic of a relic. Independent Ukraine put her into its honors system almost immediately, creating the Order of Princess Olga by presidential decree in 1997. A decoration in 3 grades awarded to women for services to the state, to culture, to science, and to the raising of children, and the Ukrainian Church added its own Order of Saint Olga in 2020. And since 2022, she has been everywhere in the imagery of the war, on Ukrainian posters and patches and murals. The woman who answered an attack on her house with total, unsparing retribution, while across the border the same 10th century Kiev she ruled is claimed as the cradle of the Russian state, so that a princess dead for more than a millennium is presently enlisted on both sides of an artillery war, each side certain she would recognize itself in them. She has been a pagan avenger, a Christian dawn, a foundress, a proto-feminist, a war icon, and a grandmother, and every age has looked into the sources and found the Olga it needed, and the sources, being what they are, have obliged every single one. What actually remains of her, in the end, fits in a short list, a name in 2 treaties, a protocol entry in a Byzantine ceremony book with a priest and 43 merchants and the silver counted out to the coin, 7 Latin notices of an embassy asking for a bishop, a burned 10th century hill fort under a Ukrainian town whose modern name still carries Iskorostan inside it, a system of tribute stations whose word ended up meaning churchyard, a story told by monks 150 years on of a boat, a bathhouse, a feast, and a flight of burning birds, and a day in the calendar, the 11th of July, when the church honors a woman it calls equal to the apostles, and somewhere in Korostan, on summer evenings, pigeons still come home at dusk to the eaves above the river Uj, the way they always have, the way they did that one evening, arriving all together in the failing light. All right, pulling myself out of the 10th century now. If the birds are going to live in your head for a while, they've been living in mine for weeks, so welcome to the club. Huge thank you to the Patreon crew and the YouTube members for making these long ones possible. You're the backbone of this whole operation, and if you want in, everything's linked in the description and the pinned comment. Tell me in the comments which of the 4 revenges you'd never heard before. I answer more of those than you'd think. Next story's already cooking. Take care of yourselves.